I got to go National League.
What is it?
I got to tell you, Chris was involved in one of my favorite baseball moments in the history of baseball. You threw out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium.
God.
Him and Adam Sandler, right? It was for, I think, whatever, what's the Burt Reynolds?
Longest Yard.
Longest Yard. So both of them go to the mound. They both wind up. Adam throws the ball, goes right to the catcher's mitt. Chris's ball goes like into the seventh row.
Oh, no.
It was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Were you not a great athlete, I assume?
I was horrible athlete.
Join the club. I would never throw a first ball out because I'd humiliate myself. You must have known.
You figure it's just...
Yeah, but
to the catcher.
And Sandler's got a good arm.
They didn't say play 3 innings, Howard. They
but
just said throw the fucking ball.
You know whether or not you can accurately throw a ball. You should never have done that.
I tested it. It was just I got nerves.
Did you practice?
Plus, you know, it was a little competition with Sandler.
Well, he's got a good arm. He's an athlete.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
Yeah. Stay away from that shit.
Do you realize that the Boston Red Sox, though, talking about... Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in 47. The Red Sox didn't have a black player until 68, maybe.
Yeah.
Like,
That's amazing.
That's 20 fucking years.
That's amazing.
The Yankees didn't get Elston Howard until 62, right?
Yeah.
What is Gary?
He's got to go.
All right, he's got to go. Check out Chris. Gary's had some sort of wet dream to pitch at the Mets game, like, you know, throughout the opening pitch for one of the games. And now he's so racked with anxiety every day. Like, I'm not making a joke of this. What's that noise?
I don't know. There's something in here that's making a noise.
Is that your room?
Yeah. It's like a speaker or something.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah, it's your room. So Gary, like, is going to throw out the opening pitch of the Mets game. What day? What day is that?
Saturday, May 9th.
Yeah, so he's had so much anxiety. He's been going out and practicing. It's not that he can't get the distance. He's worried about, like, throwing, like, a spaz ball, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here's what happens. I've been going out and practicing with Jackson a lot.
Right.
So we start to throw. We just throw the ball. We throw the ball. And then I pretend in my head that this is the pitch, that everyone's around, and then it just goes all over the place. It goes over his head.
Oh, really?
It goes, and then we throw some more, and then I pretend. In fact, this is how funny it's gotten.
Are you doing a wind-up?
I've been trying everything. You know what I mean? Like I've just been doing a throw, but I've been trying everything. But it's funny because Jackson has been working with me, so it's so humiliating because I should be working with him.
Right.
He's working with me.
Right.
So what they do before the first pitch is they say your name and they go, "All right, Gary Dell'Abate, it's your pitch." So Jackson does that, right? So,
right.
And then I throw the ball over the fucking place.
Really?
It bounces.
What do you think's going on? Anxiety?
I think that I was telling you during the break, there's anxiety because I know a lot of people are watching, and I know that if I fuck it up, it's not just at the stadium. Then
why did you agree to do this then? Like,
because
did you press them to do it?
What's that?
Did you press
No,
them
this charity contacted me.
Right.
And they said, hey, it's a whole bigger thing. It's Autism Awareness Day, and there's 800 tickets for sale, and I'm going from suite to suite. You buy a ticket so you can hang out at the game with me, and this is just one of the parts of it. You know what I mean? And so they approached me about doing it, and I thought it sounded like a good idea, but I was saying during the break, whenever I see myself fucking up that pitch, all I see is Artie. All I see is Artie sitting there on Monday morning just gay, you're gay, the Mets are gay.
It sounds like one big humiliation. You're going to fuck it up, probably. I mean, you're so uptight.
You are fine, Gary. Let me give you. Can I give you some advice? Honestly, when I threw a first pitch out once, but I didn't have nearly this much pressure. I did it at the Newark Bears, but it's the same distance,
right?
And it was fine. It was actually me and Mickey Rivers. We were both. It was one of the greatest days of my life. So I did fine. I threw a strike and everything. What I found is helpful. Do a wind-up because it distracts you.
But that's not the way he throws.
But it distracts you a little bit from overthinking the pitch. Like if you go into the wind-up and come back and go like that, you're not only thinking about the arm movement. I think if you overthink the arm thing too much, you're going to fuck it up. But
I told Gary earlier with John Heim, we were saying just shake off just keep shaking off the catcher.
Right.
You know, keep shaking your head and go, no.
And then bring him to a mound for a conference.
That's right.
Like I was out at the field yesterday because I was doing a press conference, and then they hooked me up with J.J. Putz, who's the Mets reliever, and he gave me some tips, and he said, listen, don't baby the ball, throw the ball, don't, And the other thing he says is just go out and toe the rubber. Don't even wait for them to fucking announce it. Just throw the ball because then you won't get all wound up.
I, for one, hope you fuck it up so it'll be funny on the show.
But a lot of guys that worked around there that are out on the field, ushers and everybody, they all grabbed me and they all wanted to tell me that the Jets' new quarterback, Mark Sanchez, he threw the first pitch out a couple of days before, that it was really bad.
Now, here's a guy who throws a football for a living.
Well, not only that, but apparently he had told a bunch of guys that he was something of a baseball prospect in high school as a pitcher.
And he fucked it up.
They said it was really hard.
You're
like the
making an excuse for yours.
No. It's the opposite. I'm thinking, but if he gets nervous.
So did he throw it completely over the catcher's head?
No, the catcher had to jump up and get it.
So what? I mean, is anyone really expecting you to throw a strike?
Yeah, if you could throw a ball, you'd probably be a baseball player.
Yeah, but you know what? So we're at the game last night. John Hine and I are sitting and Steve Langford came and covered. Right. So we're sitting at the game. Gary Sheffield hit his 500th home run the other night. So some guy in the stands caught the ball.
Right.
So they bring that guy gets to throw out the first pitch last night because they're celebrating Sheffield thing. And I'm thinking, this is going to be great because he had like a goofy T-shirt on. And I said, this is going to be great. Guy throws a fucking strike.
Wow.
So now I'm all, and what happens is the whole crowd will boo you. Okay.
You know what it is, your problem? You consider yourself, I think, and you won't admit to this, a great athlete. And you're going to only go up there and humiliate yourself.
I don't consider myself a great athlete.
I feel you do.
I don't. See, that's the thing. I don't consider myself.
But you think you have some athletic prowess.
Oh, yeah. I think I listen, if we were not at Citi Field and I threw that pitch, I could throw a strike.
Did you play baseball in high school?
No. I played till about sometime in middle school, whatever. But, we played softball and baseball every day, wherever.
Take a look at that monkey with those big lips and teeth. He loves chocolate and Cracker Jacks. It's no wonder his ass is so fat, and we won't be rooting for Bowie, 'cause he's a dumb chimpanzee with his teeth, lips, breath like horse shit at the Baba Booey Bowl game.
That must be an old one from terrestrial radio.
You know what the irony of that is?
Yep.
Is the guy that sang that song couldn't throw a fucking baseball to save his life.
Sal throws like a girl.
Like a girl.
Like a girl.
And I know what Gary's talking about, man, because to promote the longest yard, Sandler and Chris Rock threw out the first pitch of the Met game, I guess. Or Yankee
game.
A Yankee game, yeah.
Sandler's a good athlete, isn't he?
Yeah, Sandler threw a strike, and he looked fine. He looked really good.
And then Chris came
I don't know who to follow. Like, if you're Rock's publicist, you got to go, don't. Just don't do this, because you look at a guy differently. He threw like a chick. I mean, like, not only like a chick, it went to the side. It was like,
Howard,
I don't think he ever played any game.
I'm not kidding around. If the catcher, this is no joke, if the catcher had a 10-foot pole with a glove on it, he couldn't have caught it. It went to a place I've never seen a ball go before. Except for, I'd only ever seen that happen one other time, and that was when Ryan Seacrest threw a pitch in St. Louis, and he winds up, and he throws it, and it just went like off his hand immediately, like towards third base. Like completely
to third base?
Like,
how did he go to third base?
It was like so uncatchable. It was like between third and home.
What do they do when that happens?
They put a dress on him and then stick their dicks in his ass.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Fuck him with a bat.
Well, yeah.
But with that guy saying don't baby the ball, that's what I'm talking about with the wind-up. I think you won't...
He shouldn't throw underhand.
No,
never do that.
You can't do that. Let it rip. Let it rip, Artie's saying. So if it goes wild, at least
You're
put some...
thinking about it too much.
Put some heat on it.
Yeah, what Howard's saying is right. If you throw it hard, it'll make up for the lack of accuracy.
For at least a week now, I'm not kidding around, when I get into bed at night...
Let me see you throw it, imaginary ball. Let me see your wind-up. Go ahead. That looked good.
It looks fine.
You'll be all right. You didn't look like a douche.
You don't want to do the whole thing, though. You don't want to do...
You don't want to flip the leg up?
I want you to do this. Wait, watch.
Okay, my cousin taught me how to do that whole leg thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what is that, a hard ball? Don't throw that. Don't throw that. What are you doing?
I do it, kids. It's a short ball.
He didn't throw it hard.
Dude, don't actually throw the ball, Artie.
I'm saying do this, Gary.
You could kill someone with it.
Start from this position.
Well, no one can hear you guys.
Start from this position.
I got Colin Quinn.
Like there's nobody on base, and actually step back, do this.
Don't throw it.
And then like that. Like, I think you won't even...
Don't throw it. Just throw it. Who cares what you do?
No. I mean, you know what, Gary, you look fine.
Colin Quinn is a comedian, right? And he's supposedly one of the funniest.
I don't think people understand.
You do.
I get it, but how worried you really are about throwing out the first pitch.
Just give you an idea how wacky this has gotten. Last night, I just said to my wife, she goes, how you feeling? I go, I just can't stop thinking about it. She goes, the kidney stone? I said, no, the pitch. She's like, oh, please.
Is it fear of embarrassment?
It's fear of embarrassment. It's like I said, I see Artie on a huge screen, goofing on me.
Now, is it because you don't have confidence in the way you throw?
Yeah, that's part of it. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I throw and then I feel okay, and then I throw and then I don't feel okay. I don't know. Just I got to really this weekend. I'm going to throw and really sort of get my act together. I've been sort of trying out a bunch of different ways to throw, and now that it's getting closer, it's a week from this Saturday.
Well, what ways are you throwing sidearm? Like,
No, but at one point I just thought, let me just throw the ball like I'm throwing in the yard, and then I'm like, well, let me throw like I'm winding up and throwing a pitch. And then Artie's like, do the kick. I've never thrown a pitch like that because I'm not a pitcher. So
no, you got to do your natural throwing motion.
And I'm trying to decide which one that is.
Which one your natural throwing motion is?
Because I can throw a bunch of different ways.
When you're practicing with Jackson or Lucas? With Jackson. What percentage of the time are you, hey, I feel good about that one?
75.
That's pretty
Does
good.
Jackson critique you, or does he just...
He does, and he's really good. He definitely doesn't humiliate me. He's like, Dad, your arm went out that time on that one, or he's like, yeah, don't throw that one.
Now, here's a guy who loves to humiliate you. Doug, do you think Gary's going to choke?
I do. I think everyone in the control room was shocked when you did the air throw today. I know you don't think you're a great athlete, but I thought you would have thrown with better form. But it was in the studio.
That was weird because Scott goes, throw a Chris Sherman. Then when I threw again, he goes, yeah, I don't know. I just did a but you can throw like that, too. That was like a pitch. That's the way a pitcher throws.
Yeah.
That's the way Tom Seaver would throw.
Are you saying Gary throws like Sal or Jason?
It looked a little bit like Sal.
Oh, give me
Wow.
I'll show you the playback. But the question is, first of all, I was shocked how nervous you are because I think you could definitely do it. I think you're overthinking this.
I am overthinking it. And I know I'm overthinking it. That's the worst part.
Are you going to throw from the pitcher's mound or are you going to move forward?
I'm going to throw from the rubber.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't know.
On the pitcher's mound, there's a piece of rubber. You have to throw from the rubber. And the last time I had every intention of throwing from the rubber, and then I got out there, I was like, holy shit.
So that's where the pitcher has to pitch from.
Yeah, it's a Major League Baseball official pitch.
Have you considered secretly doing more extreme measures, like having a pitching coach work with you? With someone, obviously Jackson's, good, but like someone that would work with a baseball player, like the Mets or something.
I actually am doing that this Saturday morning. I'm working with a guy. I'm working with a professional guy. Not a professional guy, but it's a guy. There's a place up in Stamford, Connecticut called Bobby V's. Bobby Valentine, he used to coach the Mets.
Right.
And they're a sports academy. My kids go there for lessons, and there's a guy I know over there. I'm gonna go do a half an hour with him.
I think you're going to be fine, Gary.
He's taking it very, very seriously.
Well, I mean, it's only, the whole Howard Stern world and everyone at Citi Field that could goof on you.
Right. Like, in other words, if you guys weren't involved in this, right? I did this at Citi Field. So, they're playing the Pirates, so, 15, 20,000 people might see me do it. but a handful of people, but there'd be no documentation of it.
They would. I'm sure that internally we would, someone would.
No, but I'm saying if I were, the head of, the Buick dealership in New Jersey.
Of course.
But because I'm on the show and because, I see this like, remember when Joe Frazier almost fell down in our studio?
Yeah.
And that was the end of the show for like weeks and weeks and weeks? Like that could be it.
Right.
Can you throw?
I could throw. I think I could pick up a ball right now and put it right in the zone.
All right.
If I dropped you in the middle of Citi Field on a Saturday afternoon with 40,000 people, could you do it?
I think I would throw to first base.
No, but could you seriously? Do you see the difference?
Absolutely. But I don't think you can have a problem. Just fucking go out there and do it.
Yeah.
I'm getting notes that Doug throws like Jason and Sal as well. Is that true?
Where's that note? Oh, like a girl. Who put that up?
Everybody.
Not at all. Let's do something. Let's get everyone together. Let's go to a you got to go to a baseball.
It's got to be a baseball.
Yeah, let's go, and we'll get 10 guys from the show or 12 guys, and everyone gets like 3 pitches and see how everyone does.
Throughout the first pitch, we'll practice.
Yeah, let's see how everyone does. I'd be curious to see. Jason is a lost cause. Sal is the funniest thing ever.
Sal will throw worse.
I think Richard has a retard throw too.
Sal will throw worse than Jason.
Benji, I would say, would probably kill a bird or something.
Hey, when I was a kid, I pitched on my T-ball team.
What?
You can't pitch a T-ball.
That's what they told me I was a pitcher.
You stood at the pitcher's mound.
I wonder if Artie could still throw because he's a really good athlete.
Yeah, he could throw.
Artie can throw.
Artie could throw.
Yes, Ralph.
Hey, Gary.
Yeah.
Quickly, do you want me to come next week for moral support?
Yeah, that would be great. That would make me feel so much better.
You know what I'm liking it too? Like, you know how you know, like you're walking by some like hot chicks or something, you become really aware of how you're walking.
Right.
You know what I mean? You start to like walk retarded or something.
I think it's more like my favorite episode of The Odd Couple, where Bobby Riggs bets Oscar Madison. You know, if can you type your name in 10 seconds? And he makes the bet, and every time Oscar keeps typing it wrong because he keeps choking. Yeah. And it's the last one is Oscar Madison.
Oscar Madison.
And Murray goes, "If you were Chinese, you'd have won."
Ralph, could you throw?
I think I could throw snowballs. I mean, I don't think a baseball is too much different than that.
It's a little different. It's more symmetrical, and you have to actually get it to a person.
Yes, hard-throwing Jason Kaplan.
Hey, now, listen, I'm not making the case that I know how to throw at all, but I'd be willing to bet that I stand a good chance of beating Doug and Sal if we threw 60 feet 6 inches.
In terms of what, like if I gave you a target, like a bullseye.
Closer to the target. For the strike.
Let's go down to Chelsea Piers and do it.
Oh, my God. Because I've heard stuff about you that some people are talking back there.
What's like
You're
what?
a horrible thrower. I've never seen you throw, but
then
it's what's going
who
around.
Has?
Somebody's trashing you back there.
Well, someone's very stupid.
What's the 6 inches? Is that the target?
No, 60 feet 6 inches is
the distance
that's
from the
the length
mound
of
to the
the
plate.
okay.
Right.
All right, so Doug, can we make this happen?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hell, you're going down,
We'll
bitch.
get we'll find someone. We'll do a shoot, and we'll get whoever wants to come down and throw, and we'll see who everyone does.
What are the stakes?
See, Gary, the focus is off you.
Yeah, but why don't
You're
we do
manly,
that?
you got to come too, Gary.
No, the shoot should be in front of a crowd of people.
Okay.
Oh, our fans, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Let's pump in some crowd noise. Come on, let's do this.
Wait, just have Ralph there. You hear that? That'll shake
No,
you.
Ralph has to be Ralph should throw.
No, I'd like to do play-by-play.
No, Ralph should be the one who throws. It should be Jason, Doug, Richard, Sal, Ralph.
Put the pace in there because he thinks he's like a professional pitcher.
And Gary.
Howard Stern softball.
And you'll do it, right?
Howard Stern softball team captain Will Murray now joining us. Yes, Will.
I was just going to say that I was actually the one in the back. I didn't really trash Doug. I said I just don't think he has the right to critique the way anyone throws. I did play softball with him for several years. He's a great hitter. One of the best softball hitters I've ever seen. But defensively, he could use a little help with the throwing.
I played first base. I didn't really throw, so you never really saw me throw.
Is this throw off?
I used to warm up with you every day. What are you talking about?
Is this throw off or is it bad? In other words, is he a bad throwing form or is it just...
This was many years ago, but I remember going, wow, for a guy that can hit the ball that far, he really can't throw the ball.
Does he like spaz out? Does his body...
No.
Did he throw like a girl like I do? Or
No one does
wasn't that.
Only girls do that.
So all bat, no arm. A designated hitter? Is that what you're saying, Will?
He was a great hitter. I'll give him that. He could hit the crap out
and
of
a great
softball.
hockey player.
I am not hiring a pitching coach like Gary.
No, I won't
not
either.
I'm not getting Jabba Chamberlain to take a few minutes to show me what to do. I'm going out there raw.
It won't help, Jason.
The only reason I'm getting pitching coach because John and I went to Citi Field yesterday. I was supposed to go on the field with either John Maine or J.J. Putz and throw for a little while, and I thought, well, if I get on the field and I throw, then that will alleviate a lot of stuff, but it didn't. Because I never made it on the field.
I know the first time you did it because I was there. You didn't do it from the mound, and I know this is a new thing, but I don't remember you being at all this. You kind of just went out and did it, and you did a decent job.
But see, that's the other part that goes to it. When I did it the first time, I didn't really know what it was, so I thought that throwing out the first pitch was very much ceremonial. I thought it was like 20 minutes before the game. If you look on my website, I have a picture. I go out, I'm holding the ball in my hand, so you can see I haven't thrown it yet. And you could see Cliff Floyd running behind me. So what happens is they go, ladies and gentlemen, your 2009 New York Mets. The Mets take the field, right? Then they introduce you. Then you go out. So they're like, it's they're waiting to start the game.
Sal,
that's a lot of pressure.
You wanted to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I know Gary always digs on me with my pitching skills and stuff like that, but I would be willing to do a pitch-off provided that I get somebody to train me. I was thinking like Artie Lang. If Artie was able to train me, then I would participate in it.
You want to wait a year and let Artie train you every day, I'll fucking beat you.
But I think I can learn pretty quick. The thing is that you always put me down for that. That's just not my forte.
I know, you were a prisoner in the pizzeria.
No, it's just not my thing. Like I wasn't a prisoner in the pizzeria.
That's what you make it sound like. You make it sound like there's a million things in life you could have been had you not been held hostage at the pizzeria.
Or if you had interest in it. Because a lot of things, Sal, could have been good at.
Pizzerias manifested in pizzeria.
Sal, you are a lost cause with throw. I think Eric the Midget could probably throw a football better.
First of all, you get winded. You get winded doing the gayest things.
It's just so crazy how that's like that. When it comes to me in sports, it's just like oil and water. It seems like it can never It'll never happen. Like,
so then what makes you suddenly think that you can get good at it quickly at your age?
Because I'm sick and tired of you always bashing my throwing skills, and I want somebody like Artie to take me under his wing and teach me how to throw. So when I do this pitch off...
By the way, if we're going to do this on TV, for the visual aspect, I would much rather see Sal throw a football than a baseball.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting Antonio Pierce to help me.
I got a crumpled piece of paper in my hand. I want to throw it. And then I just want to tell me, I'm going to do my best. I just want you to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Because in my opinion, I think I throw okay.
All right, you got to back off the mic a little bit to throw it. Throw it.
Sal, right here.
Throw it at Jason and Joe Jordan over here. All right, Sal warming up. Just throw it, Sal. Sal, just throw it. Just throw it.
All right, Sal, first of all...
Sal throws worse than I do.
Nobody throws a knuckleball anymore.
No one throws what?
You pushed it. You didn't throw it. It's not a shot put. Right, you shot put it.
Oh, Sal.
I'm so bad with this.
Yes, you are.
Again.
Oh, not again.
Here we go, Sal, right here.
All right,
here, right?
I'm not going to push, I'm going to throw.
All right.
Yeah.
Sal.
Don't follow through.
Don't
push it.
It was better, sort of.
Yeah. Here, all right, I'm going to throw it back to Sal.
That's not a ball.
It's a. Yeah, it is.
No. I don't want you throwing
It's a hacky sack. Calm down, you pussy.
All right, very good.
All right. Well, Sal and Jason play catch. Let's take a couple of calls. Tim in Westchester, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hello. Hey, now.
What's up?
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, man? I wanted to call, last time I called to try to motivate Benji to say something funny on the wrap-up show. Looks like I failed miserably at that. But I wanted to call and say that, watching Howard TV, it might be, all you guys might be the worst collection of athletes I've probably ever seen. So I wanted to see if you guys can put on like the decathlon of sorts and might maybe declare who might be the best athlete on the show is.
We've talked about for ages on my list of things to do if we got the right sponsor, and this really has more to do with Howard. I think it would just take too much of Howard's time. But does anybody remember the show Superstars from the 70s?
They're bringing it back.
I guess they're bringing it back. But
yeah,
it was there were like 10 events, and you had to compete in 7 of them, something like that. And it was everything from bowling. I mean, listen, the most famous one ever was Joe Frazier almost drowned before our very eyes.
Yeah.
Joe Frazier swam.
What about forget about that, like bowling and that kind of shit, but what if you do like 3 or 4 major sports, basketball, football, baseball skills, and then you do like maybe like a fitness thing where you have a push-ups, you have a 100-yard dash, you have maybe a quarter-mile run. I mean, I know on a Saturday you guys can get it together, maybe do like 7 events and declare the best athlete on the show.
But not everybody is a bad athlete. I mean, Artie's overweight, but he's a good athlete. Will's a good athlete. Fred's in good shape.
But I wonder if Fred's a good athlete. I know he's in good shape, but I don't know how Fred is.
Well, the way he was describing it is if you do, major sports skills, that's one thing. If you're talking about push-ups, sit-ups, and whatever else, that's a completely other.
Right.
John,
in other words, John's a very good athlete.
I'm a good athlete, but when it comes to the push-ups, I won't excel.
So
but
you want to see people do the tires, go through the tires.
But that's
like an obstacle course.
But listen, Artie can't go through the tires, but Artie's got he's got a fucking phenomenal outside shot and a great bat, even at his weight. You know what I mean? He could still, field the ball. He can hit a ball well. So that's a good athlete on that end. But throw Artie through an obstacle course, he'll die halfway through.
I think we could do this at like a Chelsea Piers type facility where they have 10 different things. And
I'm not sure I can make it through another one of these because a few years ago we had we shot a football special for Howard TV. It was like me and Sal and Richard and a couple of the other guys versus transsexuals.
Drag queens.
Drag queens.
Yeah.
This is no joke. I did so bad in that game. Sal threw me the game-winning touchdown and went right through my hands. I dropped it like fucking everything else I do in sports, and that made me go back on Lexapro. Like, that moment, I felt so dejected, and it so brought me back to every horrible memory I had of any sport I ever played growing up, that was a tipping point.
How long have you been off?
I've been off like a year and a half at that point.
Really? That was the moment?
I had been thinking about going back on, but that was the moment where it all cleared up. Like, I felt so dejected and horrible for dropping that ball.
Cool.
And it just reminded me of...
The Drag Queens won, right?
The Drag Queens won. Sal actually made a decent pass. It was right. I knew it was going to me. He told me it was going to me. I turned around. The ball's right there over my head.
And that's
my fault.
That's what brought you back to those pills.
I was insanely... I was a mess after that game. I was a mess.
Man,
I was a fucking mess.
Bad. I thought it was always your weight and your personality. Sorry to hear
All right,
that,
Tim. Good suggestion, and I guess the boys at Howard TV will work on making that happen. And thank you for the call. All right, let's switch gears here. And
poor Gary. Hey, now. Gary agreed to throw the opening pitch out at one of the games, and it's making him neurotic because he's really afraid. Like, Gary's a pretty good athlete, but he's afraid. that the ball's going to go wide left or something, and he's going to look like a douchebag. And when is the actual day that you're going to do it?
Saturday.
Yeah, I may come, by the way. Does that make you freak out more?
No, hardly at all. But first of all, I thought you weren't allowed out. B, why would you come to see me?
Well, helicopter Mike and me will be there.
Are you going to helicopter in?
Not doing anything. Not drinking.
Are you really thinking about coming?
Yeah, because I have a gig that night, and I can make it because it's a 1 o'clock game.
But why would you want to come?
To support you. I'm not going to bust your balls.
Is this the week you get to pitch?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I went out on...
Artie told me it's a Met game, so no one's going to notice if Gary throws like a girl.
Because that happens there.
Well, you know what?
Gary's going to be one of several gay pitchers that night.
So anyway, it's weird because Gary went out and threw his 100 balls. He's so neurotic about messing up, and I understand the pressure. And he said, I know I can throw it, and I know I can throw from the mound and reach and all that stuff and get a pretty accurate pitch, but, people do mess up. So he went out with a coach, threw 100 pitches, 95 of them perfect.
What you got to do?
5 of them.
Now he needs Tommy John surgery.
Were kind of wild.
Okay, one of them I released early. It went all the way right. Okay, and 2 of them I bounced in front of the plate, but not too bad. And 2 of them went so far to the left, it's insane. And then the other 95 were like, I wouldn't say perfect strikes, but in the zone.
So now he's focused on the 5 that didn't make it, of course. So he's so nervous. So now he's thinking at the last minute. Like, even the woman who signed him up to do it said, listen, Gary, this was supposed to be fun for you. But Gary's a fan. He knows that you get booed.
This is a big deal.
So then he was thinking he could cop out and go up there with his own kid.
Right. No, dude, don't do it. No. Don't do it.
Why?
Because you got to do this now.
Why do I have to do it?
Be a man.
Why do I have to do it?
You went to Afghanistan. Right. Do this.
I'd rather be in a copter getting shot at. I swear to God.
We were shooting. If you go up with your son, because it's a kid-friendly day, you could say, here's Gary and his son, and you get up there.
And let the kid throw it.
But then Gary, being the good dad that he is, kind of realized, he said, well, maybe I'm putting too much pressure on my son.
Yeah, you are.
I'm kind of passing my pressure off on him and hiding behind him.
It won't be anything to him, but it would be.
Well, here's the thing. Jackson's a huge Mets fan. So originally the woman said, when this whole thing started, she said, listen, you could throw out the pitch, or you could have one of your kids throw out the pitch because it's a kid-friendly day. And I said, no, I'll do it. And then while we were doing it, I said to Jackson, would you want to do it? And he goes, God, I would love the opportunity, but that's a lot of pressure, and I don't want to put that pressure on him.
God forbid he throws a bad pitch, man. I'm sure he's a great player.
Because Gary's wife even said, Mary said, hey, do you think that they would ever boo Jackson because he's a kid? And Gary goes, Met fans will boo.
All fans.
Anybody.
Met fans are the biggest bunch of dirtbags.
That's not true.
Oh, they are. It's a
come on, Yankee fans?
Would never boo a kid.
That's not true.
Although one time I heard them say a few bad things about some
But
kids.
anyway, the point is, at any game, they will boo a kid.
Yeah.
And so now Gary's like, oh, shit, so I can't do that. Then he knew some other kid.
Well, no, it's for the Autism Society.
So why don't you just send Ron Darling up there?
Gary goes, I know what I'll do. I'll throw out the pitch with an autistic kid.
Oh. They won't boo
They
that.
can't boo an autistic kid. But then Gary said he once saw a chick who had CP sing the national anthem, and they booed her.
Of course. They don't know that you have a problem.
No, Howard, let me tell you the worst thing I ever heard in my life. There was an amazing right fielder for the Red Sox in the 70s named Dwight Evans. He had one of the best arms ever. He ended his career with the Indians. So I'm at a Yankee game in the early 90s. Dwight Evans' kid, supposedly, this was like a rumor around that a lot of people knew, had the same disease that the kid in Mask had.
Oh.
You know, those calcium deposits and everything. So a lot of Yankee fans knew this. Dwight Evans, during batting practice, was like, I was in my seats, the 5 rows behind third. So you're 10 feet from the guy. He can hear everything you're saying.
Right.
A guy right behind me says, hey, Evans. And Dwight Evans looks up at him. What, buddy? He goes, your kid is the elephant boy.
Oh, my God.
Now, I mean, so Dwight Evans the guards had to restrain him. And the fucking guy is going, hit me, motherfucker, I'll sue you for everything, you fucking guy. Your kid's the elephant boy. And Dwight Evans wanted to kill him. So, Gary, I would get the autistic kid. That's a good idea.
No, but you know what it is, Gary?
The kid will never make it off the field.
How do you make the move to let the audience know that he's autistic?
You can't. I don't know. Can
the announcer go, and now, coming to pitch. An autistic kid with cancer.
Your attention, please.
Your attention, please.
Ladies and gentlemen.
But attention to the mound.
So here's Gary's dilemma. Does he go out and throw the pitch himself?
Yes.
And suffer humiliation if he fucks up?
Yes.
Or does he bring his son and let his son suffer humiliation with him?
Well, no, we won't suffer humiliation because if we go out together, we'll both do it shorter.
Gar, go out by yourself, go to the rubber, and fucking throw a pitch. That's what you have to do now.
What are you saying?
In other words, we won't have to do it from the mound.
Why?
Because when you're with a kid, when you're with a kid, you don't have to do it from the mound.
And do you both pitch, or
how do we both do it at once? They get two catchers.
Two catchers.
Two catchers, and you both throw the ball. So wait a second, guys. So listen.
Gar, if you throw me one pitch, you throw me a couple of pitches outside, and I'll tell you right now if you could do it. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do it in the whole, but I can do it.
Yeah.
Except for now I'm getting all these emails like Jeff Probst emailed me and a couple other people who have done it emailed me, and they said you got to visualize it instead of seeing the bad pitch. You just got to think of the good pitch. But I saw Regis was on Letterman the other night talking about he was going to throw out the first pitch, and he was talking about how much pressure it is for the Marlins.
Okay.
Talking about how much pressure it is. And then Letterman was like, I feel your pain. I would think that's pressure, too. And I haven't seen it, but I think Regis did it last night, and I heard it was far left and it bounced.
He's 98, too.
I know.
Did they boo him?
I don't know. I'm going to assume they did.
I need to throw a strike.
I bet you the Marlins fans are nice, and they probably like
Well, they're mostly New Yorkers, so they probably booed him.
Right.
Oh, they're in Miami. Right.
All right. Well, good luck. When is it? This Saturday? Saturday.
Artie, are you really coming?
I may want to come. You don't want me to come?
See, but that's Gary's worst nightmare because he pictures you as the guy who would laugh at him if he doesn't make the pitch.
Well, I would. But, I mean, now I wouldn't, I guess. Or maybe I would. I don't know.
Why don't you go up there with Artie? Let Artie throw the pitch. Why don't you at the last minute go...
Let Artie be your autistic.
Gary, you want me to throw it?
No, I do not want you to throw it.
A lot of people think I'm autistic.
Have you ever thrown an opening pitch?
I didn't do it on the level Gary's doing it. There's a minor league affiliate of the Yankees called the Newark Bears.
Right.
And about 5 years ago, they asked me to throw out the first pitch with Mickey Rivers, actually. It was fun. And it was a crowd of about 7,000 people. And I went to the mound, and I wind up, and I fucking tossed the strike.
Let me ask you something.
By the way, 78 miles an hour.
Now you're out of shape. Like I saw you at that. It was a horrible thing for you. You're a great athlete, and you got out of shape, and there they were playing softball, and you fell.
Right. That was one of the funniest pieces
trying to catch a ball.
Well,
do you think now you might have a problem throwing anything?
No.
No, you'd have the heat. And
Not
you'd
at
be
all.
Able to pass.
If you remember in that video, nothing impeded you. You just fell.
Yes. Thank you, Robin.
There it is.
Yeah, here it is.
There's the pitch, there's the hit, and there's Artie. I wish that this was television right now.
First of all, I'm heavier there than I am now. I lost some weight.
The hit, and Artie's on third. He backs up to catch, and he just falls, and the ball hits him in the head.
No, he was actually transitioning to move to his side.
I was. It was awful.
All right, guys, turn that off.
But
I think there was a rabbit hole there.
But here's the thing. The Newark Bears thing I did was fine, but the factor here, and this could have happened to me or anybody at Yankee Stadium if I was doing it. The pressure could get to me, and I could fuck up. I know what Gary's thinking. Like, okay, I could totally fuck up in that situation.
Saturday, Citi Field, nice day out. Probably going to be good weather. I'll bet you, I'm going to guess 35,000, 40,000 people. And then, if I were just like a businessman, it's okay, you throw it, you fuck it up. It's not televised or anything. But, of course, the TV crew's going to be there. And
look,
bring
I
it
feel
back
your
here.
pressure. I know. I mean, I had a similar situation when I worked at NBC, and we had to go out and play softball right before the Mets took the field. Right. And we had a game against some hotel workers who were all shills. They were Puerto Rican guys from Puerto Rico, actual Puerto Ricans.
Oh, my God.
Dominicans.
That is a shill.
Who had actually played in minor league.
Yeah, they were probably double-A players.
They were double-A players.
Yeah, they could have been pros.
And,
they were unbelievable.
And listen, I was on the radio.
They were probably halfway decent janitors, but go ahead.
They were.
Well, they were. And it was crazy. So, we're out there in the field at Shea Stadium. You're in, and you don't realize.
The Jumbotron was on.
That's
the Jumbotron's on. You don't even realize how big that field is. I never played like that. And plus, I'm not a great athlete. But thank God I got up to bat. I whack a double.
Nice.
And good, clean double. You know what I mean? And I was the only one who got a hit.
Yeah.
For our team. And I was like, thank God. Because you know what? You don't want to look like a pussy.
A guy threw a one-hitter and slow pitch softball?
Yeah.
I don't do a slow pitch.
This guy was pitching.
Fast pitch. How fast could it have been?
He was going at least. You ever see the fast pitch on the
head?
Difficult.
Yeah.
I played in a fast pitch softball league for 7 years, and when you get a guy who knows what he's doing, man, it's not even the fastball. It's if he has a changeup. Like, you expect the fastball.
I somehow got a piece of it because there were a lot better athletes than me striking out and popping out. I mean...
but wait, how hard do you think the guy was throwing, realistically?
Listen, you're going back a lot of years. I don't even know if I could really remember it. Right. But I remember he was a good, solid pitcher. We had some girl pitching for us. You know, we were getting killed.
Sometimes a girl in softball...
They do.
That's why
we were NBC disc jockeys.
We didn't even play together. It was nothing. I was on the field. You know how bad it was.
You guys remember when I laced the line drive off the girl in Vegas?
Yeah.
You know, first pitch came near the plate. I laced it to left field.
I remember that.
My whole point that time was, I'm not talking about getting a hit off a chick throwing underhanded softball. A professional softball pitcher would strike me out. I was talking about an overhand... minor league girl who it's just a different thing.
Yeah.
Like in softball, if you get an amazing pitcher like you're talking about, they're hard to hit.
I hear Lisa G is angry with you that she's not being allowed to go on the field with you. Why would you put Lisa G on the field with you?
Well, you know what? Nobody asked until she just asked a couple of days ago. The TV crew is coming.
Right.
And they only allow X amount of people on the field, and nobody put in a request. So I said to Lisa, she's character, I got to tell you. She comes to me yesterday and she goes, "Can I go on the field with you?" And I go, "I don't know. I'll ask somebody there, but I think that with the TV crew, we might have our limit." And she goes, "Oh." And I said, "Well, you can just take their tape." She goes, "But I wanted to interview you." I go, "Well, they're going to interview me." I said, "What would you ask, Lisa?" She goes, "How you feeling before the pitch and how you're feeling after the pitch?" I go, "Yeah, they're going to ask me that too." And she goes, "But it won't be me asking." I'm like, all right.
You'd say something different to her, I guess.
I said, you take their tape, and she goes, it'll be okay. I'm going to give you both of you the same answer.
The other factor is, forget about assholes like me. Is if there's a hot chick you focus on that.
And then the last part of the equation that makes it really hard is my kids are there.
Yeah.
You look like a douche in front of their kids.
That is hard.
I know. Hey, Pete, well, you're such a good dad.
There's a lot of pressure on you.
The way he is as a father, there's no way he's going to fuck up with your kids. Even if you throw a bad pitch, your kids love you.
We get along good, but I'm telling you, I'm getting like 2 or 3 emails a day now from like really nice fans, I know somebody who did this, or I think I know how to do this, or this is what you should be doing.
My only advice to you, Gary, is don't back down now. That's the worst thing to do. Go there by yourself, go to the rubber, and throw the fucking pitch.
That's good advice. Pete, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, now, what's going on?
Hey, now.
Gary, who are they playing on Saturday?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Oh, okay. Because they're playing the Phillies on Wednesday, right? That makeup game. Is that what they're doing, making it up?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm just calling. I'm a big Phillies fan, and you're kind of being just like the Mets have been the last couple of years.
You think Gary's going to choke like the Mets?
He's being gay.
When it comes down to it, he's got, 4 days left, and now I'm going to put Jackson up there. I'm going to put it all just a kid.
This guy's right, Gary.
Yeah. It's just like the Mets.
You're choking.
So I'm choking.
You are.
I'm not embarrassed.
All right, Pete. I hear you. Pete, thank you, Gary. Thank you, Lisa G. Let's come on in and...
You'll be all right, Gary.
Yeah. Gary, you'll be fine.
I'll see you there.
Lisa G. has some news from the Howard 100 newsroom. Lisa, what do you have for us?
Lisa G takes shits at work.
Today is the day Gary Dell'Abate goes back to his doctor to see if his kidney stone has moved. And if not, he either has to get it zapped again or get it removed.
Yeah, well, I would get it zapped again. I would not let a camera go up my cock.
There's nothing
it's just
worse.
not going to happen.
Nothing worse than a doctor's appointment, man.
Yeah.
Suppose they tell him the camera is the best way to go now.
Find another doctor.
Oh, my God. You can go to Guatemala or something.
Find one of those miracle cures where they give you green drink.
You need one of those doctors that took care of Pablo Escobar, where the doctor would do anything Pablo Escobar said. Like, no penis camera.
If I was Gary, I would rather than put a tube up my penis and get rid of it, I'd rather they open me up, do an incision.
A
full operation to get the thing out. I'd rather have that.
Could they do that laparoscopically? Because
sure.
A little
through the belly button?
Yeah, couldn't they do that?
I thought
but it's a long way to go,
Beats the hell out of going in through your dick.
No.
You don't have a dick. You don't know.
There's no incision. There's no anesthesia.
Just because there's a hole in my dick doesn't mean you just stick something up it.
I'd rather have
my ass.
I'd rather have somebody cut me open with a can opener than do that.
I don't care if you put a tube in my ass. That's okay.
Tube in your ass is okay.
Yeah,
Again,
not up my dick.
I said, the doctor in L.A. told me he had never seen more drugs in a human being, and that fucking woke me up. They put a catheter in.
What does it feel like?
It feels like, I mean, just imagine. I mean, I can't even talk. It's happened to me, and I can't talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
But a doctor's appointment is the worst thing. I got a full physical yesterday, and the guy tells me to lay down, and he starts hitting my stomach. I go, what are you doing? And I'm seeing if I can feel your liver. And I'm like, oh, God, can you feel my liver? And he's like, I don't know.
You can't even tell.
And I said, you don't know.
Is he a real doctor?
You know, instead of worrying about that first pitch, I'd be worried about the camera going up. He's got, what he has is a kidney stone, and it's so big that the doctor said it actually could destroy his kidney. That's how bad the stone is.
Yeah, because it could block the ureter completely.
Well, right.
It's half the size now.
So they took a, let me finish. It's hard to get a word out here. They took a ultrasound. They blasted the stone. They got half the stone out. And now they're saying if they can't get the other half out with another ultrasound blast, they're going to put a camera up his penis.
They may have to go get it.
And it's a big tube up his penis. Oh, jeez. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't care about any pitch. I don't care. I'll throw the pitch to the moon.
Focus on that and you'll pitch fine.
That's your secret, Gary. Think about the fact that there's a camera going up your cock.
Right, but I can't do anything about that at this point. It's either, it is what it is. I can't control it in any way.
And by the way, if a doctor told me I had a stone that big and that I was contributing to it by poor eating, chocolate, and iced tea, or whatever the hell else are the things that contribute to the stone.
All sweets and the iced tea, yeah.
I would be eating a perfect... I'd be on Robin's Green Drink if you told me that. You know what I mean? I'd go to the severe thing.
Would you do the coffee enema?
The coffee enema won't help.
That ain't going to help that.
That's as bad as the thing up your dick.
No, it's not. And if this coffee enema would help,
would dissolve the stone,
I would do it.
You would do it.
You're damn right I would.
Yeah, if the choice up your ass, or this might sound gay, but you don't want anything up your dick. No. You'd have to go, okay, try up my ass.
Dick, I mean, forget about it. Mark, you're on the air.
Yeah, I have that done. When they stick the camera up your dick, you think that afterwards that you got to piss, but you can't. And you're sitting there, and when you finally do piss, thank God I had walls that I could grab, because it feels like you're pissing fire and brimstone.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. That's what happened to me, and you piss blood. So like, the first time I had to take a leak after the catheter, the doctor warned me. He said, look, Art, you're going to freak a little bit, but it's normal.
Oh, my God in heaven, who invented that? What
how is that normal?
Oh, my God. You would think with all the technology we have, they could figure out a way not to put a tube up your dick. We're guys. We can invent stuff.
And it's you guys who are doing it.
I know. It's crazy.
They give you this dye. I don't know if it's
Yeah, because you want to die.
You die.
Your piss hole is stretched so bad that you piss all over the entire toilet.
I do that anyway. I'm used to that. All right, thank you, Mark. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's a Monday morning at Sirius XM. That's right.
Sounds like you're not prepared.
Oh, I'm prepared.
Didn't you know you were going on the air?
Yeah, I should have cleared up before. I should have cleared up that condition before I got on the air. Okay, so my dad, I'm sitting in my house Saturday evening, and my mom called me to thank me for the beautiful flowers I sent her for Mother's Day.
That's nice.
I want to thank that wonderful company, Pro Flowers, for hooking me up. Yeah, she was really happy with the assortment. And, of course, I guess my sister somehow took her to lunch or something. So this way, you know, this was good that I had my thing that I had done.
Yeah, I had the same sort of thing going on. I sent the flowers, and my brother and sister-in-law took my mom out to dinner.
I didn't really need to do anything for my mother, quite frankly, because I fixed up our house. And, you know what? That's like 50,000 Mother's Days times 12 to the third power.
Yeah, but does that ever work?
I don't know, man. No, I think in this case it works. I mean, I did a whole overhaul.
No, I'm just saying, you still have to mark those days. You know, like, you can't just do something and say, oh, remember I did your house.
You still make a phone call on Mother's Day and say, Ma,
but I shouldn't have to send...
Well, yeah.
I should have to send anything.
You could say, just, look, you're welcome for the sheetrock.
Right.
In the kitchen.
is still basking in the glow of the house. Like maybe in 10 years. I should have a 10-year pass. I don't even have to call her.
Right, but she doesn't look at the house and go, well, there's my Mother's Day.
Right, no, mothers don't act like that, no.
No, she actually is appreciative, but you're right. It would be like, oh, I didn't get a call on Mother's Day.
That's what I'm saying. You have to do something to say, Mom, I love you on Mother's Day.
Yeah. Well, I would have just called her and said, I'm not calling you because I fixed your house up, but so I win.
Look at the wallpaper.
Yeah. I have a tough May always because Mother's Day is always 1 week before my mother's birthday. So it's a double whammy. And
you should combine them.
I think I try to do that now, but it's funny. The only time I ever called her consistently in my life, both days, was when I was all coked up all the time. I was always up, and I thought, I got to call my mom.
Well, there's something positive about coke use.
Absolutely.
You know, a lot of people are negative about it.
Did you see those pictures of brain scans for drug use and alcohol?
Where'd you see that?
That was in the newspaper yesterday.
Didn't see that.
And they had these, it was like the lungs, you know how you talk about that display, the bodies, and they talk about the smoker's lungs and so forth. They had brain scans of people with Alzheimer's and alcohol and coke, you know, drugs and whatever. And the alcoholic's brain looks like an Alzheimer's brain. You know, the coke brain looks like an Alzheimer's brain.
Well, you know, those are the guys who are really fucked up.
Those aren't chippers, as we call them. So, you know, anyway, so I'm sitting at home Saturday evening. I was going to call my mom Sunday morning to wish her a happy Mother's Day. And I'm sitting at home, and my mother calls me, thank you for the flowers. They're beautiful, and my daughter took me to lunch and having a wonderful Mother's Day. And wonderful. You know, so we went through our conversation, and then she goes, your father wants to speak to you. Now, that's always a big deal, because my father never really speaks to me that much.
It's almost like there's an announcement, and then your father appears.
The weird thing is, you hear my dad in the background. I guess what goes on is, both of them can't hear anymore that much, and my mom won't even consider getting a hearing aid. My dad has a hearing aid, but it doesn't seem to change anything. And
that's nice.
He decides he wants to speak to me. So I'll be talking to my mother. This is what you hear. It sounds something like this. Yeah, Ma, so what? Wonderful Mother's Day. Your sister took me to lunch. I was there with Pam and Sharon. And in the background, you just start to hear like shit going on. And then you hear, look, I want to talk to him. I don't even know if he knows my name. I don't even think he says, hey, I want to talk to him.
Harold.
And she can't hear him in the background. Let me have the phone when you're done. Let me talk to her. What, Ben? I talked to her about your father. He wants to talk. My mother starts getting nervous. Your father wants to talk to you.
It's like a big event.
Yeah, well, wait, I'll hold on.
Hold the presses.
Yeah, stop the presses.
And that's got to mean he's got a definite opinion about something.
Yeah, like there's something
not
burning.
To say, like, I love you or something.
No, it was something like burning on his mind. So I knew it was big. He goes, I was watching television. Did you see it? I go, what? Did you see it? I go, see what? I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I was watching television. I tuned by the Met game. And they mentioned your name. I said, they mentioned my name on the Met game. I don't even know. Oh, I go, all right. I go, Gary threw out the first pitch. He's been really nervous. My father doesn't even hear anything. He just goes, barrels on. He goes, look, so I never saw a pitch so horrible. I go, what? He goes, I never saw when they would show a pitch on TV like this. I tuned by, and they're talking about Howard Stern's producer threw out the first pitch. He says, you never saw a ball thrown like this. I go, oh, my God, Dad. And my father can't even have a conversation, but I go, oh, my God, do you know Gary was throwing out the first pitch? His worst nightmare is that the pitch would be wild. He goes, wild?
I never saw a pitch like this in my life.
Now my father's goofing on Gary. And I'm like,
oh, my goodness.
I said, you don't know how unbelievable this is because this is Gary's worst
He
nightmare.
literally talked himself into his worst nightmare.
Yeah, I said, this is his worst nightmare. I mean, I go, you're telling me it was awful? Now I'm getting, like, full of glee because if it was a good pitch, we'd be done.
Yeah, it'd be over.
Now I'm smelling the first 2 hours of the show are going to be fantastic because Gary's pitch was, he goes,
it was unbelievable.
The man is right.
The
man is right.
I immediately watched it. And, you know, I said, I have it right here.
Hold it down.
He's like, send it to me.
Yeah, right. Like,
he wants to remember
he couldn't believe it. Well, I watched the pitch, and Beth looks at me and goes, he threw it like a girl. So I go, what do you mean? She goes, I guarantee you I can throw better than that. She goes, my father, we used to go out and throw balls all the time. She's the first time. Her father was such a stickler for sports. I mean, she has two brothers who were both full scholarships for sports.
Like Penn State type stuff.
Yeah. Penn State, full scholarship for football and basketball at the University of Vermont. And, full ride, didn't have to pay for college. And she said, my dad used to, I would cry. He'd make me put on a glove. This is Beth. And she says he would throw balls at me until I would catch it. She said, the first ball hit me in the head. Oh. And he made me stand there and keep... He was like one of those sports dads.
Yeah. Like the great Santini.
And she said I was always grateful in a weird way because she goes, I could always play any sport and throw a ball. And I said, yeah. I said, I don't know what happened with this guy. She goes, I've never seen a pitch like this.
And he supposedly can throw a pitch, right?
So I
don't know who told him that.
So we're drinking a bottle of wine at the house.
You're on that dead-end street still, huh?
Yeah, I'm still drinking. I'm sorry, Artie. And, I got to... I'm moving two guys in with me to watch me full time.
Why don't you make your own grave over there?
Yeah. So, anyway... And by the way, when I saw the pitch, I saw Artie was standing right there next to the catcher.
Oh, Artie did show up.
I showed up.
He was down on the field.
Oh, I showed up.
And I said, where were your two bodyguards?
One was Joe was right next to me.
Oh, he was.
Look at it. You see me and Joe laugh like we're watching.
I got upset. I thought you were on your own.
No,
he escaped.
No, Joe was with me.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because that's a place to score. Shea Stadium, or whatever stadium that's called now.
Oh, no, City Field.
City Field.
Believe me, the neighborhood outside City Field is the same as it was outside Shea Stadium.
Right.
It looks like it's a bunch of chop shops for cars, though.
Yeah, so I'm watching this thing, and I go, oh, my God, Artie's there at the game. And, I mean, it must have been unbelievable. So, now the first thing I do is Beth is on Facebook. So I said, can you go to Gary's page? So I said, let's leave some messages.
Oh, God.
I go, we go, hey, we really loved your pitch. And I don't know, I wrote some other things. I go, oh, then I see that Gary, Thursday night, was at the Bruce Springsteen show in Toronto. Oh. He flew there with Ross. I mean, Ross ought to go have his head examined. And so should Gary. So I wrote on his thing, oh, in Toronto Thursday, maybe if you stayed home and got some sleep, you wouldn't have pitched so fucking bad.
Yeah, you shouldn't be traveling when you have to pitch.
Gary sang the first song at the Springsteen concert, and it was shit as well.
Yeah, I bet. So all of a sudden, I'm goofing. And I said, so Beth and I go, I got to call Gary. I called Gary. I go, oh, what happened? He goes, I'm on my second Scotch bowl.
Yeah, he started getting loaded.
He was getting loaded.
I had to leave.
It was unbelievable.
Really? He was that devastated that now he had to get drunk?
He had to get drunk.
Some fortitude.
I go, that was your worst nightmare? He goes, I don't know why I did it. So I didn't want to start busting his balls too bad.
Right then, yeah.
I watched this pitch. I wrote to Sal and Richard. I said, find that kid who does the animation for us. Kevin Lofton.
Yeah, Kevin Lofton.
I say, find him. I said, so follow the trajectory of the ball. After it leaves the stadium, where does it ends up in outer space? But you see it, you go with it all over. It's orbiting the Earth, the pitch.
It's space junk now.
I mean, it was unbelievably bad.
It was
Where did it go?
Well, it was a double whammy because, first of all, I wish I would have played catch with Gary because I love Gary to death. But someone's misinforming him. He can't throw. He throws like a chick.
Oh,
and I would have played catch with him for 2 seconds and begged him not to do it. I would have said, I'll teach you how to call in sick or something. I mean, you can't do it because he throws like he didn't play high school ball.
But that's why he was nervous, because you're right. He claims he can throw a ball.
He can't. He can't throw a ball. No, he can't. And I would have known it. John Hine is not his friend because John let him believe he can. Anyone who plays catch with the guy, I said 2 pitches, I could have figured out he can't throw a ball.
What is he doing wrong?
I don't know. What does my sister do wrong when she throws it? I don't know. I mean, that's the thing when you play catch with a fucking broad. Sometimes chicks go, let's play catch, and you're always running after the ball. They never reach you. And and the poor catcher for the fucking Mets. Every fucking home game, there's another jerk-off throwing out the first pitch, and this guy
get killed.
Yeah, but no, not killed. I mean, it was a double fuck-up because Gary threw the ball incredibly soft and gay.
Right.
And nowhere near the umpire had to get it. The umpire had to fucking get it.
The umpire caught the ball.
The umpire had to catch the ball because the catcher's like, I'm not getting up. I got to fucking catch a game now.
Did the umpire actually catch the ball, or did he like...
He said, go get it.
He had to go get it.
My worst nightmare, boy. Me and Robert Smigel were there. I said to Smigel, I said, what a great day. We just saw Lance Bass throw out the first pitch.
Was the umpire cracking up?
The whole stadium was laughing.
Oh, my God. First of all, they were baba-booing.
Right.
Every other word was fag. And that was just from me and Joe.
Oh, my God.
I mean, look.
Because I said to Gary, when I called him, I go, what did Artie say? He goes, oh, Artie just, hit me on the back, and he basically said, better luck next time or something. So you were, like, saving it up for the... Everyone, you know what? Here this morning, nobody would talk to Gary. Like, Will wouldn't talk to no one because, Gary says to me, oh, my God. He goes, do you notice no one's talking to me? I go, Gary, they're all waiting and saving it for the air. Listen to this. The Daily News called Gary's pitch the most embarrassing ceremonial first pitch in baseball history.
Howard, some broad who I've never heard of sang the national anthem.
Yeah.
She looked like a Britney Spears or something.
Right.
She should have thrown out the first pitch.
She would have done a better job.
And I was trying to justify what Gary did. It was Autism Awareness Day.
He should have said he had autism.
I said Gary was nice. He threw out the pitch like he's autistic.
Yeah, he wanted the kids to feel good about themselves. Will, it was obvious you weren't even talking to him.
It was great. I brought my whole family, went out to the game on Saturday. I just wanted to see him throw that pitch.
And by the way, we should mention, because it was Autism Day, Gary had brought in about 100 listeners to watch him throw the first pitch.
First of all, Gary did an incredibly nice thing. Gary probably raised a shitload of money for charity. It was a charity thing. And he made the ultimate sacrifice. He looked like a fruit.
What did Gary's son say?
I don't know. I just saw Gary put his head down. He was like so embarrassed.
First of all, Gary's kids are the nicest fucking kids. Mary's great.
Did they feel bad?
Lucas is such a sweet kid. He came up to me before the pitch and said to me, Artie, I love my dad, but if he screws up, you got to make fun of him. That's what he said.
Right.
After the pitch, he saw how sad his father was. The sweetest thing happened in the suite we had. He came back up to me and, like, dead serious, he goes, please don't be too hard on my father. So I promised him, but Lucas, you're learning something about life right now. I have a job. I got to do it. I'm making money.
You made a deal with a drug addict, Lucas. They don't tell you the truth.
This is the way it usually goes with them.
But he should have let Jackson throw it out. Because Jackson even said to me, you could tell he's a good athlete, and he said, I want to throw it out. I would love to. Like, he was ready to go,
And by the way, Sal is in the hallway for the TV cameras mimicking Gary's first pitch before we get to Will.
What's he throwing, like Sal?
Let's see. Oh, there it is. He's got the Gary mask on. You're throwing it too good. Oh, you're winding up. Okay. Take a shot put.
Oh, man.
That's funny.
Wow.
When Sal does that, that's funny. That should be Sal's stand-up act.
I mean, when I heard Will was there, I'm thinking, like, it's all Philly fans, like, in this family.
I was with every fan.
What happened when you were in the stands, you were watching?
Yeah, we were way back in the outfield, so I had a bad angle for it. So he throws the ball, and you're like, oh, okay, it's going to reach the plate. He actually threw it far enough.
Right.
But then it hits the umpire, who's about 5 feet right of the batter's box. You're like, is it even physically possible to throw the ball that badly? But then you could just see he was like crushed. John Main's pushing him off the mound. He's like, "Get out of here, asshole." This is funny.
He was crushed. Gary's face.
And it's humiliating because the fans start to boo you, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, Met fans are, first of all, self-loathing people.
Right.
Because I thought I was going to catch a lot of shit. But they were, I mean, every Met fan I saw said, "Artie, we love you. You're right, we are fags." But I have my list that maybe we should make lists. I'm definitely going to do my gayest Met list.
Right.
And Gary's in the honorary gayest Met.
Ralph, you're on the air. Did you see the pitch?
I thought Star Trek was good.
Better.
He threw like a Star Trek fan.
How do you... I don't understand, like, how did it, like, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, I mean, with all that, first of all, and then
He
Gary...
had a pitching coach.
That's nothing. You don't even know the half of it. When I spoke to Gary and he was drinking scotch on Saturday night after this fiasco, I said, "What's going on?" He goes, he had hired a psychologist
Get out of here.
to work through it with him.
Fire that guy.
He hired a guy to do 100 pitches with him, a pitching coach, and Gary goes, "I don't know. I threw 95 of those pitches perfectly, and then 5 of them went bad, and now I'm focused on the 5 that went bad." So then he hired the psychologist to work
get
through
that
with
out
him.
of his head.
He should have had the psychologist throw out the pitch.
But what you're telling me, Artie, is Gary doesn't know how to throw. He should have had the psychologist.
He doesn't. I'm telling you, I could tell. I played baseball for a long time.
Right.
And I played like hardball. I played in a fast pitch league for a while. And I know what it's like. You play catch with a guy, you could tell, okay, this guy knows how to throw a ball.
Right.
And I'm telling you, if I played catch with Gary, I could have told him, don't do it, man. Just like I would have told Chris Rock not to do it when he fucking did it. Like, I don't think Chris Rock is as funny anymore.
Was Gary's worse than Chris Rock?
Yes. I think it was the worst pitch in the history. I mean, the Met players and fans, everybody around in the suite. I mean, the autistic kids were going, "Wow." Sebastian Bach was there.
Yeah.
First of all, the Sebastian Bach had the line of the day.
What did he say?
Sebastian Bach sang 3 songs before the game, and no one was listening to him.
Right.
Well, I thought he sounded pretty good.
Right.
And afterwards, we see him, and he's like one of those, "Dude, what's up?"
Yeah, he's a heavy metal guy.
Yeah, right, heavy metal guy.
Yeah.
The lead singer of Skid Row in the 80s. But he goes, "All I know is Gary threw worse than I sang."
That's the ultimate insult.
Thank God for Gary.
Howard, there was like, we all
He threw worse than I sang.
We all took a picture.
Do you know the Daily News? I mean, for the Daily News newspaper to say...
comment even on a picture.
I mean, to say it's the single most embarrassing moment in the history of first pitches.
Yeah.
In the history of the Mets? You know
what
the
is that,
embarrassing moments the Mets have?
Oh, here it is.
Worse.
Gary Dell'Abate, we all know him as Baba Booey from the Howard Stern Show, delivered what has to be the most embarrassing ceremonial first pitch in baseball history Saturday. He had been talking for weeks on the Stern Show about doing this, and Saturday he finally got his shot. The video is below, pretty bad. He may actually be better than Perez and Green combined. If you look closely, you can see Stern sidekick Artie Lang, a Met hater, to the far left during the pitch. In all seriousness, Dell'Abate, a Mets fan, was at Citi Field, the celebrity guest for Autism Awareness Day, which is a great cause, one that's dear to my heart. Good job, Gary, on that. But
don't pitch.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to remember why he was there.
That was from the Daily News, Howard?
Daily News.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, let me check that.
You see,
Yeah, Daily News.
I think I'm absolutely sure I could do better.
Well, actually, Ralph, after that pitch, you should worry about your job. I think Gary should be picking out Howard's clothes.
I mean, what was that? What? I mean,
Howard,
first of all, so in other words, what I'm learning is Gary doesn't know he can't throw.
Yeah, and a lot of people. But you know how everyone thinks they're funny?
Right.
You know what I mean? My buddy's the funniest guy, and then you meet him and you want to punch him in the face.
Right.
There's a ton of guys who think they can throw, and they think they're athletes.
Artie, listen. He didn't even come close to the plate.
I understand, Ralph, but I'm sure Gary could at one time in his life throw. I'm sure he remembers being in the 8th grade, throwing the ball and being good. But Artie, Gary's had such a different life than playing ball for so long.
About throw like he's a pitcher, he's a sportsman or something.
You can forget to throw?
Yeah, I think you can, sure.
You get to hit the guy you're throwing at.
Well, I mean,
Maybe Gary thought the umpire was the catcher. Gary, the single worst. Do you think yours was worse than Chris Rock, even?
Gary.
No. Okay, so mine wasn't worse than Chris Rock, because mine stayed in the frame. You know, Chris Rock went out. And by the way, I would love to have Chris Rock's publicist, because you can't find a video of that anywhere.
Is that true?
You can, Howard. I searched high and low on the internet. They must have had it scrubbed.
It's not on YouTube?
Nope, not on YouTube. Nowhere.
How is that possible?
I don't know. Seriously, somebody's got it.
You were freaking out, too. You said to me, I don't understand how they're showing this on TV over. And they never show the first pitch, and yet they were showing it everywhere. In fact, here, wait, let me play these for you.
It's the most popular thing on YouTube.
Wait, let me play this. Yeah, Howard TV has video of the throw, by the way. Here's the...
let me see it again. I don't think
Here it is.
This is like watching...
Why did you do this?
Well, first of all, there's a couple of things going on. I'll let you...
What happened?
I swear to God I can throw. And I swear to God that the way that looks like I can't throw.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what was going on. No, I'm going to tell you.
I can explain it.
I'll explain it to you as best I can.
Like, do you know right away that was the... Right after you released it? When do you realize this is going horribly wrong?
So here's a few things that are going on. I can throw better than that. I promise you.
Right.
So I'm standing on the side.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
No, I got you. I knew it was one pitch. So I'm standing on the side, and I've got like 8 minutes before I have to go out there. I'm just getting more and more nervous, nervous. I start to do that thing that I do. You know how
your lips?
No, dry heave.
Oh,
dry heave. Like when I get really nervous, I start to cough like I'm going to throw up.
Oh. Gee, I didn't even know about that disgusting.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah.
I thought you meant licking your lips and teeth.
No. I start to get the dry heaves.
Wow.
So I'm doing it on the side, and the guy that's with me from the Mets is looking at me like I'm out of my fucking mind.
Right.
When I get so I've been given so much advice from so many different people. Some people say, just go out and throw it, don't pitch.
What kind of advice are they giving
some people say, just go out and throw it and don't pitch. And some people say, go and pitch. And what that was a bad combination of me saying, I'll pitch, and at the last minute go, no, I'll just throw it. You know what I mean?
It was a bad combination of gay guy and chick.
Right. Listen, I can't...
Did Artie bust your balls there, or you saved it for now?
They saved it for now.
Yeah, right. That was smart.
I'm an 8-year veteran on the show now. I know what to do.
Why waste your time there? No one can hear it.
I asked Smigel to call me with any joke he had.
What did Smigel say once it went down?
He was just laughing. I mean, he said, actually, Smigel said, he goes, listen, I love Gary, but what does he wear? He's Baba Booey. It's fucked either way.
How bad, so once you release the ball, and you see the umpire trying to, chase it down, what are you thinking at this point?
I'm thinking this is what I was afraid of. This was it. Right. This was all of it put together, the worst of the worst. I mean, you start thinking of all the things you don't want to do. You don't want to throw it over the head. You don't want to bounce it.
I mean, for my father to call me.
Oh, your father was the least who called me.
Oh, my God. Who called you?
Well, it's always funny who wants to be the first to give you bad news.
Yeah, I was pretty much the first one on your face.
I got a lot of texts.
Like, the first person to give you bad news is your arm.
Right. A lot of people were texting me. Yeah. I got about a dozen texts from Booker. It started with, hey, heard it didn't go well. Hey, that's okay. I did it once. And then around the 8th or 9th one, it's about 6:30 at night. I'm drinking, and it just goes, dude, you're on the news. That's what the text says.
Yeah. Wait, who sent you that?
Booker.
Oh, Booker.
Hey, at least you made the news, man.
Yeah, that's
true. Yeah, if you'd thrown out a perfect pitch, it would have been over.
You're way more famous than you were the other day.
This is a bit of a montage of... This is just different newscasts picking up the story.
Wow.
Which is unbelievable. Yeah, because Gary was like... this thing won't be seen. It's not going to come around.
Yeah,
blah,
I was
going
to say, you didn't think it was going to be this big.
No, I didn't think it was going to be this bad. Once I saw how bad it was, I thought... I thought... Listen, here's what happened.
This is Star Wars big.
Here's what happened. So here's what happened. So it's a bad pitch. We all know it's a bad pitch. I'm bummed out. But still, in my mind, it's... within the Howard Stern universe. Right. Meaning, you come to work on Monday, you guys make fun of me, we show it, we put it on the TV show and everybody sees it.
Jeff Curro might yell at you.
Right. Yeah, right. So and the listeners are there, but listen, the place only holds 40,000. You know what I mean? So what happens is during the game, this guy Kevin Burkhardt is a really nice guy. He interviews me during the game, and then they show it. When they show it, my heart just stopped, because then I realized now it's been taken out of the Howard Stern universe
it's on everywhere.
And sent to the world.
Right.
And then, like yesterday before the game, Jackson puts the game on every day, And before the game, you know that mayor of Cincinnati that threw like the worst pitch ever? I turn on the game, it's 12:59, and I see they're doing a side-by-side.
Oh, my God.
I'm not kidding. But here's the worst. Here's the worst part of the whole thing. This is one of the worst catastrophes I've ever seen. They say it's close.
Wouldn't it be cool if Major League Baseball started to use this clip like in an opening montage for every single game?
Like it became like a wide world of sports.
This week in fags.
So they decided that as bad as mine was, it's pretty bad, but not quite as bad as the mayor of Cincinnati, but it's very close.
Right.
So I realize now that for all eternity, I'm the second worst pitch. You know, the worst pitch in New York, the second worst pitch, and I'm linked to the mayor of Cincinnati.
This might make Jackson a Yankee fan.
Well, all of this is going on the whole weekend, like, leading up to this. Mary's, like, getting mad at me, even, like, the couple of days before the game.
Because you're stressed out.
I'm stressed out. I'm ruining everything, and, you know.
Because Beth said to me, how will Mary be about this? I said, Mary's a real ball buster. She's not going to sit and give him any compassion.
No, so
she shouldn't. I mean, this is ridiculous.
So it's the whole thing.
He embarrassed the whole family.
Have Mary and your sons been relocated yet?
Are they in the witness protection program?
All right, here's your new name.
So we get home on Saturday, and I'm really bummed out. Mary's like, God, like, I've been putting up with this for 2 weeks. Is this going to go on now?
Right.
I go, Mary, it's all over the fucking news.
Yeah.
She goes, who gives a shit? Like, really, what do you care? You did a great thing
you're
for
a
autism.
man.
And I'm like, you're a woman. You do not understand what this means.
And she goes, you're a woman, too.
So, yesterday...
How do you understand what it means?
So yesterday at 1 o'clock after this thing is on TV...
Right.
Wow. I just, hang my head, and I go in my office, and I'm in there. And she just comes in, and she goes... So you're gonna ruin Mother's Day? She goes, this is what it's gonna be. She goes, this is my day, and now it's all about you.
Oh my God, you're really. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, this is way up there, right?
Oh my God, no, it's a
disaster.
Howard, the Met fans were so brutal because we were on the field,
right?
And Gary was ahead of me, and me and Joe were walking by. All these fans stopped to tell me what to say on the show, like they would tell me their names. These two brothers came up to me and said, Artie, tell Gary that Jake and Chubba from Queens says he's a fag.
Can I just say you could not have done a better job?
Thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, this is the greatest for the show. I mean, it's
Gary fucked up at the ball game. Looked like a dope in front of the crowd. Threw like a sissy, and that's a fact. His throw should be considered a homosexual act. So let's boo. Boo, boo, ba, ba, boo. He should be spanked by Hal McRae. 'Cause it's 1, 2, 3 times you're gay when you throw 20 feet from home plate.
I can't do it. I'm too stupid. I just can't figure it out, I swear. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm an idiot. I'm a friggin' idiot. Go fuck yourself. Shut up, asshole. Fuck you, you white asshole.
Fuck you, you white asshole.
You white asshole.
Oh, what was that?
Richard, by the way, Richard, I guess, definitely grew up in Kansas because the one player he put in there is
Hal McRae.
The 1977 Royals.
Hey, this is sweet. Gary's kids are on the phone. They want to make him feel better. Hey, Gary's kids. Oh, that's mean. Kids, what do you think of your dad? All right, they can't stop.
That sounds like Jake and Chubba from Queens.
Howard, here's how you know it's really, really bad. I get a text. I'm going to pick up my mother to bring her home for Mother's Day. I get a text on my phone, and it says, sorry about the first pitch. How are you doing? And you know how people text you and you don't know who it is?
Yeah.
So I go, who sent this? Because they should put their name on it. So what I usually do is I hit the button to dial it, and then I usually get the person's voicemail. It was the owner of the Mets.
Oh,
it was Jeff Wilpon.
You're kidding me.
I sort of know him. But he's just like, he wanted to see how I was doing.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
By the way, they announced the game in Spanish. You could even hear during Gary's first pitch they reference it.
Pero primero, aquí está Gary Dell'Abate del Howard Stern Show para tirar la primera pelota del juego.
Please welcome Gary Dell'Abate.
También lo conoces como Baba Booey. Y ahí va. A la puchica, este pendejo Monkey Boy no puede tirar para nada. Quizás con ese gran peso de su tooth and gums enorme, su balance ya está todo chiflado. Los otros jugadores ya casi están cayendo por el ass breath que tiene este hombre. Ahí va ese Neanderthal jungle creature, oímos. Todo el mundo. Y ya vamos a regresar después de este comercial.
Oh, my God.
Wow. I got to tell you, the other thing is, it's a real, sociological study in how people treat you, because some people who you think are your friends, like I got a couple of emails from people who were really, put the best spin on it. Like John Hine, okay, is a great friend, but like Mark Tinker and Jeff Probst both sent me notes that were like, dude, it was a fucking disaster, but but trying to be supportive. And then some people are just like, what the fuck?
Just assholes.
Did you read what I wrote on your Facebook?
Yeah.
I wrote, I was nasty. I wrote, what the fuck are you? First of all, I see Baba Booey went off to Toronto. I said,
I love how you can always connect those two.
I wrote, how did you have time
Following Springsteen?
Yeah, I
saw Springsteen in 79. That's why I fucked the pitch.
I go, how do you... He went to Toronto Thursday night. I go, how do you have time to go to Toronto? And Ross Zapin, too.
I'm off on Friday.
Springsteen will be here. Why does he have to go to Toronto?
I'm going next week in New Jersey, 10 feet from my house.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
But you know what, Howard? If I had time, I would have gone.
I go, maybe if you didn't jet off to Toronto, you would have been awake enough to fucking throw the pitch.
Why do you need to see him in Toronto?
I don't know.
Is he better in Toronto?
What did you do? You went to the... I heard the plane was late, the whole thing.
Yeah, the plane was delayed. We barely got there.
Oh, my God.
But we got there.
Why would you put yourself through that? Fucking insane. What do you got there, Jason?
An article from Newsday.com.
Newsday.
What does Newsday say?
Let's see. Howard Stern's longtime producer, Gary Dell'Abate, is infamously known as Baba Booey. The history of the nickname comes from a mistake Dell'Abate made in the studio many years ago. Saturday, Baba Booey messed up again, big time. Watch it. Then they have the tape on the Newsday.com.
Oh, they direct you to that. Huh?
Yeah.
They're driving people to the website with it.
And then like guys write comments underneath it, and it's like, God. Ouch, Gary. This pitch just makes me cringe. I watched it live about 15 times. As someone who pitched for 10 years, he should have called me and not a sports psychologist, as he claims.
Howard, that's not a comment. That's the author.
Oh, that's the author.
Oh, my God. That's the writer from Newsday.
The key... Oh, I thought it was like a kid. This is great. The key is to put zip on the ball, Gary, and throw over the top. I really can't decide what it looked like. Maybe a boomerang throw. But I've never thrown a boomerang. It just looks horrible. Continuing to pile on, it's one of the most unathletic things I've ever seen from a grown man. It ranks second to Chris Rock's opening pitch, so at least you're behind Chris Rock. There's some good in this.
Apparently it's worse than Chris Rock's, right?
Artie loves this.
Let me just say that. The last time I was at a Met game was 1985, I told Gary. And the only 2 times I went back to Shea Stadium after that was to see The Who and the Rolling Stones.
Right.
This blew both away.
Did you know right away, like as someone who played ball, when even the wind-up is sort of...
Well, I didn't wind up.
My suggestion to Gary was to wind up, because if you wind up, you kind of get lost in the wind-up a little bit, and it takes your head off throwing.
Right.
Like,
but a lot of people said, and then already just as many people said don't wind up.
Really?
People just said, just throw it like you're throwing it in the front yard. Again, I'm telling you.
Well, clearly you should have listened to them.
I'm telling you, Jackson and I went out on the front lawn that morning because I walked it off. I threw the pitch, and it was a strike.
Walked it off.
In other words, we had the distance.
You
walked
measured
up
it
the
off.
distance. Tag.
Here's the problem, Gary. You spent way too much time thinking about that.
That's right.
Well,
That's
can
right.
I say something?
But
first of all, why put yourself in that position? In other words, I don't even think I've thrown a hard ball in my life. I don't know, maybe 10 times.
You do better, though, I'm sure.
I think I would, because I've thrown balls and they...
Well, you're the type of person who the type A would kick into, where you'd obsess, you'd make sure you could do it, otherwise you wouldn't do it.
Of course. Right. In other words, why did you... Gary, you can't throw a ball. I've never seen...
I swear to God I can, and I swear to God I throw a ball every day.
When you... I don't know what you call this. When you go like this...
But I decided to do...
That's how that's like a girl throws.
I decided to do 10 things at once.
It looked like you were in the Go-Go's.
Yeah. Listen, I won't deny for a second how bad it looks. And I can throw.
Is the way you threw it.
I know, but that's because I tried. Like, I went to go...
Artie, like this one.
Howard, I know. I couldn't even do it. I tried to imitate it, and everything I did looked more manly.
Artie being there, was that like the greatest thing ever?
Ralph, I'm telling you, it was better than any concert I've been to. It was the atmosphere. First of all, I wanted to hate that place, and I fucking love it.
It was nice, huh?
Baseball heaven, man.
Wow. So will you go again? Will you maybe go to some Met games?
Well, if the Yankees beat them again in the World Series, I'll go, yeah.
Right.
I showed
Do you
Jackson.
like it better than the new Yankee Stadium?
Well, I haven't been there yet. I'm going to the Yankee game with my tickets for the first time Friday coming up.
All right.
And I can't wait.
Throw a ball out there.
Yeah, but
I could hit. If you were standing at home plate, I probably could hit you.
But
you want a second shot at this?
No.
Why don't you?
I thought about it. I really did. I thought about it.
Would you like me to arrange for that?
No.
That would be too funny.
It would be the best.
I understand
because it's the pressure that I can't.
But I understand. What I understand about Gary's situation is the pressure because. Look, I've thrown a baseball a million times, and I threw out the first pitch in a Newark Bears game, which isn't even close to being as devastatingly pressure-packed as this. It's a lot of pressure.
But this is his worst thing. In other words, he couldn't have thrown it worse. In other words, let's say he had missed. Let's say he didn't get a strike. Let's say, it
dribbled or something.
Or maybe he didn't even reach home plate.
Yeah.
At least this was his worst nightmare. I mean, it couldn't have been worse than
it was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
That ball is somewhere on the moon right now.
It's like the greatest episode of Seinfeld ever.
It's like an air ball.
Do they give you the ball after?
Oh, yeah, I have it.
Oh, did you throw it out?
No, it's at my house.
I mean, you don't want to be reminded.
The ball is defective.
Why would you keep that?
You know what, Garrett?
Throw it in the garbage.
You should keep it and have have Lance Bass sign it or something.
Oh. Yeah, that's funny.
Like have all of NSYNC sign it.
No, have it analyzed.
Good bitch, Joey Fatone. Hey, great throw, Garrett. Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't you, Gary. You have that analyzed. Something's wrong with that ball.
You should have signed it that guy Lou who discovered the Backstreet Boys.
No, he's in prison. I can get it to him.
The guy who's in prison for fucking boys.
I'm gonna ask Mary.
Allegedly fucking a boy.
I'm gonna ask Mary to send me the ball, and I'm gonna send it to Lou.
Just send it to whatever ass fuck prison Lou's in, and say, Lou, next time your cellmate's fucking you, could you sign this ball? To Gary.
Poor Gary. Gary's standing here while Artie and I are laughing.
But you know what?
And you don't even know what to do with yourself.
I mean, this is,
You expected it.
Expected it.
Can I just say, for people who haven't seen it, with the camera, when the camera's on it, he throws it off camera.
No, I know. If they charge money on YouTube? I've never been on it. I don't know.
No, it's free.
Oh, yeah, I was saying, if they charged, it had to make more than Star Trek this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. This will be the most downloaded clip ever in the history.
But, in a sense, it proves sort of how many people... It's amazing how many people know, and it's a testament to the show, Baba Booey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane. Like, all 40,000 people knew. When you say Baba Booey, all the fucking ushers... Oh, wait, this is the greatest thing ever. So there's a guy, Charlie, who works there.
Yeah.
Charlie is a quintessential New Yorker, like the greatest guy. When he goes, Artie, tell Howard I said, I love you, man. My son loves the show. You can meet my son, blah, blah, blah. He goes, what's Gary going to do? You think he's going to throw the ball good? I'm like, I guess, we'll see what happens. After Gary threw the ball, Charlie's walking around. He's supposed to be working. Charlie's walking around going to everybody, what a fucking fag! I've never seen a faggot throw! He came up to me red in his face laughing, going, Artie, that was the gayest thing I've ever seen! And I once saw a guy suck a cock!
Is that what he said?
That guy's a comedian.
Charlie, if you're listening, call in. That's the gayest thing I've ever seen, and I once saw a guy suck a cock.
Hook-Nose Mike is on the air. We've spoken to him in a while. Hook-Nose, hi.
Hey, good morning, Howard. You Hook-Nose, you bastard. Listen, Gary, you have to let Howard set it up again. You got to redeem yourself.
I think in a way you do.
You do.
Yeah, good. That's good advice, Hook-Nose.
No, but Gary really needs to go out there and throw the pitch
Listen,
properly.
You need to get this one behind you.
Garrett, do me a favor. Can we play catch one day?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to say if Gary should do it again. I'm going to be brutally honest.
Yeah.
All right.
But
Hey,
based
Howard,
on what you saw...
film Artie having a catch with
Yeah, we'll film it. But Artie, based on what you saw...
Right.
I mean, Gary gives you this thing, he was winding up, but also doing something else, 10 different throws.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, he can't throw, and he doesn't know it. And he's one of those guys, like you say, who thinks they're funny, and they're not.
Right.
And you saw absolutely no indication that he can throw.
Listen, you know how... Look, like, when I went to see a shrink for the first time, he told me how fucked up I am because he's an expert. He's like, look, dude, you're fucked up.
And you accepted it.
Yeah, I accept because, the guy knows what he's talking about. Major League pitchers are calling Gary and saying it was the worst thing they've ever seen. I mean,
the guy from the Daily News.
The owner of the Mets, the Daily News.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Gary really is
my father hasn't called me in 10 years.
Hello?
My father goes, my father's like, did you see that pitch? I go, yeah, Dad. He goes, well, what kind of pitch was that? He It was unbelievable.
Yeah,
we got to call my dad.
Guys get angry about that because I get off the plane yesterday and the guy who meets me at the plane says, Gary sucks.
Well, Gary is a guy's guy. Like, Gary knows sports. You can talk to sports. So you think it's going to be better.
But you know what's bad? Listen to these reports. My name's all over his shitty pitch.
Right, I know. Your name's getting dragged through the mud.
Again.
Yeah, he fucked me, really. I'm the one getting fucked.
I said to Gary, you know what? You got to beg Bob Schimmel to beat up his wife.
You need to go into the witness protection program with Mary Jackson and Lucas.
Already said that, not me.
No, almost, allegedly beat up his wife.
Thank you. There's a whole other thing going on.
Listen to this. This is a montage of Baba Booey's first pitch news stories that were immediately on TV.
Wow.
The game's first pitch was thrown out by Howard Stern's producer, Gary Dell'Abate. A little awful. Baba Booey, Baba blew it.
Gary Dell'Abate from Howard Stern. Baba Booey, that's just embarrassing.
Baba Booey, not sure who he is, but I'm told he's a Howard Stern personality. Well, he can't pitch. Throws the first pitch badly.
Howard Stern's sidekick, Baba Booey, threw out one of the worst ceremonial first pitches on record.
Oh, my God.
Again, he didn't come close to finding the catcher.
Baba Booey from the Howard Stern Show. That's the worst first pitch I've ever seen.
Baba Booey. Gary Dell'Abate from the Howard Stern Show, throwing out the first pitch at the Pirates-Mets game.
Oh, my God.
Didn't go real well.
Fans of Howard Stern, this is Baba Booey for you. And that guy, for all the bad karma he's built up, that's exactly what he deserves.
And today at Citi Field, Gary Dell'Abate of the Howard Stern Show shows how not to throw a ceremonial first pitch. As Bob Uecker would say, the pitch was just a bit outside. Obviously, the guy they call Baba Booey never played baseball at his former high school, Uniondale High on Long Island. In the words of Bill Walton, that was horrible.
To New York, Baba Booey from the Howard Stern Show throwing the first pitch badly. I hope they Baba booed him out of the park.
I mean, that is really your worst nightmare, guy.
That's it.
It's like the greatest episode of Seinfeld ever.
But again,
you're George.
Uniondale High School.
They've got
embarrassed.
history.
See, that explains one of my guys I went to high school wrote me on Facebook about embarrassing the high school. But now
Gary, this is a disaster.
How do I leave the house, Ralph? At the end of the day, it's hugely embarrassing. I still produce a major radio show.
He lives in Connecticut. There's no fruits up there.
Gary, all I consider, you can't throw a ball.
Okay, fine. You can't get a job.
Yeah, I have a job.
No, you don't.
And I can throw a ball better than you.
That I would like to see.
That I promise you. I'll bet you $1,000 I could throw a ball better than you.
I'll tell you what, Ralph, because you're such a big mouth.
Yeah.
Why don't you go and throw out the first pitch at Citi Field?
Sure, why not?
I mean, because
they're not looking for him.
No, but I'm saying, he thinks he can throw it better, but but he doesn't care about the pressure because he's half a bag anyway.
But Gary,
do I have to
he probably can throw it better because he's good. Anyone can outdo that pitch, probably.
Well, not anyone.
I like the chick who goes, and Gary Baba blew it.
Oh my God!
I like when they call him Gary Dell'Abate.
I know, but they all get Baba Booey correct.
Yeah, that they get.
First of all, if you put it on a scale,
when a chick says he Baba blew it.
Chris Rock grew up, I think, in a project in Bed-Stuy.
Right.
He probably never played
There
Little League.
wasn't a field anywhere near him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like his father probably left him at an early age.
I don't know if Rock.
He's from his father was there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
black guy and his father was there. Okay.
According to the show, everyone hates Chris. He's got a dad. I don't know, but he grew up in Bed-Stuy. I know, so there's he probably didn't spend a lot of time playing ball.
Yeah.
So you gotta give Rock that a little bit. Gary actually played. Gary's is probably worse than Chris is on that level.
I mean, all the preparation.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Doug Goodstein from Howard TV.
We have multiple angles of this, so we just analyzed the side angle of Gary, and in mid-pitch, you'll see, he licks his lips, too.
By the way, how do you have multiple angles of this? Because you were allowed to shoot this,
we're doing a real licensing deal with Major League Baseball.
Yeah, Doug sends
me,
before you roll
stolen footage.
Yeah, Doug sent me a note this morning. Tell everyone not to watch YouTube, only watch it on Howard TV, because we have a licensed agreement with the Major League Baseball.
It's just frustrating.
I'm sitting there laughing. Yeah, okay, Doug.
Yeah, everybody's going to say, Evan,
it's so frustrating. I spent hours making a deal with Major League Baseball on Friday, and then,
Yeah, but you got the multiple angles and stuff. enough. Everyone will tune into Howard TV.
Look, Howard's a powerful guy, but I don't think in this day and age you get no one to watch YouTube.
I know, but Howard says
no one watch YouTube.
I didn't say that. I said if you're going to promote it, promote Howard TV, not YouTube where it's illegal.
Well, because no one's going to wait for Howard TV. They're going to watch on YouTube, but you're going to have a funny multiple angle.
And then after this, there's also a shot when Gary ran out. He did something weird too. I don't even know if
I just jumped over the line.
Yeah, he did like a weird hop over the line.
All right, so here's Gary from another angle. Artie, watch carefully. You're our expert. Go ahead. Here we go. Look, where did he go wrong? Ooh.
Right there.
Yeah. See, even I know, and I'm not an expert.
Oh, look at his face.
It looks like he was aiming for the stand.
There's a beaten man.
You look like a beaten man.
Are any Met players laughing in the background?
Well, that's another thing. So I got a buddy who works for Rawlings, and he knows all the players. So the whole time he's emailing me, like, good luck with the pitch, how did it go? And he sent me back a note. This is probably the most stinging one of all. I got reports from all the players. It's worse than you imagine.
Oh, my God.
So that means, like, the players are like, now it's like the inside joke of the clubhouse.
Yeah. I know how much this matters to Gary.
And it would matter to me, too. Yeah. I mean, that's where I can relate to it.
That's why you fucked up.
Well, listen, I don't know, Howard. Maybe I would. But the one thing, like, what I would say in my head was, just don't look like a chick.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, just I would throw it as hard as I could, and if it went wild, I would go, look, a lot of Major League pitchers throw wild, too.
Absolutely.
But just don't look like a broad. I don't know. You know, it's a lot of pressure.
Artie, be honest. You wouldn't have thrown a ball like that.
No, of course he wouldn't.
It's physically impossible.
Here's that little hop.
You couldn't look like that.
I don't think so.
Here's the Gary hop.
Well, that's superstition. That's
a lot of players do that.
Managers do that.
He should have stepped all over that line.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you cared about superstition.
And you know, I just want to point out one thing. Not that it matters much, but I didn't hire a sports psychiatrist. The guy, Fred, the guy emailed Fred and
whatever.
That I called, but I didn't hire him. I didn't pay him.
You met with him though?
No. He gave me his phone number, and I talked to him on the way home one day.
Yeah.
He
was a big help.
How are you a Little League coach? Do you teach the kids how to throw?
Oh, my God. How can he go back?
Well,
yeah,
Little League chicks play.
Well, no, by the time I get them, they know how to throw, so I'm not teaching them how to throw. I'm teaching them where to throw. Listen, I pitch batting practice. I'm telling you, I can do better than that.
Right.
Batting practice.
You know who's the greatest?
Batting practice for who?
For the guys in the dugout?
What is that, Ralph?
Gary has like a jersey, like a baseball jersey on too.
Yeah,
no, it's a T-shirt, Ralph.
They gave him a Met shirt that said Baba Boo. Why number 9, by the way?
You know, I don't know. The guy handed it to me. I have no idea what the number meant.
That really was Bruce Beauclair's number. One quick Sebastian Bach story, because it was the funniest thing ever.
He's out of control.
He's out of control, but
he's tie his dick in a knot.
Okay. No, but sort of.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Everybody who's half a celebrity at one point who's down on the field, they asked to take a picture with all the autistic kids. There were like 10-year-old autistic kids there.
Probably like 10 autistic kids.
10-year-old autistic kids, okay?
Right.
They're right in front of us. They hear everything you say. And even I'm an obnoxious prick. I'm watching what I say. Sebastian Bach comes over to get in the picture. He wraps his arms around like me and Joe, like we're at a fucking Coke party or something. And he goes, dude, what's up? I got the best fucking weed in New York, man. Let's go fucking get stoned after this shit. This shit is like turpentine that I got. And he goes, Gary, thanks for talking about my cock. Gary always talks about my fucking cock on the show, man. And the autistic kids are like jumping up and down.
He said cock a good half a dozen times.
They're totally oblivious that there are kids around.
Yeah, like even my son.
Hey, man, what's the big deal? They got cocks, too. Yeah, who cares? And then he says,
who cares? They don't know what's going on.
He goes, dude, I read your book, and you know how your father took you to the front row at a Yankee game? My father did the same thing to me at a Kiss concert. But he said cock, God, what,
6 times, 7 times.
And the kids are looking at him because he's screaming.
Right.
And
he's used to getting a lot of attention.
But I thought he sounded pretty good when he sang. I liked it. But it was funny to see that guy.
Did you explain to him that you're there with your police officer who's making sure you don't do any weed?
No, but Joe heard the whole thing. He said, I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah.
He said, because he kept going.
Would that have been a temptation?
To smoke weed with Sebastian Bach? Yeah. Yeah, just because it's Sebastian Bach.
Right.
I remember, at an AA meeting once, I got up and I said, when I was like 27 years old, the first time I ever went, I said, well, I'm never drinking again. And then I said, unless I ever meet Frank Sinatra, and he wants me to have a scotch. I mean,
that's funny.
Guys, you wouldn't drink a scotch with Frank Sinatra?
You said that at an AA meeting?
Yeah, I got thrown out.
So, Gary, someone told me that your attitude with this pitch is that you're going to embrace it fully and just start living like a woman. You're going to start...
Really? Who told you that?
That's what someone told me. Like, you're going to get you the operation.
Changing his name.
Yeah.
That's who you should get to sign the ball, Siobhan.
Dominic, you're on the air.
Well, two things. First thing, I had to go to criminal court Sunday morning. A businessman got into a fight with his girlfriend, beat her up. I go all the way in the back where everyone's locked up and all these people are in there. And I go up to my client, and here he is, never in trouble in his life. He says, first thing he says to me is, did you see that pitch?
Is that true?
Is there any chance that that's true,
There's
Howard?
no way that's true.
Dominic is so...
Guys in jail?
Yeah, that's the first thing on his mind, Dominic. I mean, really. A guy's in fucking jail getting ready to be ass raped, and that's his first thing.
Can I tell you, walking in the streets, people are yelling it out?
To you?
Just yelling it out, of course. It's incredible.
The pitch heard round the world.
All right, thank you, Dominic.
To be yelling once you get married for a fifth time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure which is more embarrassing.
You're dating your ex-wife?
Speaking of Dominic, Gary would have done better if he just ran up to the umpire and hit him with a plate of pasta.
Here's Artie's friend, Charlie. Do you know Charlie?
Oh, Charlie, yeah.
Charlie, yeah.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Oh, my God. It was the most retarded thing I've ever seen. I volunteered at a fucking mental institution for fucking 4 years after school. I'm not fucking kidding. Good morning, everybody.
Morning. How do you know Artie?
Well, I worked at a City Field.
No, I met him for the first time on the field.
This isn't that guy.
This isn't
him. This is a younger guy. Charlie's an older guy.
Charlie, yeah, where exactly did we meet?
Right by, with the first time that I saw you City Field.
Yeah, no, this ain't him.
Yeah, he's pretending to be Charlie.
Good ear, Gary.
I actually know Charlie pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
Wolfie, go ahead.
Friend.
Hey, Howard, I'm not one to usually be negative, but I've seen better arms on a snake. It reminded you of a little kid. They just wind up and throw, and they're 2 feet away from you, and the ball just completely jumps to the side. And I was actually rooting for the guy because his kids were there.
You know what did Gary in? I'll tell you what did Gary in, Wolfie. The pitch itself was not televised originally. You went out and did the first pitch. They don't televise that.
Well, they wouldn't have televised this one either.
Right. What happened
the pitch in general is not televised.
You were interviewed during the game, and that's what did you in. They did the replay.
That's what I'm saying.
That was in the body.
That's when it was taken out of the Howard Stern universe and brought to the whole world. That's what did me in.
Want to hear that clip?
The body of the game.
As long as we're playing clips, I ought to play you that.
Hey, can I just point out, I'll help you with this one, as long as we're going the full route.
Yeah, where is it, by the way?
It's right below Gary page 2. It says Kevin Burkhardt.
Set up for this. Gary fucks up the pitch in red.
Yeah.
It's Gary, GFP page, Gary fuck up pitch.
Did you find Howard?
Yeah, Gary interviewed.
Okay, but the important thing is, so Kevin Burkhardt is the field reporter. So
GGP, Gary Gay pitch in red. Wait, Gary Gay pitch in pink.
So Kevin Burkhardt
is the jokes are endless.
Page 3.
This just writes itself.
Hey, Artie, can I ask you a question?
Wait, let me throw up.
Can I ask you a question?
It is a sitcom episode.
You know what? The other thing, Gary, when I went on YouTube, and, like my father said, my father still doesn't understand technology. I go, I'm going to go right on the computer and watch it. He goes, you can go on the computer.
You have it there?
You have it there? He couldn't even comprehend it. Like, he doesn't even live in the universe.
Neither do I.
But as soon as I turn on, I go, that's Artie standing right next to the catcher. And I go, why the fuck, no matter what, would Gary have Artie? That had to, like...
That had to throw you off, too.
I didn't invite him. He just said he wanted to come, and I said, okay.
I said I might go. Nowadays, I'm not on heroin. I'm up in the morning. I'm like, let's go outside. Yeah. I said to Joe, let's go to fucking City Field. I'm dying to see what it looks like. And Gary... it's a good cause and everything, and we all tried to help out the charity, and you get to see Gary throw like a fucking fag.
Hey,
here it is again.
Okay, it.
There's Artie. See, there's Artie.
Right.
By the way, look at about half the size of what he was.
Yeah.
How much weight have you lost?
40 pounds, Howard.
Wow.
I couldn't recognize you on the screen. You're so small.
The guy in the yellow, by the way, Howard, that's Charlie.
That's Charlie in the yellow. Right there.
This guy right here?
Yeah, he's been an usher. He was an usher at Shea. He's been there forever.
He's down on the field, too.
No, he's always on the field.
I pointed to Lucas and Jackson because the old Shea Stadium's not there anymore. It's actually kind of sad.
Yeah.
I said, you see this parking lot? And they're like, yeah. I said that's where the Yankees beat the Mets in 2000.
Hey, I have a question.
What?
Can't you get whacked with a ball? Look at how close the people are to the...
Well, no, Gary,
not during the game. They're not there during the game.
Oh, what is this?
This is Gary's pitch.
This is my pitch.
Yeah, I know, but during the game, they're not sitting there?
No. What do you say? Oh, the people
They're
that sit
sitting
net.
there.
There's a net there.
There's a big net.
There's a big net. And the people that are like where Artie is, those people aren't on the field during the game.
All right. No, I don't mean the people on the field. I meant I didn't see the net.
The big net there, yeah.
Wow, that's good. So, Gary, are you guys... here they're rolling it from a different angle.
Watch the same angle. If you notice me, I turn around and stuff like that.
Yeah, now watch Artie. Artie's going to come... Artie's like... Artie's cracking up already. I think there's that guy Charlie talking to you.
Yeah, Charlie ran over to me, and he just got... I mean, like within 2 seconds, I turned around.
Look at what's going on. Forget Gary's pitch. Watch behind him.
I got to watch Artie.
Artie moves to the side. The pitch goes off. Now Charlie runs toward Artie. Artie is doubled over with laughter.
Charlie ran over. That's what he said, the second cock line.
What was the line again?
He said, Artie, that's the gayest thing I've ever seen, and I once saw a guy suck a cock.
There's not a bad angle of that.
Oh, my God. Mike, go ahead.
There ain't a good angle of it either.
Yeah, Mike.
Howard?
Yes.
Yeah, how about we put this on a loop, man, for Howard TV so we can see it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But not only that, I want to get can you get, like, close-ups of the frightening looks of the players, of the people in the stands?
I wonder if, like, the Sabruder film, if they can just take it, like do a close-up on Artie, close-up on Charlie.
And even watch the trajectory of the ball here. And now here's where it goes off.
And then, like, see people in the stands, like, in other words, those people behind the net there, like, if they could just, like, somehow graphically improve the film.
It would be great if a guy like the Zapruder film...
the expressions on their faces.
It would be great if a guy like the Kennedy assassination, where people like, there's another ball coming from a grassy knoll.
That's what you should have done. You should have had, like, somebody throw it from somewhere else.
Right, and forget
You should have had someone else throw it.
You were going to play that tape. I'm just trying to keep you on track.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry.
We got time.
Much like Baba Booey, Gary thought that would go away in a week. This is never going away. There's another one that's going to be with us forever.
Do you know the fans, Howard, are so funny? Like, the Jake and Chubba guys, they said to me, listen, we're big Howard fans. You got to bust Gary's balls so I look like a fag. And then he said, could you say Happy Mother's Day to Jake and Chubba's mom on the air?
In the middle of everything.
I said, yeah, that's what I'll do.
Frank, you're on the air in Longview. Longview, what is it, Washington?
Yes.
Okay.
Great pitch, Gary.
Do I detect sarcasm?
Oh, just a little bit. It was beautiful. No, actually, I loved it.
All right, Frank, there you go. So here's a guy who liked it.
Do it again.
Thank you, Frank.
Gary, please. Oh, give him another chance. And I want to see Artie pitch.
Listen, man, I'd love to throw out the first pitch of the Yankee game, but the Yankees are notoriously snooty. They're a snobby organization.
Yeah.
I mean they actually don't let just anybody onto the field.
I think you know what, and this pisses me off about the fucking Yankees. You know, because Babe Ruth, fucked whores and drank and everything. I think they'd have an issue with this show, maybe, but I'm going to try. I would love to. I mean, listen, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I'll try.
If they have an issue with the show, I mean, George Steinbrenner used to do the show all the time.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
That's right. You guys used to interview him.
In fact, when the guy from Anthrax stole the on-deck circle down at Tampa, he was going to go to jail, and he called Howard and said, I know you're friends with Steinbrenner. Please help me.
Wow.
And we got Steinbrenner on the phone, and Howard said, hey, he's a good guy. He didn't mean it. And Steinbrenner dropped the charges.
I forgot about that.
So listen, we're that friendly.
I'll try to do it. And it would be pressure on me. It would. If anyone can make that happen out there in Yankee land.
I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Brett, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Gary. I just want to know which is more embarrassing to look at, your pitch or your boo-hoo, I miss you video.
Oh, the love video. Oh. Which is worse to you in terms of, like, the show and taking abuse?
So it's hard to tell. This one's too new.
Right.
Like, I need a couple of weeks to go by, but I guess they're probably pretty equal.
By a mile.
Ralph, I was just talking.
This is really embarrassing, Gary.
The only thing that sucks about this for Gary is he can't sell you the video.
That's right.
It happened already.
Yeah.
The freebie.
Yeah, that love video was pretty bad, but...
this is way worse.
Gary says the pitch is worse. I would think the love video would be worse.
I said I haven't decided yet.
How did you do? You did interviews after that? Like, how did you just not run out of there?
Because I had an obligation to the Autism Society, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, so here is the interview Gary did. So
can I point something out? So this guy, Kevin Burkhardt, he's like a field reporter, really nice guy. So he's interviewing me, and I know this has been set up in advance, because Howard was asking me the other day, why on earth would you do an interview? But this was set up in advance that I would promote the Autism Society. The important thing to hear on this, because it is funny, is I think it's Keith Hernandez and Howie Rose are in the booth. And when I start talking about it, you can hear them laughing.
Keith Hernandez, who I loved calling a coked-up fag when I was in the... Keith Hernandez had a coke issue.
Yeah, no, that's documented.
That's documented.
The other part is not documented.
But I added fag. We know that.
No. You just call everyone a fag.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
They don't have to be gay.
It doesn't mean anything.
I'm going to be calling Gary a fag for the next 50
Meanwhile,
years.
how embarrassing, because you know all those greats. I mean, Keith Hernandez is legendary.
Yeah. One of the best first basemen who's ever lived.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys, and like Howie Rose is watching the game.
That's why there's pressure. I mean, right before, I was so, again, I wanted to hate the place, but I became a little kid again. Yeah. When I got down on the field before Gary threw the pitch, David Wright, my honorary gayest Met besides Gary, and Carlos Delgado were playing what the players call long toss. They were probably a football field away from each other, and they casually just tossed the ball. And they, you know, it's like a line drive right to the other guy's mitt. You're looking at these amazing athletes, and every fucking 10-year-old kid is in awe. They're looking at two all-stars, and I'm thinking, what's going, like these are men and we're boys almost, and Gary's got to go throw out a pitch in front of these guys. It could not have gone any worse. I mean, it would be like getting the shit kicked out of you in front of Mike Tyson. You know?
Did the autism kids laugh at you, Gary?
Yeah, they all did.
Well, they all laughed. This is the first hour of the show. I said, I got an easy job on Monday. I woke up kind of happy.
You kidding me? I had a stand-up gig that night, Howard. It was the first half hour of my act. It was perfect.
Ron Darling was calling the game, right? Wasn't he?
Well, he might have been at some point.
Gary Cohn?
It was Ron Darling and Gary Cohn. Is it Howie Rose? I can't remember if he's still with the...
I don't know if... I don't listen to Met games. I don't know.
Okay. And you know what? When you meet these guys, and you've met some of these guys before, you're just a fan. They're happy to meet you. Now you're going to be that gay guy throughout that horrible thing.
Listen, Gary's pitch was so gay.
And Gary likes to be, you know, cool in front of the Mets and all that.
Everyone does, not the Mets.
You shouldn't have done this. I told you not to do it.
I got to tell you, the worst part is
I told you not to do it. I did. I said, get out of it.
Then how come? And when I said last Monday I was going to have Jackson do it, you go, don't do that.
No, I said you should have done that from the beginning.
I said don't do it. I
told you not to be stupid, you moron.
But Gary's pitch was so gay, if he was Scott DePace's son, Scott wouldn't let him in the house anymore.
Right. Okay, so here's Gary interviewed, and this is when he knew it went horribly wrong, because I think Gary was shocked that during the interview about autism, then the guy goes, let's take a look at that pitch.
Shocked. I got to tell you.
Speaking of autism.
Because then you know. Because then you know.
It'll never go away.
It's never going away.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people said, oh, you turned out the first pitch, I'll tune into the game. And I go, no, it's not televised.
Speaking of gay autistic children.
Here we go. Yeah, that's it.
If anybody doesn't understand what autism is.
That's the greatest comment since... go ahead, call me Baba Booey. I'll last a day. When you said, oh, yeah, don't even bother tuning in. It's not televised.
It shouldn't have been televised.
Yeah. Well, here it is.
Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt.
Guys, Howard Stern fans know exactly who this guy is. It's Gary Dell'Abate, the producer for 25 years.
Robin Quivers.
Stern Show, also Baba Booey. We all know you by that as well. You are also the host here of Autism Awareness Day at Citi Field. How did that come about?
Jim Watkins' wife gave me a call. Jim Watkins from CW11 News at Night. And she said, you know, we could sell a lot of tickets if you would come up to the suite, be the host, and throw out the first pitch. So we started talking about the first pitch on the air, and Artie, who works on the show, is a big Yankee fan, was giving me a lot of grief about it. And we talked about how nervous I was throwing it out. And that generated a lot of people buying tickets to come and see me. And in case you're wondering, I blew it.
How did that go? I know there was a lot of stuff going on the other, so much so that you had a certain call from a certain psychologist.
One of our listeners was a sports psychologist, so he called me. And I was on my way home one day, so I talked to him for 40 minutes in the car. Obviously, it didn't help.
Yeah, all that counseling, it didn't really work. It's a great. What do you like best about the cause?
I love that they not only raise money because they need money for education, because it's really a lifelong thing that needs to be dealt with, but they're trying to raise awareness. And I tell anybody, if you just sort of Google autism, if you don't know enough about it, just Google it and find out more about it, because I'm sure somebody, you must know somebody who's affected with it, and that's a big thing.
We don't have a monitor in front of us. We're going to show the pitch, Gary. Actually, we do have a monitor up here. See if we can show the pitch. We're in a little bit delay after this pitch from Maine that's fouled back. So we'll see if we can take a look at the beauty of this first pitch. And here we go. What are you thinking right now? Wow.
I was really hoping that would not end up on television. So embarrassed.
Wow.
I mean, they tell you not to bounce it, but they also, I don't know that anybody ever told you not to throw it into the stands either.
Oh, my God. The distance. The bad was to hit the umpire.
Gary, thanks for being involved in the great cause, and thanks for not pitching in the Mets bullpen.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Good to see you.
Back to you.
And when you wake up Monday morning, you will be hearing how never letting Gary hear the end of that pitch. I mean, he's going to hear about that for the next 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm at the point.
I'm going to pull a Rick Peterson on you, Gary. Forget about the sports psychologist. Come to me. I'll be fixed in 10 minutes.
I'll have you fixed in 10 minutes.
Line to left, right at Tatis.
Who said that?
The lunging grab.
I think it was Hernandez.
Keith Hernandez?
Then,
with it.
I think Ralph Kiner, if they leave it.
Kiner says something?
Kiner starts talking about...
for John Maine as we take another look at Baba Booey's...
Oh, they played again.
Watch out, Tony Ragdon. It's coming your way.
That was Ron Darling, not Keith Hernandez.
Now, the good news is...
Ron Darling, a great pitcher.
And a nice guy, too. Yeah. The good news, if there's any little bit of good news, even though they reshowed it again, on my TV, it got cut off early.
I wish Bob Murphy was still the announcer for the Mets, so someone could have said to Bob... Gary really throws like a fag, and Bob would have went, doesn't he, though?
Ralph Kiner started talking, and then he starts, I don't know if you know, but Ralph Kiner
Kiner's Corner.
But he had a stroke?
Yeah, I
know.
know.
So he talks, really bad, so he starts, I guess he's just looking for any angle, so he starts talking about how when we played with the Pirates, we had a sports psychologist, too. They brought him in, and he went over on a whole rap about that.
That's a bad guy to fuck up in front of, because not only Ralph Kiner was one of the best home run hitters ever, I think he also fucked Rita Hayworth.
Yeah, he used to date a lot of stars.
I think, it's really weird,
He
too.
needs the sports psychologist now.
I'm like thinking, who picks sports psychologists as a profession? They've got to be hurting in this economy. I mean, how many people are going to hire a sports psychologist?
You can cut that guy out.
You know what, Howard? I bet every fucking team has a guy that makes more money than he should have on the fucking payroll.
Hey, Howard, you have to re-sign. This can't go away in a year.
I was going to say that it could be gone in a year and a half.
Right. It's not going anywhere.
No.
You have to stay on just because of that pitch.
It's here like AIDS.
Since the pitch, have you had sex with Mary yet? I bet you haven't even had sex.
No, but that's not any...
Do you feel like less...
if it was a strike, I don't think we would have had sex.
You can't possibly get enough for a woman after that.
Wow.
Right?
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's right, Ralph. I can't. Ralph is so astute.
Well, let's go to Mr. Warmth. Hi.
I want to thank Gary as a member of the Stern Fan Network for giving us a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Gary.
Did you have a big weekend of comedy, Mr. Warmth?
Oh, yes. The comedy gods were smiling down.
All right. This guy claims to be Gary's father calling from the grave.
No.
Hi.
Thank God I'm dead.
Asshole.
Sal always going too far.
Yeah. I dumped that out.
I like the guy who interviews him. He's like, yeah, autism. Okay, yeah. Let's look at your shitty pitch.
No, those guys, because those guys are talking heads, they just want to fuck with you.
I have a feeling like most of the people in the stands probably thought Gary was an autistic kid.
Yeah.
And he would have gotten away with it. Like they were like, hey, that's a pretty good pitch for an autistic kid.
Let's hear it for Skippy.
Yeah. But then I think once they went on TV and outed him as Gary from the Howard Stern Show.
He's not autistic?
Let's hear it for Belinda Carlisle.
That'd be funny if he'd gone out dressed up in a dress the next time, like if they let him go out again.
Throwing out the first pitch and talking about it later on her Twitter, Paris Hilton.
So, Artie, I got a question for you.
You doubled over with laughter on the field.
Howard,
you turned away.
Listen,
you were so embarrassed.
It was such a great New York moment. New Yorkers are so brutally honest. And like everyone's sitting there. And I was rooting for Gary so fucking much because I love Gary. And I really wanted to see him do good, but there was nothing else to do but just crack up, and everyone just descended on us, me and that Charlie guy. And the word fag was floating. It was like the 70s.
But you doubled over with laughter where you had to hold on to, I saw a railing.
Yeah. I held on to the back thing.
You almost fell over.
Yeah. I'd been to the gym. I was weak.
Well, Gary, I don't know.
I don't even know if you saw it the first time hit the umpire. You were so funny. Oh, my God.
It really was one of the... Listen, I was at the game where Reggie Jackson hit the 3 homers.
There he goes. Oh, there's Gary double over. I mean, there's Artie doubled over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Charlie talking to me. And all those guys, by the way, all those guys in the yellow shirts, they're all security guys, ex-cops who work security there. They all had the same opinion of the pitch, pretty much. Charlie had.
So how do you go on living with this? I mean, what's your plan? I mean,
time goes by, you know.
This too shall pass.
Was your weekend the worst weekend ever?
See, the funny thing was, my weekend was the worst weekend for me. I mean, I had to go out yesterday. My kids both had flag football games, and only one person said anything to me. Most people hadn't seen it, or if they did, they didn't say anything to me.
They were too embarrassed.
So I said, like, when we got up, Mary goes, again, is this going to be the whole day? I said, Mary, we're going to a field of thousands of fathers. I go, that's all they're going to talk about.
Right.
And so the best part was, we're standing there, and she goes, see, nobody's talking about it. And then one of the dads I know who actually runs the Major League Baseball Network comes over and he goes, like, not even like, hey, he goes, what was that? He's like, what was that?
Oh, did Mary hear that?
And I go, see? And she goes, one guy. And it was one guy yesterday. Right. Then my in-laws came over, and my father-in-law, like, sort of heard about it. He's like, can we see it? And I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah.
And, it's a lot of that.
Right.
And then, I'll tell you what, Saturday night, I went to bed, and I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning sweating, and just replaying the pitch in my head all over again and thinking about this morning, even though this is, about what I expected, but, you still think about it.
So you woke up and the first thing you thought about was the pitch. And, like, how... Like,
it was, like, literally in my head, you just replayed over, like, why did I throw it like that? Why didn't I just do what I was going to do?
Like Scott Norwood.
Yeah,
pretty much. What were you going to do?
Well, again, I practiced, like, a wind-up in a real pitch, throwing really hard, and then I just wasn't confident in that, and then... I just thought I'd throw it as a throw, and I can't explain it.
How do you know what it's like?
Well, let me alone. Let me be, will you? Why me? Why me? Why did it have to be me?
I met him, too.
You know what it's like? Do you know who Scott Norwood is? Scott Norwood was the guy in the Super Bowl in 1991 who missed the field goal against the Giants. He had to kick a 47-yarder, and it went wide right by a foot, and they lost the Super Bowl. So... It ruined Scott Norwood's life for a little while. He was run out of Buffalo, and there was a movie called Buffalo 66 made about it. Right. Vincent Gallo made this amazing movie about it. And, like, there was a fucking auto parts store in New Jersey called Norwood Auto Parts. And everybody said if you get a part from there, your car will veer to the right. Like, I think the fucking place went out of business. Like, it never ended. And the movie Buffalo 66 is all about Vincent Gallo goes to jail because he lost a bet on Scott Norwood. He gets out of jail and wants to kill him. So at the end of the movie, he shoots him in a strip. I'm like, this is a mini version of that. I think it's never going to go away. Like you're so popular, the show's so popular, Baba Booey's a popular thing. 40,000 people. It's there were 3,000 people at my gig that night. Right. Before I said a word, they were yelling, "Gary's a fag." Everybody knows about it.
Do you wish you hadn't done it now in retrospect?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. My instincts were right last week to not want to do it.
Yes, but
why do you? All right, I'm getting psychological now. Do you think on any level you wanted to fail? I mean, this was a moment totally in your control.
Oh, sure.
It was, is there something in you that couldn't accept success that you had to fail?
I think you're at a...
I'm just asking.
No, I think you're into the whole strength thing, but I think you're reading too much into it. I really wanted to do it. I really wanted it to go well.
Right.
But all you kept saying, Gary, was that it's going to be messed up. Every time you thought about it, you threw a messed up pitch.
And that's what would happen.
The only... Gary made a face right after the pitch, and this is why, because I like Gary so much. The only time I've seen that face before is when he's trying to make a point, and out of nowhere, Fred plays... Bah, 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 bah. It's just such a look of defeat.
Well, they've got that close-up angle on his face.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Can you roll that side close-up? I know this is turning into the Zapruder film. Let me see his face. I'm going to study it. All right. Here we go. He's intense. He's throwing. You see, he didn't pick up his hand high enough over his head or something.
And it releases too early.
And now he knows the pitch has gone bad right here. Ooh.
And then he, bends over and, throws up.
I know.
Yeah, what is this bending over thing?
No, I just was like...
Thank God David Wright.
Oh, he mooned me. He mooned everyone.
It looked like David Wright missed it. It looked like he was running with his back towards you, so at least that happened.
You kind of ran out on the field, too, kind of spazzy.
By the way, you also look very heavy.
I know.
You know, you got to.
I had the black. Well, again, I've lost 10 pounds. I got to lose 20 more. So I'm working on it.
Good.
I mean, it's one thing at a time.
Me and Guy were talking after the game, and but the luxury suites there are so great.
Look at that shot. Look at the shot of Gary on the screen. You see how he puts his tongue out?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm Jordan.
Yeah, Michael Jordan used to do that all the time. Whenever he shot.
You throw like Michael Jordan.
No, he just looks his tongue out like Michael.
What were you going to say?
He plays baseball like Michael Jordan.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Were the garage guys heckling you this morning? Because that's what I heard.
No. The guy in the garage is. Yeah. I got to tell you.
Nice pitch, maricon.
You should. I actually think John.
You throw like a woman.
John,
hey, why don't you fuck your car in the ass? I fuck your car in the ass. Your car is a gay fag. You're a fag.
What?
John, who runs the garage.
Fuck your gay car.
I park in your gay car.
In your gay parking spot.
Hey, I'm parking a car for Fagabooey.
What did the guy do?
No. John, who runs the garage today, who doesn't have a Spanish accent. John I've always thought John should be on the show.
No.
He's one of those guys, he's just like a New York guy who just doesn't give a fuck. He's like every guy. And, I mean, he didn't say anything. He just made a joke about it. But he would, he would never let anybody off the hook for anything.
Of course
So, like,
not.
that was the first thing. Driving in, I go, I wonder what John has to say.
Right.
And then he actually didn't say much. He just, like, I think he said something like, I missed the plate, huh?
Yeah.
I said to Gary, dude, your only chance is I'll teach you how to call in sick. Or beg Benji to be late.
All right, here's the final question, because I know we got to take a break. We've got an hour and 17 minutes just on the pitch.
Oh, God, is that all?
I got to tell you, that I looked at the schedule, the saving graces. We have a 7:30 and 8:30 guest, so it would be 3 hours.
Cancel them.
You know what?
Dennis Rodman will be here, and Lisa Lampanelli.
I wondered. I wondered how you were going to set this up today. It's so perfect that your father called you. That was a perfect way for this to start.
Oh, it was unbelievable. But here's the question. Will this go away eventually, or is this one of those things that's just always going to be very, very prevalent on the show?
Always going to be very prevalent on the show.
All right.
Howard, do you realize that for everyone from now on who's going to throw out the first pitch, people's advice is going to be, look, whatever you do, don't delabate that pitch.
So I think that's what I told...
Delabate will become a word.
But that's what I told Mary.
It'll be a verb.
When Mary and I were arguing about this, and she's like, oh, get over it. I go, you don't understand. I have now become like a benchmark.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she's like, whatever. You guys are such guys.
Hammer, go ahead. You have the last word, and then I got to take a break.
No.
Hello, Howard.
Yeah.
You ever see that show Time Warp where they do slow motion? We got to get a slow motion of Baba Booey's face on Time Warp. You got to get a hold of these guys.
Well, Howard TV, quite frankly, is putting together a whole special with it because they have every angle of Gary's pitch, right. And they have angles you won't see on YouTube. As you can see this morning, they're very, very high-quality angles.
Yeah, I mean, you know how you want to know how I first saw the pitch?
Yeah.
How I first saw it? So I had this obligation to go around to a bunch of things. So they have a Modell suite, which is in right field. There's like a chain-link fence.
Right.
And you literally can look at the field. It's really cool. There was a guy there from Las Vegas who just got into town and heard me talking about it. Said, oh, I'll buy a ticket and go. And he had like a digital camera, but it shoots video. And he was able to get a good shot of it. And when I saw it that time, I was like, oh, my God, it was so much worse than I even remembered it.
All right, Jeff the Drunk, there's Gary. There's another angle of Gary.
Wow.
There he is.
Got the ball.
Winding up. Hold on, Jeff. We'll get to you in a second.
Who directed this? Milos Forman?
Yeah, Gary throws, goes nowhere, and ooh.
You know what? From that angle, you look like you can throw from that angle. It's worse from straight on.
Yeah,
but
well,
you know what?
Multiple angles.
You know why Gary did a nice thing, though? Because the parents of autistic children, I never saw an autistic child before.
Yeah.
If anyone has a chance to give money, give it, because it's a serious issue. And these poor parents look so tired. You know what I mean? Like, they're always taking care of their kid.
Yeah.
But after Gary's pitch, all the autistic parents were smiling.
See, it was a good thing.
Yeah, like
You mean with the first joy they'd had in a long time?
I could see them, like, chasing after their kid like they do all the time.
But you know what it reminds
making
me
sure
of?
the kids are right, and they were like, that was great.
When Babe Ruth went to the hospital for that dying kid, and he said, I'm going to hit it over, you know. Gary was doing this for the autistic kids, and I think he let him down.
I do a joke in my act where I say, A-Rod wears number 13 because he wants to be like Babe Ruth, who was number 3. Right. And I said, before the playoffs last year, A-Rod went to a hospital and promised a dying kid that he'd ground out to second for him.
He came through.
And then he pointed to second base before he did.
You know, when Babe Ruth pointed, that's where Gary threw.
Jeff the Drunk.
Gary should have pointed to the dugout.
Jeff the Drunk, you have the last word.
Hey, Gary.
Oh, boy.
Yes, Jeff.
I just want to say I'm very, very sorry to hear. But I didn't expect nothing less of you.
You throw like I fuck. You throw like my ass looks.
Is that right, Jeff?
Yeah. I was watching it from my house that happens to be a Volkswagen bus. And I was embarrassed for Gary while I was waiting for my shipment of government cheese and weed.
You could throw better with your bad arm, can't you?
I could throw better with no arm. I could have thrown better with my ass.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Ralph. Thank everybody for trying.
I want to thank Gary. That was fantastic.
The best is Ralph's laugh in the background.
Yeah.
That's good to me.
Well, I keep thinking all Gary cared about was if it reached the plate.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, but nowhere near.
On eight hops.
Reached the plate in the stand.
Do you think less of Gary now?
I don't have any, like now when he talks about sports, I'll just think, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh, anytime he says something about sports, you just go, go pitch again.
See, that's the problem with this, is you lose. Like, Chris Rock was one of my favorite comedians. I don't like him as much anymore.
Really? Because you saw the pitch?
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
But Gary,
I don't know. I don't think he's as funny.
That is manly.
Yeah, I never saw Richard Pryor throw, so I still like him, I guess. But with Gary, and I know Gary knows a lot about sports, but, Robin's right. From now on, I don't want to hear him talk about Brett Favre and the Jets. I don't give a shit.
By the way,
it's going to move over to football and hockey now?
It's all sports now. You're not allowed to talk about tiddly fucking wings.
By the way, talk about bowling.
This 40-pound weight loss happened rapidly. I mean, this is pretty impressive.
I told you, Howard, I got off that Subutex shit.
That's what was making you so fat.
I had never gotten close to 300 pounds in my life. So
yeah.
If you Google Subutex, it has every single possible side effect. You'll get diarrhea. You'll be constipated. You'll die. You'll get a bleeding stomach.
So you don't feel as hungry anymore.
But you're eating better, too, right?
Oh, God, Ralph. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm so happy nowadays, like when I get up. And I started jogging, and the weight just fell off me, Right. But and I still got a lot of way to go. But I almost called Ralph yesterday to go see Star Trek. I wanted to be with Ralph and see Star Trek. I was out.
I can't wait to see it again.
Ralph, I'll go with you. I'm dying to see it. I couldn't get my mother or sister to go.
We should see it in IMAX, man.
Yeah, it's on IMAX.
I saw that. It's on IMAX.
It's really great.
Would you see it again,
It made $72 million. Yeah, I'd go again.
Yeah,
It's $72 million.
Did it beat...
Wolverine had $87 million.
Wow, that's a juggernaut. I thought Star Trek was going to break records based on
as a matter of fact, what they're saying is it's one of the few movies that after its first day, it went up the second day. They seem to think that it's going to build because of the word of mouth.
Yeah, like next week it'll do almost as good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, everyone. We have to take a break. Gary, thank you.
Gary, listen, man. This is why Gary's a great producer. He said, I said, Gary, they're asking me to go on the field. I won't go if you don't want me to. And Gary said, no, it's good for the show.
All right.
Just come down.
Your reaction is priceless.
And I love you, man, but, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
You got to do what you got to do.
It's my own fault.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back right after these words. Listen to this. All right, Lisa Lampanelli will be joining us. Lisa G will be joining us later in the show. Dennis Rodman will be joining us. People tell me that the Celebrity Apprentice last night was like the greatest show ever. A couple of people wrote me emails about that. I wasn't following Celebrity Apprentice, but they said it was just terrific.
No, this was a major bloodletting season. If I were a celebrity, I wouldn't go anywhere near that show because this is the most personal I've ever seen people get.
But why do celebrities care about winning that? I mean, what is it really?
I don't know either, because it benefits no one.
Yeah.
If you're a celeb.
The Celebrity Apprentice?
Do they really care?
You could raise money for charity in other ways and not be humiliated or subject yourself to that.
I think they're looking for exposure.
Oh, by the way, Lisa G was there covering Gary's first pitch. And she said I actually have the tape, thanks to Lisa, of Sebastian Bach in front of all the autistic kids talking about his dick. Yeah, so picture the scene. They go out on the field with all the autistic kids. Sebastian Bach is there. And Artie and Gary, Sebastian Bach has his arms around them, and all the kids are surrounding him. Lisa taped Sebastian Bach.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you could hear what you were talking about earlier. Oh. Yeah, here you go. Hold on.
Yeah, you know, that makes sense, because everything's on mic nowadays. There's cameras all over.
Yeah, Lisa got it. Here, listen.
And Gary, thanks for talking about my car.
You know what?
No, I was at the gas station like a month ago, and you're like, oh, you should have seen Smash Rock, man. His cock, man. I was like, oh, I was like, no, I was like, this is killer. I was like,
We're doing a photo. Yeah, we're doing a photo real quick.
People trying to shut him up. We're doing a photo. We're doing a photo.
We're doing a photo.
There was a kid. He shouldn't get the weed part, though. But
no, I guess it's. I guess. Hey, Lisa, come on in here. This is Lisa G. from Howard 100 News.
Lisa G takes shits at work.
Did you get the weed part? No.
No, but that was. I mean, basically, that was a good example of. I mean, there was a kid a foot from him. You know.
Yeah. But anyway.
I almost emailed you, and I never do.
Yeah.
I thought Gary was going to cry.
You did. You saw it up close.
Right when he ran off the field. You
know. You felt bad for him?
Howard, I felt like Superman. You know how sometimes Superman, I knew I could have gotten Gary to cry.
Really?
And I stood back.
No, here's what Artie said, and I have it on tape. Gary, you want me to teach you how to phone in sick on Monday?
I said to Gary, do a gram of heroin.
Yeah, you just be like,
Hello, this is Gary. Listen, I'm really sick. I'm not kidding. I know. I know you're going to make fun of my cough, but...
I said, Gary, you have to leave a message on your voicemail and fake cough.
Wow.
It was so much fun, though. It was a great afternoon.
Lisa G came with a pair of very tight jeans and sneakers. She looked fucking good. Oh, yeah. All the Puerto Rican players wanted to back.
You could have sex with all the Puerto Rican players.
I have a picture of Artie with Mr. Met. So funny.
Oh, Howard.
The mascot?
The Mets mascot.
Was he walking around in his big bubble head?
And Rusty Staub was there, and John Franco. Rusty Staub got so fat. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Oh, stop. The man is 65 years old. I mean,
that's no excuse to Lisa G.
He owned a rib joint for years.
Well, he ate all of them.
John Franco's the greatest guy. He's a fan of the show. What a great guy Franco is.
Yeah. So Lisa says you almost cried, Gary.
No, but I did, like, people wanted to talk.
What mic are you on?
I'm on mic 3.
Okay.
Does it sound bad?
It's on. No, it's just I never know which mic anyone's on. The system is faulty.
It's actually not.
It should be a giant beanie on top of your head.
Always mic 3 when somebody comes here.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
sometimes it isn't. But go ahead.
John Franco was, who I love before. I already saw it. He was tormenting me.
Really?
He was just like, don't fuck it up.
Well, he's a Brooklyn guy. He was busting chops.
And it was fun, but he busted my chops from the suite all the way, the walk down, all the way down to the field.
Lisa G, by the way, is going to be on Lisa Lampanelli's radio show. John, were you at the Met game when Gary threw the pitch? What went through your mind? We haven't heard from you at all.
Well, I was sitting on the third base side, so when he threw it, it didn't look that bad because he reached the plate, but then I saw the umpire move, and then you knew it was kind of bad. I really felt bad for Gary.
Oh, fuck you. John is the real culprit. I have a theory. First of all, they don't make pirate ties. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Secondly, John has become a master. He was a real nice guy when he met us. Yeah. He's become a master at the Stern universe. On that wrap-up show, he lets people dig their own grave.
Right.
Like, he'll say to J.D., like, say that again, or, all that shit. So he's evil now. And I guarantee he played catch with Gary and knew it would suck and said, just fucking go do it.
Yeah, Artie's point is a good one. I mean, you must have known on some level. You saw him throw. He can't throw.
We were supposed to have a catch last week, and it never happened. So I've never seen him throw overhand before. But honestly, if I had a catch with him, I would give him recommendations on what to, but I would still tell him to throw the pitch.
You know how evil he is
What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong?
He doesn't, like, in that clip, if you watch, he doesn't pull his arm. Like, when you throw, you got to sort of pull your arm back.
Right. And then you see how your hand went over your head? Do that again. You actually look good doing that.
Yeah, he's a good athlete.
I mean, but what he did...
That's a throw.
Yeah, he's a good athlete, John.
He went like this.
Yeah, there was no...
And pushed it.
And if you push the ball,
so he doesn't know how to throw. I mean, if you know how to throw, you throw.
Well, he threw like one of the Supremes.
Yeah.
But Gary's, he said he's thrown 99 times, and 98 of them he throws strikes. So.
I guarantee 2 of them were strikes.
There it is again, in case you forget. There it is. Oops.
Yeah, it's right at his ear. Yeah.
Look at the poor catcher. It hit somebody. I think it hit a cameraman.
Yeah, can you throw that? Can you just replay that again? Because Gary's, I think it does hit the camera.
It hits somebody, I think.
Look, you see the cameraman to the right of the umpire?
Right.
What? He's behind the umpire, actually. He's to the left of him now.
Oh, no,
he hit the umpire.
Almost caught it.
the umpire to try and catch it.
Yeah. It looks like the umpire got hit.
What's the name of the Met catcher, John? Is that Sosa?
It was probably Castro.
Castro, right? That he looked just so annoyed, the catcher. Yeah. Because he's got to fucking deal with this all the time. But do you know how evil John Hines become?
How evil?
When I was in the throes of heroin abuse.
Yeah, what did he do?
I did the wrap-up show. And they played Shooting Star by Bad Company. And it's about a guy who gets into show business and dies.
Right.
So I was singing it, and I'm singing the last verse. And John goes, hey, why don't you put your name in the verse? And I'm like, okay, like a jackass. So now that's on tape. Like, if I ever die, I'm on tape going.
We're going to play that.
I'm on tape going, Artie died one night, died in his bed.
He sung it well.
Bottle of whiskey, sleeping tablets by his head.
Hey, John, you played softball with Gary, so you must have seen Gary throw.
No, because Gary pitched.
Oh,
so it was all underhand.
Okay.
He did what the girl would do.
All right, Johnny, anything else on that wrap-up show?
Well, as we're talking about, Howard, Gary threw out the first pitch at the Mets game on Saturday, and you knew Gary didn't throw a strike when your dad called that night to tell you about the pitch.
Right.
We'll see how Gary's holding up after this morning's ball busting. We'll talk about the glee Artie took in describing Gary's toss. If Howard, Robin, or anybody else here thinks they could throw better than Gary.
Robin can, I guarantee it.
I said I throw like that.
Yeah.
That's what I know.
You've got an excuse. You're a girl.
You don't throw like that, Robin. You throw better than that.
Why the owner of the Mets felt obligated to give Gary a call. If this toss hurts Gary's sports credibility...
Yeah, it does.
And does Gary really wish that he didn't throw out the first pitch for the team that he grew up rooting for?
Yeah, it's embarrassing. All right, thank you, Johnny, for that. Oh, you got more stuff. Go ahead.
Sure. Lisa Lampanelli came in with her big, bald boyfriend, Jimmy, and they're hitting it off so well that they claim to be ready for marriage.
That's correct.
We'll discuss Lisa's time in the studio, who thinks things may be moving a bit too quickly for the happy couple, and will Lisa G lighten up tonight and enjoy herself on a date with the winner of her dating game?
Hey, Kyle, you're on the air. Kyle has a list of people who threw a better first pitch than Gary. I'm interested in that. Kyle, go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, I was just on YouTube looking up a couple names here, and just to go down the list, last year's American Idol winner David Cook threw a better pitch than Gary. Some chick named Luscious Liz, I don't know who that is.
She actually threw it to the catcher.
It took a one bounce, but it was straight down the line, and it bounced off the plate there, Howard, so it was better.
That's better. At least she made it to the plate, yeah.
Let's see, professional golfer Annika Sorenstam, she's on the LPGA.
Right.
Misty May Trainer, professional sand volleyball player.
She actually threw it to the catcher.
Yeah.
It's all chicks.
What about Stephen Hawking?
I found a way to rank them, too. A couple weeks ago, they had the top 6 from American Idol throw.
Right.
And Gary ranked somewhere in between the redheaded chick and the fag. So.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, seriously, is he among the real worst throwers of all time? I mean, people say that Chris Rock's was worse, but...
I didn't see Chris Rock's, but YouTube is just filled with them. But the one that I saw the most, I just typed in first pitches, and there's about 5 of Gary's on the first page.
Did you check Chris Rock / first pitch or something? I can't believe that's not anywhere.
I looked for Chris Rock and Ryan Seacrest for comparison's sake, but I couldn't find any of them. Because Gary was making fun of Ryan Seacrest a couple weeks ago, but I mean, I think it's got to be worse, right?
Yeah, from what the New York Daily News says it's the worst.
They know. Seacrest is worse than mine. Listen, I put them in this order. You ready?
Seacrest was not worse than yours.
I'm telling you, it was. This is the order. Chris Rock, the mayor of Cincinnati, Seacrest, me. That's
No. How come the Daily News says yours is the worst?
What do they know?
Every newscaster said yours was the worst.
No, here's the order, Gar. 9/11, you, the Hindenburg.
Ross Zapin's there. Ross, how bad was his pitch, and when did you learn about it?
I was getting the play-by-play by Blacksberry. From who? Avalon.
He saw it?
Yeah, he was at the game. I didn't. But yeah, I saw it.
What did Abelo write to you? What were the first words you read?
Uh-oh. He gave him a C-, so I thought it wasn't that bad. And then I spoke to Gary later in the day, and I realized it was bad.
Wow, Ross has a BlackBerry.
Shocking.
Oh, he's on that every minute.
He's allowed to carry one, Artie.
Yeah. He's allowed to have a phone.
Wow.
Or you can have yours back.
Fuck you, fag.
Here's a fact that somebody just gave me. A 12-year-old Little League girl threw out a better first pitch than Gary.
But she threw a perfect game.
Yeah.
Why don't you throw your BlackBerry somewhere? It won't get hurt.
You want to come and throw it at you now, see if I hit you?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll catch you with my eyes closed.
Then you might use it to score some drugs.
Yeah, throw it at me. You'll hit Fred.
What if he aims at Fred?
If he aims
then Benji's dead.
If he aims at Fred, your bathroom's in trouble.
It always goes off to the right.
I mean, Artie, you wouldn't be scared to stand somewhere and have Gary throw a
Gary, come in here.
at you.
I will stand anywhere in the studio, and you throw a ball at me or anything you want, and I swear to you, it won't hit me.
That's a challenge.
Or I'll catch it like, it's a chick playing badminton or something.
This is the worst thing that can happen.
Don't worry, Artie's day will come.
Oh, does that mean I'm going to die?
No, it just means that you're the ringleader, and, it all comes around, brother.
Oh, yeah, all right. Well, listen, if I get to throw out the first pitch at the Yankee game, maybe I'll look like Liberace as well. Oh. Why didn't you suck David Wright's cock? It would have been less gay.
Oh,
man. Oh. You should have blown Mackie Sasser. If Carlos Delgado ass fucked you, it would have been fucking manlier.
Gary turned up the radio. He isn't even listening. Are you listening to this, Gary? What does Ross think of this?
I said the worst thing to me.
Ross, what do you think of this?
Artie, take it easy.
This is going to kill Artie.
Be good at...
At least he hit the plate. At least he got it that far.
What plate? The umpire had a plate in his head?
It was third plate. It was third base.
Did you watch the tape, Ross?
Yes, I did.
Ross, you're being too good of a friend now. Come on. I mean, I love Gary, too, but...
What's wrong with being a friend?
Gary, come on. I'm doing my job.
Unfortunately for me, Artie, I threw this pitch 2 weeks after Artie came out of his drug-induced haze. It was better when he fucking slept through my shit.
I would have been calling you a fag in my sleep.
You're saying if you had overdosed on heroin, you still would have made fun of him.
If I was on heroin at the game, I could have totally stood like a fucking chick.
I know that, but you would have slept through half the show, and you couldn't make fun of me nearly as much.
Gary, I'm
sorry. So let me recap. You think...
No, you're not.
You think if
I'm not fucking sorry at all.
You're right.
I'm fucking thrilled.
You think if a guy fucked Gary in the ass on the mound, it would have been less gay than the pitch he threw?
An Hispanic guy.
Oh, man.
If Reyes should have banged you with his fucking colored hair.
One of those big rainbow wigs.
In all defense, yes, there have been terrible first pitches. But history has shown that there have been Major League pitchers that have this problem.
What? There's been a lot of gay pitchers, I'm sure.
Wild pitchers.
There's been a lot of gay pitchers.
Rick Ankiel.
All right, okay, listen.
Hey, by the way, this is no bullshit. The Kardashians threw out the first pitch, I think, recently.
The chicks?
Yeah, the chicks.
From rubber?
Yeah, and I heard it's a million times better. Joey from Howard TV told me this, and I heard it's a million times better than Gary's pitch. And in a related story, people mistook Kim Kardashian for Sid Fernandez.
Yeah.
But we got to get the Kardashians pitch.
Yeah, we got to see tape of everybody's pitch.
Yeah.
Compare and see who's just the worst.
Well, I think what we're hearing that is most of them aren't on tape.
No.
Some of them.
Some of them are. I've been on the Internet. I saw a lot of them.
If you have a television, you can see Gary.
Scotty Farrell says he wants to defend Gary.
Oh, yeah?
Scotty.
Hey, now listen, this is hilarious. I don't want to ruin Artie's role, but I have thrown out 2 first pitches in my illustrious career. I threw one out at a Twins game in the Homer Dome in Minneapolis, and I threw one out at a Marlins game in South Florida. And I will say this, it is the most unnerving... I have never been so nervous in my life. Like, I've done everything, Howard. I've done
Pharrell.
I've done every TV show in the world. I've called hockey games. I've been at Olympics. I've never been nervous.
Yeah, but Pharrell, did you throw the ball like a girl?
When I threw out first pitch, I got to tell you, when I got on the mound, my hand was soaking wet.
But Scott,
listen to me.
Did you end up throwing the ball like a girl?
I threw strikes both times. But they humiliate you. What they do is, in the Marlins game, they made me throw the pitch to Billy the Marlin, which is this 500-pound gargantuan, I don't know, what do they call them, mascots. And I had this gigantic mascot sitting behind the plate with his balls in my face. And then when I did the Twins one, I went out on, Artie would have liked this, I went out on the mound, I bared down on the catcher, it was Joe Mauer, and I sat there and stared. There's 20,000 fans. I leaned over. I went into my relief pitch tuck. I stopped on the mound, and then I stepped off the rubber, and 20,000 people booed me and started throwing beers at me.
Well, meanwhile, you came through, so you must have a better sports psychologist than Gary has.
I'm not as much of a pussy as Gary, but I threw strikes. But I got to tell you,
this is Gary's defender.
Yeah, I like that. Scotty called in to defend Gary.
I've never been so nervous in my life. My hand was soaking wet. I was shaking. It's really hard to do.
Thank you, Scotty. And by the way, listen to Scotty Farrell tonight on Howard 101. He's on every night. Does a great job, great show. He's on at 8 o'clock on Howard 101. Thanks, Scotty. Where is he?
I think he got off.
Oh, he got off.
And in defense of Gary, a man can't be expected to throw out a pitch as well as Khloe Kardashian.
All right, what else you got?
Dennis Rodman has 5 championship rings and is one of the best defenders to ever play in the NBA. But Howard is most impressed by how he cheated on Carmen Electra.
It's amazing.
We'll talk about how you never know what to expect from Dennis, how he tried to leave The Apprentice 5 times but kept coming back, his take on Jews and how well he blends into his Florida neighborhood.
I wasn't sure what he was saying about Jews, but it was interesting.
I think he likes them.
He says he thinks he likes almost everybody, but he didn't designate who he doesn't like.
Right.
And how Dennis has to decide who to call whenever Mother's Day rolls around.
Right. It was confusing. He says he conference calls.
Yeah, I got a conference call.
And he makes references to some people.
Yeah, I got a conference call. Yo, women are crazy. They got my kids. I ain't fucking my kids.
But what else?
That's 7 and 8. You know how women are.
Dennis was great today.
Of course, I live in Miami. They're 3,000 miles away. But yeah.
What else you got?
Plus, there really is no plus today. It's all about Gary's pitch.
All right. We'll see you then at 11 o'clock, as close as we can get to it. Now it's time for the main event. Robin Quivers with her news.
All anybody wants to talk about was that pitch.
Yeah, Artie wants to come by. He didn't get his puppy yet that he could beat to death.
No, I felt I had to come by and say...
you should say whatever you want.
Really. Listen to me. Again, I've said this before on the show. I'm like Eichmann. I'm just following orders. It's not me.
No, you should do it. I mean, of course you should do this stuff.
Gary, I don't know. Again, I'm sure at one point you threw like a dude. But those days are over. You're almost 50. You've got 2 children who seem to be good athletes. Let them do all the athletic stuff from now on. It's over. It's over. It's almost over for all of us. I mean, I'm 41. I'm playing softball every once in a while, and I can't do what I used to do. Apparently, I'm out of shape. So, you know.
You look better.
What are you going to do, man? I understand the pressure, but it was Did you think it would be as bad as it was today?
Never. Oh, you mean today?
Yeah.
Yes, I thought it'd be. I thought you meant today. But never. First of all, I am. Aside from you guys.
But you anticipate the Daily News calling it the worst pitch ever, like that type of stuff.
Well, here's what you got to understand. It's really, again, it's an interesting thing. So, go to the game, throw this horrendous pitch, right? I think, like, all right, the shit I'm going to get on Monday, I got it. Our fans saw it and everything. Then they show it during the Met game. And then I think, like, all right, now I'm having dinner over at a friend's house. A booker texts me to tell me it's on CBS News. Then I start to hear more and more. Then I get up on Sunday, and it becomes like remember I told you I woke up Saturday night at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
The only thing that I was hoping, and for all I know this happened at this point, I went and TiVo'd it, was that it didn't end up on ESPN. On ESPN's, what do they call that? Not Top 10. Have you ever seen that?
They have the Gay 10, where I think it was on.
And they have the Not Top 10. But now I'm really like, I understand, like, at least I have some sort of degree of fame, so I'm used to this on some level. You always wonder, like, what happens when, one day you're a guy at home, and the next day, like, it's all coming down on you so fast.
Right.
Like, I at least have a little bit of experience, but still, no, did I have any expectation? Like, by the time the day ended yesterday, and I realized, and then when I came in this morning, and JD says I have a montage of all the stuff. And I go, how many are we talking about? He says 10 or 11. I was like, oh, my God, 10 or 11.
In a weird way, it shows sort of how famous you are. I mean,
well, no, it shows how famous Howard is.
No, but you too. I mean, you've been part of the show forever. And
I think they love saying Howard, and people love saying Baba Booey.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that they like me. I think announcers like saying it when it's not being yelled in their ear during a plane crash.
It's very recognizable. The other thing I didn't mention, though, when you went out there, before you threw it like a cocksucking faggot, there was big cheers for you. I mean, everybody was with you. I mean, you're a likable guy. Not anymore, but you were a likable figure.
I got nothing but emails of people wishing me congratulations right up to the second I walked on the mound. Texts from people. I had the crowd with me, and I lost it.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice. They could have, if they booed you before, you were doing something wrong.
But Gary, were you sort of defeated in your own mind before you going out there? Because all you talked about was screwing it up.
I think I fucked up that pitch before I even walked into the stadium, and I mean it. And John noticed one other thing. The guy said today I was pacing around like a coke whore.
Yeah.
When
I've seen that coke horse pacing around. It's really obvious.
When they brought me over to on the side, I thought I'd be going out like in a minute. And I think if I'd have gone out in a minute, it might have been different, but I was over there for like 10 minutes.
Oh, Gary, yeah, first of all, we were up in the suite first. We ate. And then they took us down to the field, and it was like a 20-minute walk, first of all.
Where the entire walk, John Franco was literally poking me in the back. Right. Like, don't fuck it up, don't bounce it, you pussy, But then, like in a fun way.
But then we get on the field, and it's another 20 minutes on the field, so you're constantly... You know what I likened it to? The first time I had to roast somebody on Comedy Central, I roasted Hugh Hefner, and they make you do press, then eat dinner in front of people for... It's 3 hours before you perform. So it's completely in your head, like, and that's what they were doing to you. I mean, it was a good 2 hours. You were at Citi Field for almost 2 hours before you threw the pitch.
No, I got to 11:45, and I got to the field about 1:10, so like an hour and a half. But
it's a long time.
But again, all of that. But see, this it's no excuse. You know what I mean? There's no excuses. But I said, I did it last time. I didn't throw from the rubber. And we should point out, Rusty Staub pulled me off to the side. He goes, listen, this is how I do it. You want to know how you do it? He goes, you take the ball, you go to the mound, you wave a little bit, take 3 steps forward, wave a little bit more, take 2 more steps forward, then you throw the goddamn ball.
That's good from a former all-star major leaguer to say. I mean,
But he was basically saying, don't go to even the guy from the Mets said, I was really surprised when I saw you go to the mound. He goes, nobody throws from the mound. But
and you didn't either.
Exactly. But from when the first time I did it, which, okay, I was on the grass and on the mound, right? I threw it was a little high, et cetera. I then knew from that time, as you saw, Artie, the Mets took the field. That's the most pressure of all.
It's crazy, yeah. It's crazy. And look, John, again, me and John had a crazy Scott DePace conversation. That's all he could call it. And he was going, I would never be nervous. Why is he nervous about that? I'd be more nervous if I had to give the weather out. And I'm like, you're such a bullshitter. I'm a Philly game packed. They take the field. All those Phillies that you want to blow are fucking sitting around there with their rings and shit that they don't deserve. And you're not nervous to throw out a first pitch? He's like, no way. And me and John both agreed that that's bullshit.
Yeah, I think DePace is bullshit.
I'll tell you, John, where I knew I was doomed? And
Sebastian Bach opening for you?
No, you were with me. The night that I went there, the afternoon that I went there where I did some press at the stadium, and then I was supposed to go out and take a couple of practice throws, and I never made it to the field. That bothered me because I was hoping to get to the field, because the first thing I saw when I got on the mound was that it looked way closer than when Jackson and I were throwing in the yard. Maybe we marked it off too long or something. But the other thing was, that night that we went and did press, that guy that came out so nonchalantly threw a perfect strike like he'd been doing it his whole life, and I was like, I felt like that was the benchmark I had to strive for.
You know when you were fucked? When Sebastian Bach said to the crowd, this song's dedicated to Baba Booey! And then he sang Lady by Lionel Richie.
He didn't do that.
Yeah, and he's a huge fan of the show, considering all the references he was dropping, left and right.
Yeah, no, he went up there, this song's dedicated to Artie's dad. Like he did stuff from the book. And Lisa was great for getting that on tape, but his weed being turpentine was the funnier part of it.
But he was like, Gary, thanks for talking about my cock. I heard it last week when I was at the gas station.
Yeah.
How surprised were you to see this guy show up?
I was shocked when I walked in, because I've been emailing with Artie's sister the whole time, and she's like, Artie wants to come, and I was like, I wasn't sure how to get tickets, and I emailed the lady from the Autism Society. She's like, if Artie wants to come, we'll take care of him. And then I just thought, just nothing personal, but you always want to do stuff, and you just never get motivated to do it.
Me, get ready. I'm showing up to every fucking thing you do.
But like, so I hooked Artie.
What are we doing Saturday, Gary?
I hooked Artie up with the ticket, and I said he just won't come. And when I walked in, he was there. He was there before me.
And I got up at 7 o'clock. I did some calisthenics.
This is the perfect storm for Artie, too, because it's ball busting, it's baseball, it's the Mets. I've never seen you this happy.
But listen, I was...
he's drug-free.
I was...
5-panel talk screen passed.
I was... they better give you a fucking talk screen test for AZT. But anyway... I'm calling it Sissy Field now, but it was Pity Field Saturday because people were pitying you, and I
don't think they were pitying me.
Yeah, a lot of people were.
Now, when everyone was ball busting, it seemed like Artie hit a moment where it wasn't funny to you anymore. Like it seemed like you were getting pissed off.
It was bound to happen this morning.
But
you know
Howard instigated
it.
No.
Listen, it was bound to happen. When everybody's hurling stuff at you, it's at some point it's just bound to happen.
What did I say so bad? I said my father would rather be a quadriplegic than have me throw a ball like that on tape. Big deal.
And did you think Howard would come at it with his father calling him on Saturday night?
No, I knew that already. Howard called me right after he got off with his father, and he and Beth were on speakerphone, and they were like, "Oh, it's not so bad."
Yeah, Beth is the greatest person. If you've had something shitty in your life, Beth is like the greatest person to talk to because she's like very sweet and nice. But believe me, she was giggling, Gary.
So this morning went pretty much how you thought it would go, Gary?
Yeah, I think it went about exactly how I thought it would go.
How do you think tomorrow morning's going to go?
What's that?
How do you think tomorrow morning's going to go?
Be about 2/3 of today, and then it'll slowly wind down, and then it'll just be more songs. More songs tomorrow from the listeners.
Can you pick a day in your career, knowing the show, where you know you did something that you're going to catch shit for? Where does this rank as far as on a Sunday night you're loathing going in because you're going to catch shit?
2 times.
Right.
2 times. The first one was, even though I knew it was a setup and a practical joke, when they stole the Gary puppet.
Okay.
Because I got to deal with that. And, Howard, I knew they took it. And the other one was when I bet Howard that the Knicks would beat the Rockets, and if I lost, Howard had to fart in my face.
So the tape with you and the girl and...
Here's the deal with the tape. Here's the bottom line with the tape. As embarrassing as it is, I had the opportunity. In other words, I always said that I wasn't sure where it was, and that I had to go home and look for it. And if I wasn't such a disgusting whore, which I am, and I knew there wasn't $18,000 waiting for me the next day, I could have said, "Hey man, I couldn't find it."
It was $18,000. I thought it was more.
I think it ended up being close to like 21 when all is said and done.
Hey, if that was a SAG shoot, you'd be a multimillionaire right now.
But I mean, I could have, if it was say I wasn't getting any money for it. When I went home and looked at it, I saw how humiliating it was. I probably would have come back and said, "Hey man, just couldn't find it."
Hey Gary. Seriously, like, how much would you pay to change that moment?
I don't know. I mean, a lot. But I don't know.
And you regret doing it? You really, if it came up, you wouldn't do it?
You know what? I said this to John today, and it took something that I really enjoyed and made it not enjoyable anymore. And that's the worst thing.
Yeah. Well, again, like you said.
I mean, everybody, like my wife and even my kids and their friends were like, "This was the best day we ever had." Like, they're not obsessing over the pitch. My kids and their friends were on the field. They met Franco. They met Rusty Staub. They hung out. They were right at the dugout. David Wright waved to them and said hello.
I bought Lucas a beer.
Artie walks in and he sees Lucas. He goes, "Hey, Lucas, how you doing?" He goes, "Here, hold these for me." He hands him a cigarette.
It's just funny. It's funny. Just so funny. It's so funny to see a 10-year-old kid with a cigarette.
Well, because the funniest thing is that to him, the way they teach it in school, cigarettes are equal to heroin.
Really?
They teach them that...
They say that cigarettes are that good?
Cigarettes are a drug. It's a highly addictive drug, and drugs are nicotine, cocaine.
Wait. Can I say some of the kids out there, heroin is way better than cigarettes. But not even close. It's like a way better high. You fucking are for hours. You feel so great. You forget your troubles. Cigarettes are... Believe me, cigarettes you look cooler doing. But heroin, you don't look cool doing heroin, but when you're on it, it's great. And cigarettes look cooler.
So why don't you just do heroin and smoke cigarettes?
That's, to me, a perfect teenage
That's like
life.
that picture of Quincy Jones.
Yeah.
Not Quincy Jones. Miles Davis with the cigarette in his mouth while he's all strung out.
Yeah, listen. Billie Holiday.
All right, let's work in some calls. Dave in Queens, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey, how are you? Artie, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I was at the game. Gary, you are now a true Met fan because you choked as bad as Mets have ever choked.
Absolutely.
Holy cow, what a throw. I mean, I could see from the wind-up it wasn't going to happen. You look like you were trying to shot put it.
That's all true.
I mean, you're a regular Jerry Seinfeld with your observations.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Dave, thanks for that call. Let's go to Cyrus in Philly. Cyrus, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hello.
Hey, Cyrus.
Hey, Gary, actually, when I saw the tape yesterday, I thought you, took one for the team. Would you ever humiliate yourself like that just for the good of the show?
Cyrus, all right, we have to admit it now. That's what's going on. You blew the lid open on everything.
You've been Gary Dell'Abate.
We scripted this out weeks ago where Artie and I would argue at 9:28 in the morning.
You know, I saw on the internet, there's, tons of people that do think that's they always think there's conspiracy theories with the show. Right. There's tons of people that think this was all really planned out.
There's people that think I've never done heroin on that Stern Fan Network. It's true, actually. But
now, when you tell this story to people, who gave you the hardest time? Who cut the deepest?
You mean on the air today?
Yeah, both on the air or maybe off the air after it happened over the weekend.
Who cut the deepest? I got to think about that. I mean, like I said, a guy I went to high school was like, "What the fuck?" I think that was exactly what the email said. What the fuck? You know who surprised me today was Will. And I know exactly how Will operates because I think I know him pretty well. Will feels so bad for me that he won't kick me when I'm down. As soon as I'm up, he'll kick me. And he should. I mean, that's how you know what I mean? As soon as I get my shit back together, then he'll start jabbing me. But he was he just looked at me with just nothing but pity.
And is it true that nobody would even look you in the eye this morning?
Well, when I walked in, nobody wants to, because they're all saving it for the air.
Who looks anyone in the eye here?
Well, if you got in on time, you'd know.
Yeah, it was a weird feeling. You came into the control room a couple of times, and for the first time ever,
right?
No one was.
We were all uncomfortable.
What to say to you? Yeah, it was really uncomfortable. I didn't know what to say.
I went over to use the bathroom. It's right next to the control room. So usually I stand in there and watch what's going on while I wait for somebody to go to the bathroom. And it was uncomfortable for me. I didn't want to start a conversation because I didn't know what to say, and it was uncomfortable for everybody in there. I could feel it.
For me, it was like you had died.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said it was like someone died in his family, and you don't know what to say to them.
No, it was like he died.
But that's what it's like too. It's almost like somebody did die in your family. That's what it feels like, and it's amazing how some people respond with pity and some people are like, ha ha ha.
We have the liberty to watch you on your monitor. So when that whole first half hour before, 20 minutes before you went in, we were just watching you and we were like, shit, we all felt really bad for you. You look so...
You mean watching me before the even started the show?
No. When Howard was talking about it and you didn't go in the studio yet, we were just watching you.
But what is there to do? What is there to do? We always joke around how odd Benji looks when you start talking about him. You guys turn on his light.
It was
you can't run.
I got you.
You can't hide under the desk.
Take a beating when you're there, or take a beating when you're outside. It doesn't matter. It's a beating.
It's funny when they turn Benji's light off. That's the funny. But something did die. Gary's masculinity. That is long gone.
Bobby in the Bronx, you're on the wrap-up show.
The 8th joke on the roast.
Hey, I just want to say I'm sick of Gary always running in, thinking he knows sports. He knows nothing about sports. This finally proves that he's some nerdy guy who got lucky. He's on Howard. He gets to go out and throw the first pitch. He coaches his son's football. He don't know shit, and this was perfect example of all the stuff. It all combined in one spot.
Whoa. I agree completely.
Do you feel like your sports credibility is shot now?
I do, but I don't see the correlation, but I do feel like that. People think if you can't throw a ball, then you can't possibly know about sports. Like, I watched that guy last night. Did you watch 60 Minutes last night?
I did not.
What's the guy that's like that? Bill James, right? Bill James says like he's totally unathletic, yet he's like this sports guru. So why can't you? And I'm not even admitting to be totally unathletic, but why can't? You don't have to be a great player to know the game.
Charlie Lau hit 240 lifetime. He taught George Brett how to
one of the great hitting coaches of all time.
It's an analogy that has nothing to do with you.
Well, he actually, he actually also taught he was in a movie. Charlie Lau.
Was he?
Yeah, he was with Matthew Broderick. And Jason Robards.
Max Dugan Returns?
Max Dugan Returns. Jason Robards hires Charlie Lau to teach Matthew Broderick how to hit. Do you remember that?
Is that the first time Max Dugan Returns has been mentioned on the show or the wrap-up?
I would have to say ever. Good memory that you knew the show.
Speaking of gay guys, Matthew Broderick, right?
He just had fucking twins.
Oh, no, that was a vicious rumor.
Fraser, Virginia, you're on the wrap-up show.
I made that up. I heard he wears clogs. That's why. I don't know.
Hey, Fraser.
Hey, my point is this pitch is so big that it overshadows how Artie was at a gay club. And then
the Mets? The Mets game? What are you talking about? What gay club?
The gay. I was trying to make like a club, because the Mets game, yeah.
Oh, good one.
Another guy vying to open for you, Artie.
Hey, Artie.
If I want to make the point about how think you think Jackie's going to be all over this?
I don't think Jackie will. Jackie never liked sports at all, and I think it's sort of Jackie will see it and go, ha, and then move along.
Jackie would make more fun of Gary for like tripping if he went into the studio. You know, he's not a sports guy.
Yeah, if somebody's not a sports fan, can they really relate to how? Because I know how much this is killing you.
And it would kill me too, man. Yeah. It would kill me too. Especially, God, if I were you, I'd fucking jump off a bridge.
But here's if I did, Artie, you'd be happy.
No, I would not.
It's almost like when guys. You know, women just tell you, like I told you, Mary said, don't worry about it. But when guys tell you it's no big deal, then you know that they're not really into sports.
Well, yeah, Howard was giving you shit about Mary breaking your balls. Every time I met Mary, including yesterday, she seems very nice to you.
She is very nice to me, but she's just like, all right, I put up with this for a month.
Right.
And then I thought that after it was done, it was going to be done, and now it's not done.
I love Mary, but I was disappointed in that. Like I thought,
but she's a chick. Like she doesn't get. But I know what you're saying. She should just know. She should be able to recognize that it hurts me enough to.
No. I was disappointed she stayed with you.
Isn't it? Aren't you creeped out that Benji loves Mary? I'd rather him hate her.
Joe in North Carolina, you're on the wrap-up show.
Gary, the pitching McKine Delabate. Oh, come on, that was a good one. Hey, Gary, didn't you throw the first pitch at Shea Stadium? And how did that turn out, and why was that different than this time? And I saw
4 years ago.
He threw out the first pitch now at Sissy Field and Gay Stadium.
I threw out the first pitch 4 years ago, late August game. Mets playing Florida. Mets so far out that the stadium
that's not a major league game.
The stadium was like a third full. And I got out there, and I got on the rubber, and I go, well, that looks a little far. So I took 4 giant steps up. And that made the difference. And then I threw the ball. It was a little high to the catcher, but it was fine.
All right, thank you for your call. Rich, you're on the wrap-up show.
Yeah, hi, this is Rich Cronin. Gary, I think that was a wrong answer. The right answer was that I applied a lot of pressure on you. We came to Gary a couple of months ago asking him to be part of this charity event, and we gave him a lot of pressure, and I feel really bad about
Rich,
that.
Rich, that's not true. Rich works with the Autism Society, and they actually gave me the option of me or my kids, one of my kids throwing out the first pitch, and the reason why I didn't take that opportunity right from the beginning was because I couldn't pick one of my kids.
Oh,
like I felt like I couldn't
go with the older boy.
Yeah, but I felt like I couldn't go home and say, "Hey Jackson, would you like to throw out the first pitch?" without giving Lucas a chance. So that's when I said, "All right, I'll do it." Then
you guys really have to understand, like, when we went to go see Gary, we gave him a very true scenario that we ran this event for many, many years. And this year, right at that time that we were asking Gary, we're in the middle of an economic crisis where all of our backers were literally backing out. And we had to go to someone big. And the big guy there was Gary, who was a huge Met fan, who had done it before. And I applied a lot of pressure onto him.
Hey, Rich, can you hold on for just 1 second? I want to finish the conversation. We just got to run over to Dan Patrick because he's only got a few minutes. We'll come right back to you, Rich.
Dan Patrick, welcome to the wrap-up show.
Hey, John, I feel bad for Gary. I was listening earlier.
Bullshit.
I swear I do feel sorry for you, Gary, because I know that you beat yourself up. And when Ralph is making fun of you for something that may be construed as being manly, I understood Artie. And Artie had every reason to pounce on you. But I did feel bad for you because I know you were grinding too much. Typical you thought about it too much. But, Gary, when the first pitch goes out of the picture frame, I can't defend you.
And nor do I expect you to, Dan.
I know. I tried. I just said, I feel bad for him, but God awful. God awful.
Dan, would you do me? Can I ask you one tiny favor?
Yeah.
Could you not mention it in the SI column?
I will do my best to keep this out of SI, but I was thinking on the cover, just Baba Booey on the cover of SI. First pitch, last pitch. Did you practice on the mound?
Did I practice? I practiced on sort of a makeshift mound. I went to a place that was inside.
But not at Citi Field.
No, not at Citi Field.
Yeah, see, that's the problem that when people throw out the first pitch. Now, I brought this up on the radio today. If you had a chance to do it again, would you go to the mound or in front of the mound?
I would go, if I had a chance to do it again, knowing what happened, I'd go in front of the mound.
Yeah,
dude, if you had a chance to do it again, you should have handed it to Castro.
I just thought even underhanded, Gary, just I I would have rolled it up there, just something. I just felt bad for you.
Well, Dan, I didn't know how it was going to turn out, or I might have looked into any of those options. I would have gone like
Well, Gary, you talked to everybody. I mean, you talked to everybody but Sandy Koufax.
You're right.
Sandy wouldn't call us back.
Dan, you've seen a bunch of these. Where would you rank this one of the many you've seen in your years as a broadcaster?
Okay, well, Gary is, how old are you, Gary? 40?
48.
Okay, 48. All right, I'll factor that in a little bit, but I would say that this is probably one of the 5 worst first pitches ever.
I agree. Yeah. I said, this is how I'm ranking them. This is me, and I think I can be objective. I'm ranking Chris Rock first.
AIDS epidemic.
The mayor of Cincinnati second. Ryan Seacrest third, and me fourth.
Still no cure for cancer.
Carl Lewis is in there, too.
See, I haven't seen Carl Lewis.
Oh,
yeah.
Carl Lewis looked like fucking, what's that chick who cross-dresses? RuPaul. Yeah.
Guy does have an Olympic medal.
But
in running and fucking, jerking off dudes.
Artie, have you been asked to do this?
For the Newark Bears, but me and Mickey Rivers threw out the first pitch at a Newark Bears game 5 years ago, and I went to the mound, I wound up, and I threw a hard strike. I admit that it's not nearly the pressure Gary had, and I said on the air today, if the power of the Howard Stern Show could get me to throw out a first pitch at a Yankee game, I'll put my money where my mouth is, and I'll go try. I totally relate to Gary's pressure. The day that happens, I'm going to be nervous as hell, but quite frankly, I don't think I could be much worse. I mean,
I'm thinking performance-enhancing drugs, Gary. That's probably the only way to salvage this. But if they gave you the opportunity to do it again, would you do it?
No, we talked about it on the air this morning. I mean, I might change my mind in a week or a month, but I'm just fucking shell-shocked, Dan.
Hey, Dan, when Rusty Staub says you look gay, retire.
Dan, is Gary's sports credibility shot in your eyes now?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
For everything, let me
put it this way: Lisa G is more of an authority on the mess right now than Gary is.
Yeah, if I don't want to hear any Jet analysis, anything about the fucking Islanders and growing up in Uniondale and fucking Potvin beating his wife, nothing.
Yeah.
Unless it's from Lisa G.
But you know what, Artie? You were batting cleanup today. And against Gary, you were batting cleanup. That was funny. But, Gary, you can't let Ralph. I mean, that's above and beyond the code.
But what do I say to Ralph?
Come on, Dan. Ralph is funny. When Ralph is busting somebody's ball, and he laughs like that fucking evil giggle. And look, Ralph is mean, we know, but that evil giggle is hilarious.
All right. Well, thanks for keeping me entertained, Gary. It couldn't have gone any other way with you. It just couldn't have.
Hey, Dan. Yeah. If I had a phone, I would call your show and talk about this. But
I heard your lame excuse because you got a helicopter with your phone. Even when you had a phone, you didn't call me.
No, I want to. When are you? Boy, how did this turn on me?
I know. I don't know. Because I wanted you on to talk about your boyfriend A-Rod, and then I couldn't get you.
I know.
And you used the whole rehab excuse.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll talk about Gay Rod and Gay Gary anytime you want.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Dan. Love you. I love Dan Patrick, man. How weird. Dan Patrick was being sarcastic.
Dan Patrick Radio Show on danpatrick.com. Coming to TV this summer. Ralph Cirella, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey now.
Hi, Ralph.
Can I get a hey now, Gary?
Hey now.
Gay now.
Gay now.
I'm gay now.
I think when you're factoring in, like you're rating these top 5 awful ones, like Chris Rock and stuff, you have to factor in, like, these other guys probably didn't practice like you did, so you're probably the worst.
You can make that argument.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, I got to ask you a favor.
You win. You're the worst.
I agree. I got to ask you a favor. Yeah. If you're going to call the show from now on, you got to do something about your phone, man. There's something going on.
Yeah, your phone's been popping.
It has been crackling and popping for the last week to the point where it's almost like unlistenable.
Really?
Yes.
Is it doing it now?
Yes.
I think it's I don't hear it.
Ralph, I think your phone has caught something from you. It's unlistenable.
All right, Ralph, I'm going to put you on hold. We'll try and work out that connection problem. Teddy, we got to take a break.
Ralph, by the way, I got your note, and I will call you to go see Star Trek. I'm dying to see Star Trek with Ralph.
All right, when we come back...
I got to roll, brother.
All right, thanks, Artie. Your ball-breaking about this pitch will be. Now, we know what you said about Baba Booey, and you have a history of not hitting these things right, but what do you think?
I think we're going to be good on this one. For those of you who are into math, it's a sideways 8. You know what that means?
Infinity.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity.
It's like, what I think is real, it's like the swine flu. Like, right in a couple days, it's going to be like, is it going to come back and be the hugest thing? like a pandemic, or is it just going to die? And I actually think this will not have the sticking power of the tape.
Well, this is the kind of thing that I see, and this is where it gets weird. This is the kind of thing where, say the show ends in 2 years, and I go work at another. Say I go work and I have a whole new crew. This video will circulate among my.
It'll be a punchline, but it won't be like discussed as much as other things.
I disagree with you, Benji, and here's why. Anything that a sports-related comment, a guest with sports, anytime Gary comes in, he's got this Achilles...
Like a 9/11 moment.
Well, he's got this Achilles heel now.
And again, it's outside. It's now outside of the Howard universe.
So anyone who has a fight with you, they're just going to... The way to get to you now is to bring up the pitch, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
When do you think you're going to feel better? Like, you know, obviously, what do you feel? Like, are you depressed, bummed out, embarrassed?
Everything. I'm thoroughly humiliated. Depressed, bummed out. I mean, everything. I can't think of enough words to say.
Does Howard ever tweak you to the point where you're like, you know what, enough already with this today?
No, because he doesn't have much credibility. You know, if Artie weren't there, he could break my balls as much as he wants. And if Artie weren't there, he'd probably rely on callers more. But he doesn't have much sports credibility either.
So it hurts more coming from a quote-unquote sports guy than anybody else. So Robin wouldn't affect you either?
No.
What'd your kids say to you? Or what did you say to your kids?
They were fine. I can't even explain to you how fine they were about it. In fact, Jackson took video, and it was so sweet. I was watching it last night, and as I'm getting ready, he goes, come on, Dad, and then, which I thought was sweet, and then he goes, oh. And then I went up to him afterwards, and I'm like, I'm really sorry. I hope I didn't embarrass you. He's like, I don't care, Dad. And I talked to him about it all day yesterday. Even yesterday we went to go to flag football, and I said, listen, it's been all over the news. Somebody might say something. He goes, I don't care, Dad. But, he also had to go to school today. Right. So today will be the first real true test.
Does that hurt a lot? Like,
oh, my God, yeah.
Big time,
for me to put my kids in a position where they could be made fun of for something they had absolutely nothing to do with, it kills me.
Now, we had Rich back on before Dan Patrick called in. Rich, we don't have a lot of time left, but what was the point you were trying to make?
Well, I was just trying to say, we applied a lot of pressure onto Gary to literally save this event, and he did. I mean, this is the worst year for fundraising, and we went to Gary, and he handled it like a pro. And I'm more proud of him, not for, what had happened during that pitch, but you should have seen him after that pitch. He came up to the suites, he went all over the stadium, and he was meeting and greeting everybody, and that comment really didn't come up. He was doing everything and more of what we asked him to do.
Yeah.
And Gary, do you know what? You have an open invitation to do it any year that you want to, and quite honestly, I doubt that anyone there could do much better than you did.
Man, this call's going to make a great YouTube video.
but the point that Rich brings up is the people at the Autism Society wanted everything to go exactly the way it went, with the exception of me blowing the pitch. In other words, they were looking for the controversy. They were looking for Artie to make fun of me. That's what they were looking to sell tickets, and I was all about talking about it. Yeah, and I think if I'd have hit the pitch, that's what they would have liked.
I seriously think it's still really cool that you went through with it after you almost backed out of it.
Gary, the pitch didn't matter. The pitch didn't matter, Gary. I mean,
no one's gonna it wouldn't have lasted like this.
Rich, it matters to him.
Rich, it matters to me. I appreciate it, but thank you so much, and good luck with everything with the Autism Society. Thanks, Rich.
All right, thank you, Rich, for calling in. Let's go to Mike in Greensboro. Mike, you're on the wrap-up show.
Hey now.
Hey, Mike.
Hi. Gary took the HGH hormone, the homo growth hormone. But can we do it like?
It would be so much better if you were on a stage. That would have been so much more awesome. It would have been the equivalent of the.
That was
pitch.
Gary's pitch. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the pitch for comedians.
You should have seen my face though. It was more about the scene.
What were you going to ask, Mike?
Visual. I was going to see if we could do like a 2-hour special, like a Jackie joke hunt sort of thing, dedicated to the pitch.
Yeah, I don't know that Jackie has enough baseball jokes for this. That's what I'm saying. Jackie doesn't really care about sports that much. I don't know if he's got enough baseball bad pitches jokes.
Sean in Denver, you're on the wrap-up show.
Yeah, Rich with the Autism Society. That's the best thing that could have happened to him. It just netted him about another 1 million views on YouTube.
You're probably right.
I'll tell you, though, the mistake the Mets made, Gary, I was at the zoo this week, and if they would have put you in a cage, I saw a monkey. I mean, they were at least 2 feet inside of where you were when you were throwing the ball.
Dude, I'll give you credit any time of the day for an original funny joke, and that just ain't it.
All right, let's try Chuck in Connecticut. Chuck, you're on the wrap-up show.
What's going on? How we doing today?
Good, Chuck. How are you?
Gary, I think it would be a little more straight if you stuck one of those Mother's Day pink bats up your ass and to throw that pitch.
That was a little funnier. That's a little funnier.
Either way, man, it's kind of funny. You were doing that for the Autism Society, right?
Right.
Yeah, man. It would probably be a little better if you got one of those kids to throw those balls, too, man.
Yeah, we told
Either way, dude, you guys
are
doing a great job.
Thanks, man.
All right, thank you, Chuck.
Hey, did the kids realize you did a bad pitch?
I don't think so. I mean, Doug wasn't there, but who was there? I'm trying to remember. You were there, right, Chris? I don't think any of those
were
kids,
they cheering you?
I don't think any of those kids knew whether I was throwing a good pitch or not.
Yeah, would it make you feel better? You remember last week we said if everyone on the show threw a first pitch at like a minor league park, like today everyone's going around like, oh, here's Chris Russo.
Oh,
the pace
my
was
buddy
saying,
Chris Russo.
All right, Mad Dog Russo, Christopher Mad Dog Russo joining us on the wrap-up show. We only have 2 minutes left.
Sit down.
I guess you got word of this
What a
pitch?
disgrace. I'm embarrassed.
So am I.
How do you make a throw like that?
I
That
panicked.
is, come on, you're representing Sirius XM like a course of Mania. This guy's an idiot. How does he throw the ball like
The
that?
stock just went down a nickel.
Oh, my God. Whoa, say something.
Chris, what should you have done?
Chris, we've been saying something since 6 a.m.
Did you try to throw it? Didn't you just lob it over
I
the
tried.
plate?
I went to pitch, and then at the last second, I decided to lob it, and I released it too early. I said I was so panicked on whether to throw a pitch or whether to just throw it, and I fucked it up, Chris.
Does that kill all his sports?
Did you do it from the? Did
From
you
the
do
rubber,
it from the
yes.
rubber?
Yeah, that doesn't
I
make-
didn't see it. Did you do it from the rubber?
Oh, you
This
didn't
is-
see it?
I didn't see it. I would love to see it.
Bring it up real quick.
You got it? Let me see it here. I mean, Gary, you're a sports guy and a Met fan. You disgraced us all. I mean, my God.
But how can you say that if you haven't seen it? Although that's not like it's
Gary, the
not like
whole world's, God, listen, everybody's told me about it. It's got to be pathetic. I mean,
it is pathetic.
Now, will this kill all of his credibility in your eyes when it comes to sports, Chris?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And he's a decent sports fan. He's not bad.
No, he's a good sports
He's a decent
fan.
sports fan. But I can't take him seriously.
Come on.
All right.
Do the top one.
Mad Dog now watching Gary's pitch for the very first time.
Let me take a look at it. Oh, that's not you.
Here we go.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. No. Oh, no. With the number 9. Holy, that is not bad. That is pathetic.
It is pathetic. We agree.
You guys been on him all day?
Are you kidding?
Howard been on him too?
Please. This is never going to end. Do you think this should end?
No, should not. Not with that kind of performance.
Does Artie have every right to break his balls open?
The second it left my hands.
Did you know you're going to get all this abuse on it here?
Oh, my God. Yeah, Chris.
Hey, Lampanelli fell in love. Lisa Lampanelli.
Poor Gary. Was your day horrible, or you just kind of let go of it? I mean, it was a beating yesterday.
I got to tell you, and I'm not lying about this, it got infinitely better when I walked out of here. In other words, like...
Really, my day got worse.
Here, that's all it is. When I leave here, listen, maybe people aren't saying anything, but, I mean, I did a lot of stuff yesterday, and it came up a couple of times, but it isn't every second of every movement.
No, but Gary, in here, at least we're saying it to your face. Right. Out there, people
They're
are...
just thinking and
Yeah,
snickering.
I like it better out there, Artie.
All right, well, listen.
But do you know how the Mad Dog got on the show?
Yeah, Scott DePace brought him in.
Yeah, well, Gary had said to Tim he didn't want him.
Yeah, Gary told Tim, like, it was really weird. Gary's telling me this story this morning. Tim said, I'm going to get the Mad Dog in there because he'd be perfect for this thing.
Yeah.
And Gary was like, no, we don't want him in there. It's not necessary.
Listen, we already got Dan Patrick calling in. I was like,
Dan Patrick was great.
And by the way, it's my show, and if I can listen. If I didn't want the Mad Dog in because I knew he was going to be doing all that. So Tim was like, fine, all right.
So meanwhile, Mad Dog walks in, and Gary finds out later, Scott DePace just saw him in the hall. He says, I thought that this would be a good guest for you. And Gary goes, Scott, all the years I know you, have you ever brought a guest in? Why today?
I love that.
Well, you know why I'm pissed off? I want to get a tape of that because when the Mad Dog...
play a little bit of it.
When the Mad Dog is mad at something, the Mad Dog, he can be so funny. I'll never forget the first time I ever heard him. It was like 1989 in the summer, and my cousin turned me on to him. Greg LeMond, I think was the guy's name. He was a bike rider, like Lance Armstrong. He won the Tour de France. That's all he did, really. And he won Athlete of the Year from Sports Illustrated. And Michael Jordan had just won the MVP of the NBA and stuff. So the Mad Dog was going to Francesi. He keeps going, he rode a bike, Mike, for 3 weeks. 3 weeks he rode a bike. Michael Jordan's the MVP of the NBA. This guy's a moron. I can ride a bike for 3 weeks, Mike, through France.
Here's Mad Dog.
Will this kill all of his credibility in your eyes when it comes to sports, Chris?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And he's a decent sports fan. He's not bad. But I can't take him seriously.
Come on.
All right.
Do the top one.
Mad Dog now watching Gary's pitch for the very first time.
Let me take a look at it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, no. With the number 9. Holy, that is not bad. That is pathetic.
It is pathetic. We agree.
You guys been on him all day?
All day. Are you kidding?
Howard been on him too?
Please. This is never going to end. Do you think this should end?
No, should not. Not with that kind of performance.
Does Artie have every right to break his balls over?
The second it left my hands.
Any parting shots? Any final words about this?
I have had some issues first pitches, too, but I've done it in minor league ballparks. I'm smart enough in a major league ballpark to make sure I get the ball over the plate. Yogi Berra is 80. He throws better than you.
He was on the ground.
Of the ones you've seen, where does this rank? Of the ones you've seen.
That's the worst I've ever seen.
That's when I tuned in. He goes, that's the worst I've ever seen. That's when Gary started to defend himself and say, you haven't seen them all. He goes, listen, you asked me out of the ones I saw that one. It's the worst.
I said to him, worse than Chris Rock? I haven't seen that one.
All right.
Worse than Carl Lewis? I haven't seen that one.
He saw yours.
How do you do that? How do you throw out a pitch like that?
Well, the stories didn't stop. Let me go to that. I think that's... I'm going to guess and say JD page 2.
GP2 Orange.
Thank you. GP2 Orange. Listen to this. Here is... Jeez, where do I begin? All right, you heard the ones yesterday.
Yeah.
You heard the ones that I played you yesterday. These are new ones that are still coming in.
Boy.
This is from Palm Springs. It's the NBC affiliate.
And finally, it's a celebrity's worst fear. Looking like a hack when throwing out the first pitch of a baseball game. And, Baba Booey tossed out this disaster at a recent Mets game. Wow. Yikes. Wow. And for those who don't know, Baba Booey is a regular on the Howard Stern Show. He is, of course, well known in Manhattan. Karen Elizabeth, of course, all of us could do better than that, right?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe the nerves got the best of him.
I can relate. I don't think I could do much better than that.
You should have gone underhand.
Yeah, there you go.
The girls aren't sure.
The girls aren't sure they could do better.
When chicks are discussing anything you do athletic, you got to just fucking retreat.
And then, like Gary said to me, the worst was this, because Keith Olbermann, he said, the reason that's bad, he goes, that's national. At least Palm Springs is limited to a few thousand people. National, Keith Olbermann.
Yeah.
We begin at Citi Field in New York. The advice for those who are throwing out ceremonial first pitches: get the baseball early, pick at the stitches with your fingers for as many minutes as you can, then aim at the catcher's head. The ball should drop dramatically into his glove. Gary Dell'Abate, Howard Stern's producer, did not get that advice. Yikes. Kevin Burkhardt is the reporter from the Mets network, SNY.
See if we can take a look at the beauty of this first pitch. And here we go. What are you thinking right now? Wow.
I was really hoping that would not end up on television. So embarrassed.
If you listen to Stern, you will know Dell'Abate was practicing for that moment all week. The famous Baba Booey was there to raise awareness for autism research, and turned out he was raising awareness for wearing batting helmets during ceremonial first pitches.
I was thinking about this,
Everybody's busting this guy.
I know. I was thinking about this, too. I said, the guy I want to interview is the sports psychologist that worked with Gary.
Yeah.
Because what did he tell Gary? Gary, what did the guy say to you?
I could probably get him on the phone.
Yeah, I've got a couple of people calling in today to comment on the pitch.
Oh, really? Who else?
Len Berman.
Great.
Johnny Damon from the Yankees.
Oh,
really?
wow.
Yeah, and Ron Darling.
Oh, my
from the
goodness.
Mets.
How did you get Johnny Damon?
We brought in a guest producer.
I contacted the guys last night, and Will and Jason, and I guess they went to work on this. But,
you want me to come in and talk about what we talked about, or you want me to get him on the phone? I don't know if I can get him on the phone this early. I think I don't know where he is.
Get him on later, because I just want to say, what the hell? What did he say to you? I'm just kind of curious.
I'll come in.
All right. What does a sports psychologist say to somebody who's going to throw out a pitch?
They probably just try and find a way to get you to relax.
Yeah.
But I guess it didn't work.
Yeah. What was the general...
I don't know if
exactly
this guy wants to come on.
I actually thought it was fairly good advice, but it was... Like, even Lisa G talked to me about it. She said, did he tell you to focus, to not concentrate on the crowd? But we didn't talk about any of that.
What about what Olbermann said? Just throw the ball... over
aim at the catcher's head.
I'm aware. Those were all things that were on my mind. The sports guy said to me, he goes, okay, what's your worst fear?
Right.
And I said, my worst fear is that the ball goes... Exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. And he goes, okay. He goes, if that happens, then what's your worst fear? I said, everybody makes fun of me. He goes, okay. I go, everybody thinks I'm less of a man. He goes, okay.
All right.
And then he goes, now, I've listened to the show for a long time, and he goes, I know that you've had tragedy in your life. He goes, taking real tragedy in your life, he goes, compared to what could happen, he goes, where would you put those? And I said, well, real tragedy in my life is like a 10.
Right.
And he goes, where would you put that if that happened? I said, like a 2.
9.
Now it's more like a 5. But he said, you know, listen.
So he tried to say...
In the grand scheme of things, what does it really mean? Just go out and do your best. And then he said, you grew up as a kid. This was your dream. He goes, you know, you always thought you're a big Met fan. He goes, embrace the fact that you're doing something great instead of focusing on the fact that you could do something wrong.
And he's like, none of it worked.
So, he got Gary prepared for failure.
Can I ask you something, Gary? Is this the same guy who spoke to Ralph Branca before he pitched to Bobby Thompson?
Yeah. I mean, he's 90 years old.
Call me a bad psychologist. I would have sat Gary down and said, listen, asshole.
Let me alone. Let me be, will you?
You better get your shit together because you don't want to be goofed on the rest of your life.
Did this guy talk to Mariano Rivera before he went out for the 9th inning of the fucking Diamondbacks World Series?
I mean, this guy basically prepared you for failure. I mean,
I don't think so. In fact, I was saying to John Hein after I spoke to him, I felt better. I got to tell you, I was so nervous the whole time. When I got up Saturday morning, I felt surprisingly calm.
Right.
Until I hit the field.
Right. Yeah, well, listen, I understand that. Vito, you're on the air in Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Hey, I was wanted to watch Gary's shot put yesterday.
Shot
and,
put?
I was looking online, and I called the Major League Baseball has taken it off YouTube because they've taken all the rights for it now.
Yeah, most of them are down. Major League Baseball, that's why you can't find the Chris Rock one that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball are real ball busters about that stuff. And I've even seen stuff that's happened in a game, and someone will say, go to YouTube. And then you go there and it says this has been taken down by.
So how does YouTube get it taken down? Like I've written letters. I've written letters to YouTube and I tell them I don't want my stuff up there, and they just like basically piss on me.
They're more afraid of Major League Baseball than they are of you.
You know what, Howard?
Got better lawyers.
If you pursued it, I bet you could. I mean, someone like you pursued it a lot, you could get it.
I think what YouTube says is, and this is such horseshit. I've said to him, wait a second, how do you guys legally get away with this? You know, they said if you send us a letter about something that you see up there that you don't want, we'll take it down. So I said, well, there's about 1 million things. Go, well, you got to write us 1 million letters. In other words,
so each individual thing.
And I go, well, who's making up that rule? You guys? I mean, how about I don't want any Howard Stern anything up there?
I would guess, Howard, I swear to God, because Major League Baseball is so protective of their stuff that there might be a guy there whose job it is to just look at YouTube and get that stuff taken down all day long.
Yeah, well, I know about that because, you see, you're on a different level, but my agents actually, because I wanted stuff taken down, too, from my DVD.
Sure,
I was like,
it hurts sales.
But they said for you, it's actually better promotion. So it's like a weird... For a guy like me, they're like, no, that helps you.
Oh,
you know? But
I don't see that.
There's still like 2 or 3 up, but there were like 50 up yesterday.
They say your pitch is available at MLB.com, MajorLeagueBaseball.com.
Oh, so Major League Baseball had to take it down so they could put it up?
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. If it's driving people to a site, they want
people
it.
going to their like, hey, we got a hot item here.
Yeah. And in this economy, it's going to be all about money. I bet Major League Baseball loosens up a little bit. For shit like this.
I don't think so.
I think they will. For shit like this, I think they'll want people to...
No, they have their own website. You can see anything. You can watch any game you want there.
You know what's amazing, though? Like, okay, you're embarrassed by this, and you went out and did them a favor. You know, you pitched the opening pitch and all that. So now they're using it and putting it up there to humiliate you.
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't do a favor for baseball. I did a favor for the Autism Society.
Yeah, but I mean,
baseball is benefiting.
They think they did me a favor by letting me go out.
Yeah, but Garrett, if you go to autism.com, your pitch is up there, too.
Hey, what is SNY? What Sports New York?
That's the Mets Network.
That's the new Channel 9.
Oh, because they're running it on the Mets Network, too, and this girl mispronounces your name all over the place.
You sure that's the same one? Yeah, that's right.
SNY announcer Michelle Yu messes up Gary's name here.
Play of the day, and it comes to us from the Mets game. Gary Dell'Abate, better known as Bobby Balua from the Howard Stern Show with the first pitch. Kind of ugly there. Split screen we have here. A little contest on the left. Cincinnati Mayor Mark Mallory from opening day in 07. And on the right, Dell'Abate. Mallory's was widely regarded as the worst first pitch of all time. But Dell'Abate's, I don't know. It's kind of up there. Either way, they get our play of the day.
Yeah, that mayor guy was way worse than
By the way, that was the one on Sunday afternoon on Mother's Day when Mary said I was ruining her Mother's Day. When I finally got in a good mood, that was at 12:59 before the Met game started. So Jackson goes, let's put on the Met game. And that's the first fucking thing. I saw a split screen of me and the mayor.
Oh.
And then the rest. So then I was a dick for another 4 hours. In fact, Mary said to me,
you can't even watch the Met game anymore.
I know.
Can't Jackson become a Yankee fan now, though?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Why? The Mets are doing better than the Yankees.
Yeah, but, I mean,
Howard,
yeah,
do you think that Ted Kennedy threw better than Baba Booey?
Did he throw out a pitch?
No, Ted Kennedy got medical
guy's got
problems.
brain cancer.
He's got brain cancer. That's
I'm sure he wasn't even on the mound.
Yeah, we're not putting him in the category.
He was like 2 feet away.
Yeah.
But Mary even said to me, like last night, she's still like not budging on me getting over it. And she goes, do you think she thinks,
when you look at her, do you project that she thinks less of you as a man?
Not even a little. She thinks this is the dumbest fucking thing. She really thinks this is so stupid. And she said to me yesterday, she's like, so when am I getting my Mother's Day? You owe me a day.
Yeah, but when you look at her, do you ever think, gee, she thinks a little bit less of me because I didn't throw a good pitch?
No, she does. She genuinely.
No. I know that she genuinely.
So if she doesn't care, then I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care because she doesn't care.
I'm telling you what it's like, man. And as an Italian guy, I remember being in high school and going to St. Anthony's Feast down in Greenwich Village. And my girlfriend's older sister had an Italian boyfriend, and he got robbed on the street. He got mugged by these 2 kids. And he felt so emasculated that he stopped dating the chick.
Wow.
He goes, you saw me get robbed.
But it's not his fault.
Well, but you know what it is? You get embarrassed. In other words, like if I, like Beth was telling me she could throw better than you, and I was like, wow,
Can she throw better than you, do you think?
I don't think so, but, I'm not as experienced as you guys.
It sounds like she's a great athlete.
Right. She's a very good athlete. So but
probably looks better than me.
Yeah, she was saying that she'd participate in any, I think Howard TV was talking about, getting some people out there.
They're getting everybody together for a first pitch because Ralph said he could do better, and I think they're getting Ralph and Jason and Sal and John Hine and probably you.
So maybe we'll get involved in that. Hey, we'll get off Gary for a while, just for a while, and we'll have various experts will call in. All we're going to ask him is one question. Where do you see this pitch in the history of first pitches? Len Berman would know. Ron Darling would know.
Ron Darling was there.
Johnny Damon would know. These are guys who are experts.
And they've seen a lot.
I'm a little irritated that I haven't been able to get I've been trying to get Johnny Damon on the show for like 2 years, and suddenly he pops up for this.
Now he's available.
He's available.
Will got us Johnny Damon and Ron Darling, and Gary can't get us his sports psychology.
Yeah. I'm thinking of making Gary, whatever Will and Jason are doing back there, and them in charge.
I'm busting you, John.
Yeah, but actually you did get him on. You got Johnny Damon on because of your pitch. Yeah, so I feel bad.
Somebody yesterday said, do I get a bonus for what's been going on over the last 2 days for helping the show along?
Yeah, somebody told me there was a theory floating around that Gary did it on purpose to help the show.
I tell you, I thought that.
Oh, really?
I thought that when I saw the pitch. I'm going, look.
Fred, you were right.
I'm telling you, I think Gary's a genius. I think he's playing us all.
I admitted that on the wrap-up show yesterday, that it's all scripted. For Artie's got a script in front of him.
One of the listeners wrote in, a gay gentleman said, you know what, I love the show, and I've always loved Artie, but what does he I'll read it exactly. He said, what does he have against me as a human being trying to make it in this world? You were throwing the F word around a lot. The word fag.
Oh, no, fuck is the F word.
No, but, I'm saying you were throwing it around a lot. What about
Tell
that?
the guy to get over it. I don't know this guy. I got nothing against him.
No, but I'm saying you were using the word a lot. You might want to
and then we were also saying dirty wop, too. It's a comedy show.
Well, Artie, I'll tell you what. Hold on a second. You gave me one dirty wop and 50 fags. Seriously.
No, I gave you a lot of dirty wops. I gave me a dirty wop. I gave Lisa several. It's a fucking comedy show. I'm not going to apologize for anything. Fuck that guy. Fuck that fag. Oh, Jesus. This ain't Imus. I ain't apologizing to nobody.
Well, listen, I mean,
the guy, listen. I understand.
It was intense. It was intense.
It was intense, but you were laughing at everything we were saying.
Well,
we were all laughing. It's a comedy show. But the guy should get over it.
I think maybe what this guy is saying, that was a horrible pitch. What does it got to do with us being gay?
Nothing. It's got nothing to do with it. And I'm not calling Gary a fag like
you are.
You said
I should be fucked in the ass.
Okay, so are women pissed off? Did I call him a chick? I mean, what
you think that's the same?
What does this end in this political correct bullshit?
You think chick and fag are the same?
He's an uptight fuck. Tell him to take the cock out of his ass.
But see, that's why he's upset. You should read his letter because he said...
I'll read his letter.
He got your book, your DVD, he waited online.
He's a big fan.
He loves you, but he just...
Oh, and I don't say fag in any of those things.
Why are we trying to...
Listen to me. I have nothing against anyone. I'm just saying I'm being funny here. I'm trying to be funny. I don't want to say homosexual American.
No, you could say...
what do you want me to call Gary? What should we have called him yesterday?
You call him a
You
chick.
say homo.
You could call him a chick. Nah, not really anymore. I've learned that.
But I grew up listening to you.
No, I know, but I've evolved.
But I haven't.
Well, it's time for you to evolve. You're evolving. Look at you. You're thinner now. I'm
devolving.
You're off heroin. time for you to think about these
time for the caterpillar to become a butterfly.
I'm never going to be a butterfly, Robin.
Oh, you're such a butterfly.
I just jerked off to you last night. Why don't we calm down?
Listen,
I feel bad. I'll give him his money back for all my shit.
He doesn't want his money. He doesn't want his money back. He wants you to just...
All right. I'll stop saying fag.
He just wants you to understand his side.
Hey.
I know, but you act like we just cut your heart out.
Yeah, but fag is such a funny word. It really is. It's funny.
But you know what? There's a guy down south.
Really.
There's a guy down south.
You're funny without
Hold on.
it.
There's a guy down south that thinks the N-word is really funny.
Well, the N-word can be funny, too. It depends on how you use it.
Yeah. You can, it's just... Maybe the guy makes a point. You say, he's Gary's so feminine.
This guy, you know what's funny about
Gary's a girl.
what's funny about the world nowadays? This guy could be the biggest asshole. This guy could be a child molester.
Something to think
and we're
about.
all just because he's a gay guy who writes a letter offended about
the word fag, you could use the word Gary.
Well, listen, I'd be more offended by that if I were the guy.
All right.
But you know, after Gary threw out that pitch, what did you think I was going to do? I'm not an enigma. I'm not so complicated.
Gary fucked up at the ball game. Looked like a dope in front of the crowd. Threw like a sissy, and that's a fact. His throw should be considered a homosexual.
I said sissy Field.
Boo. Boo.
His throw should be considered a homosexual.
Boo, baba, boo. He should be spanked by Hal McRae. 'Cause it's 1, 2, 3 times you're gay when you throw 20 feet from home plate.
You're gay.
I can't do it. I'm too stupid. I just can't figure it out, I swear. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm an idiot.
Anyway,
I'm a friggin' idiot.
Those guys will be calling in, Gary.
Shut up, asshole. Fuck you, you white asshole.
What did you say, fuck you white asshole?
I can't remember. I have, why would I say that?
There's a lot of white assholes.
I find you offensive. White asshole. How dare you?
You fucking...
As a white asshole, I take offense to that.
Yeah, well, is there a tape? You have a tape, Fred, of Gary saying homo, right? Yeah.
No, there are people who say homo.
And take another hairbrush in your ass.
You fucking homo.
And Artie, I'm trying. The only thing I will say to you, and I'm
trying too.
I'm not putting you down.
I'm trying too. You throw out a pitch like that, Gary, Fed's going to jump out of me like projectile vomiting.
I'm trying not to use that word anymore.
And all right, I'm going to try too.
You're taking that word out of your language?
I'm trying. So don't throw out another first pitch, and I will never say the word again.
By the way, taking the homophobia around here in context, I mean, Scott DePace on the wrap-up show from a few days ago.
He's out of control. Where's the letter about him?
Even Artie says he's out of control.
What happened?
DePace, they started him with DePace again, if he would abort. This is the greatest. This is Scott DePace, our director. They asked him the question whether or not he would abort his child.
Wow.
If he could find out in advance if the child was gay.
Oh.
And it was a startling answer. Here we go. From the wrap-up show a few days ago.
Before your sons were born, if you could have found out for sure one of the fetuses was gay, would you have aborted?
Oh, that's a tough question. I'm sure the answer that you all would want me to say is yes, I would abort, and I think that probably is the right answer. Yes.
Oh.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Who knows?
No, I mean, forget the answer we want to hear. Give an honest answer.
Well, to be honest, that's a
don't say, Scott, don't say your sons now. Say if Pam got pregnant today, and it was like, and you guys, and you found out the kid was gay.
And it wasn't just one of those regular gay kids. It was one of those ones that marches in the Halloween.
No, gay.
Well, yeah, I don't think he'll be out on the golf course with me.
So, anyway.
Is there anything gayer than golf, first of all?
Right.
No. Secondly, Scott,
yes.
No.
Yes.
Secondly, how far into the gay child's life would you have it killed?
Listen,
anyway.
I would take that back, first of all.
Right.
Good. First, I was not talking about my kids ever.
Right.
Secondly, I'm not a big abortion guy. But you are.
But wait a second, don't deflect it. You were asked a question and you answered it. You said, yes, I would abort the child.
Well, the real thing is, would I like to have a gay child? No, not at all.
That's not what they said. If you had no choice, because when you have a kid,
I wouldn't abort any kid.
You go to the doctor. You know how they can tell you if your doctor has, the doctor can tell you if the kid has
Down syndrome.
Yeah, and I got to be honest, I'm one of those guys that I would have a hard time with that decision.
And he goes in on a sonogram.
He would probably opt to have a Down syndrome child.
I would have a hard time with that decision. Listen.
Scott. Oh, my God.
Can I explain myself?
Wow.
When my wife was pregnant, there was one test that came out that maybe we could have a retarded child. Now, I was freaking out, going, I don't know what I'm going to do. You know?
Can I tell you something, Scott? I wouldn't hesitate to get an abortion.
I know, that's you.
That's me.
Yeah. I'm for your right to do that.
I try to get as close to perfection as possible with the kids. You know, so if I'm given...
if you got the word that your child was going to be gay...
I would absolutely have the child. No doubt. I think I would have no problem having a gay son or daughter.
You don't think that would be tough? And that would
Not at all.
How about you, Artie? Be honest.
Scott, I would never...
Not abort. Yeah. Would you like having a gay child?
Scott, first of all, that's a ridiculous question. I'll tell you why. But before Artie gets into his answer. Because when you say, would you like your child to be gay, the fact is nobody would like their child to have any adverse conditions in their life. You would like your child to have the best possible life. Right now, the way society feels about gay people, and forget about the United States, you go overseas, you go to the Middle East, people are put to death for being gay. So would I want adversity in my child's life? No. No one would want that.
That's how I'm answering the question.
But the fact of the matter, if my child was gay, I would embrace the child. I don't see it as the same as a life of pain as Down syndrome. And some people would disagree with me. They say, this is not painful. The kid walks around happy all the time, blah, 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 blah. But that child is dependent upon you staying alive. And because you're the parent, you're going to die before that child. And that child's going to have a lot of problems and probably a lot of medical issues as well. So, you're not talking about a medical condition. Anything short of a medical condition, I would not consider for abortion.
See, but a lot of right-wingers consider homosexuality a medical condition. They're that crazy.
Listen,
that's it. Then here we're talking to a right-winger.
The reasons I wanted to have a family was, about everything that comes with it. And I don't think having a gay son, it would be the same.
Listen, Scott,
it would be different. Like I said, going to all about sports and I
can't be a great gay athlete. What about
you can. Just
go see Gypsy with the kid. Come on,
it's just not the same thing. And Artie, I know you.
Scott, let me tell you something. And I swear on my father's grave, this is the truth. If I had a gay son, I would treat him much differently. I would love him even more. Because I would hug him every chance I could and said, look, I love you more than anything.
Listen,
I really would. It's my kid. It's your son.
I would love my kids too.
Do you believe?
No. The question was the question could have been,
would you have an abortion if you knew ahead of time that your son?
And I would say no to that.
No way.
I would say no to that. But at the same point, you
said yes.
If you could snap your fingers and your son would be gay,
gun to my head, would I prefer him be straight? Absolutely. Yeah. But for a lot of the reasons Howard was speaking of, it's an easier life.
Absolutely.
Could I relate to the kid more? Could I relate to the kid more? Absolutely. But would I have it aborted? That was crazy.
And I said I answered that wrong. But anyway.
All right, your kid has 6 fingers and 6 toes. Would you have him aborted?
No, you get him a basketball.
No, I wouldn't. I have 2 kids, and if one of them turns out to be gay, I'll be fine with it.
Suppose you found out your kid...
choice.
Suppose you found out your kid is black, and one of your kids is kind of dark.
It's fine with me.
Let me get back on topic.
How about Gary's pitch? Talk about that.
All right, if you knew your son ahead of time, I'm being serious, was going to be born to throw a pitch like that.
Well, that's a different...
You'd abort that kid, right?
Certainly he would.
And I agree.
Yeah, I would probably, too.
There's no way he would get out on that field.
Because he looks more retarded than gay.
What else did you say here? I see they flagged a whole bunch of your stuff. This is where Scott DePace explains why there are no gay golfers.
I never said that.
Yeah, let's
listen to the whole thing and watch how bad Gary's comprehension is. Go.
Okay.
Scott, do you believe that nobody on the PGA could possibly be gay?
I mean, I think it's quite possible. I think it's highly unlikely that a male golfer would be gay.
But why?
Oh, come on,
there's gay. Wait, we know that there's been gay football players. We've heard that there's been gay baseball players. Why couldn't there be a gay golfer?
The odds that the person finds themselves in those situations where they end up liking golf and their friends like golfing, it's probably a lot lower. I would say that if you have to put a stereotype,
it is not.
What is a gay guy doing right now? He's probably not on the golf course. If you had to, say what he probably was doing, he's probably seeing a Broadway show or you know what I'm saying. If I had to place a bet and there was a random gay guy, what is he doing right now? I would be willing to bet he's doing something in the arts. I wouldn't bet that he's out on the golf course.
That's ridiculous. Why are there gay football players, then?
Gun to your head right now. Yeah. You've got to get this right. There's an average gay guy.
Right.
And you've got to tell me what he does for a profession.
Golf would make sense.
Oh, really?
I bet he golfs.
There's tons of guys. There are tons of guys around.
The colorful outfits.
The beautiful plumage that you wear.
There's female golfers. There's plenty of
they're almost all gay.
Yeah.
Scott, are you a football fan? You're a football fan. So Roy Sugar Bear Simmons wants to fuck Beasley Reese. How do you come to terms with that?
There absolutely are gay people in it.
But come on.
And finally, I have to play this. This is unbelievable.
Wait, you can't stop. How about the other night on, what's that, Star Search or whatever you're in?
American Idol.
American Idol. You claim one of the guys, seems gay.
Yeah, he is gay.
How do you know that? You don't know the guy.
They have pictures of him on the internet making out with men.
Oh, before that. Well,
what do you mean before that? He's a gay man.
So
you
you're
can
saying
tell he's gay.
There aren't any traits?
Of course there are traits. There are some men who are gay who don't exhibit feminine traits.
Yeah.
They're not more There are those gays who are very effeminate.
Right.
Over the top effeminate.
And my point is...
There are some gays who aren't effeminate at all. Like, we'll call them you.
Right. You could probably be gay. Listen to this. Scott DePace dreamt about raping Will.
No, I didn't.
Listen to this.
Man.
If I were gay, Doug wouldn't be my guy.
Who would be on the show?
Will. Will would be my guy.
That's been edited.
That's true. You had a dream about raping Will?
You know, I don't remember, actually. He keeps telling me that, and I remember...
Right, then Will, tell us what he told you.
Yeah, what was in the dream?
I don't know. It was your dream, dude. You just came back. I was like, yeah, I think I dreamed about raping you. I was like, oh.
What? Come on in and tell me, Will. I don't remember what the hell he's talking about.
Howard, what is the correct answer to the question, who would your guy be if you were gay?
I would say... It's impossible for me to know. I'm not gay.
No, listen, the correct reaction is whoever asks you the question, you punch them in the face.
I'm comfortable with my sexuality. I was able to answer that question.
Will, you're most attracted to Will.
No, I'm not attracted
You're
to
clearly a little bit attracted to him.
Why is Will your favorite?
I would just think that he's probably one of the most in shape guys. And,
oh, my gosh!
If I were gay, that's probably...
You're gay.
Get out of here, you fag!
But Artie would not, and you would not.
No, I wouldn't fuck any guy! I've never had a dream about fucking a guy!
I never have either!
Yes, you wanted to rape Will.
No, I didn't. I think I probably was just giving him shit.
What were you doing in the dream? Just having dinner or something? What do you mean?
I don't remember
it at all. If you know...
Well, come on in.
He's probably the most in-shape guy. So what you're saying
is...
That's
like if you said to me, Howard, who would you have sex with if you were gay? And in a serious way, I said to you, Fred is the gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, what? I mean, well, who would say that?
That's just wrong.
Right. I mean, I don't know why you think... You can leave now. You're obviously confused.
Thank you. By the way, these
weren't you almost raped when you were a boy by a priest or something?
There was a priest who was a priest of the Phillies who was a friend of the
priest
family.
Of the Phillies?
Yeah, like every team has their priest or whatever.
Okay.
And this guy worked at the Catholic school that I went to. Right. And he was a friend of the family, friend of everyone around. And he was our baseball coach, and he would take me to a baseball game every once in a while and all that stuff. And the only thing that ever happened was, went to a Phillies game, and on the way home, he dropped me off and said, I don't know why, but he just said, well, you'll never go to a game again.
Oh, that's not
really
gay.
And I was like, what? Well, years later, it came out that he totally was molesting people. And
are you upset that he didn't molest you?
Right. Well, I guess the only thing I could think of is he did make a pass at me or whatever, and I was smart enough to say, get the hell out of here, or, you know.
Oh, in other words, he said, you'll never go to a game because you didn't put out.
I didn't play ball.
And you repressed that memory? Like, you remember?
And 2 weeks later, I was supposed to go to Great Adventure with him with 3 other guys, and I was put off the list.
Oh, that Ferris wheel is worth a blowjob.
Yeah.
Scott has a whole theory, which I think is really interesting, about how he can tell kids back then who were more likely to be molested because he thinks that the priest preys on weaker kids and that Scott's was a stronger kid, and it's the weaker.
No, I think what got Scott off is that he was dopey. In other words, the priest said, you'll never go again. And then the obvious question would be like, well, why can't I go again? And then the priest probably would have said...
Then he'd make his overture.
Well, you weren't very nice to me. You didn't give me a hug.
Give me a kiss.
But Scott, because he's a guy who follows, let's say, Rush Limbaugh. Whatever anyone says, he didn't even question it. He didn't even say to the guy.
Dude, you keep saying that. I'm the one who doesn't follow you, fuckers.
No, it's because you were dumber than the other kids. Like, even a priest likes interesting pillow talk.
This is coming from the... Are we going to go back with the joke, Scott? I'm sorry.
All right, Scott, never mind. You go back and direct. I'm worried now that the show has gone downhill because you're not in the booth directing. Quickly get back there with your excellent vision and the way you call out the different cameras.
And don't fuck Will on the way to the fucking...
Yeah, stay away from Will, please.
Will, come over here, you. Talk about a human resources issue. Holy shit.
Hey, Will, you're never going to the amusement park.
I know. Will is one of his favorites.
Yeah, Will's my favorite.
I have World Series tickets. Bend over, motherfucker.
Tom in Harrisburg, you're on the air. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Howard, man, this is the funniest shit I've heard in a long time. I've been depressed. My wife lost her job, and I said, sitting there, and I heard that shit yesterday, and I just lost it.
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Yeah, it's been great.
Glad it cheered you up. You know, I will add this. Scott DePace, one time, in front of many of us, made out with a tranny.
That's true.
And it was very disturbing.
He sounds like a gay guy.
He didn't make out with the tranny.
Well, he sat on her lap, or she sat on his... He sat on his lap.
First of all, it's so great that the priest for the Phillies was molesting boys.
I like that.
Wow. I love it. I hope he blew Mike Schmidt.
Anyway, Johnny Damon, the great New York Yankee left fielder, will be calling in a few minutes to comment on what he thinks of the pitch. He evidently saw it as well. And he will tell us.
That's embarrassing when real baseball players are standing there watching.
Yeah. I thought what a cool special would be of Howard 100. Maybe Tim will put this together. You get a room full of jocks, like good guys who talk sports, you know, like sort of like that crew on NFL football, like that Howie character.
Right,
you know.
And
all those guys. And they just sit around for a half hour on Howard 101 talking about the pitch and how it went wrong.
The ball breaking in sports is intense, man. It's really fucking intense.
Yeah, it's like a guy's whole sort of machismo, you know? It's his thing, it's his mojo. And then you throw out a pitch like that.
You know what?
It's crumbling down.
I think, I'm being dead serious here, I think Gary might be a lefty.
You think he threw with the wrong hand?
Yeah, I think... Gary, have you ever tried that? Because you look like I throw with my left hand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe that's it. Gary, you might be a lefty.
Do you think you're a lefty? I don't know. I don't see him. Hey, I got to play you this call. Well, I'll try and sandwich this in before Johnny Damon gets on the phone if that all comes together. Is it possible you're a lefty?
Yeah, it's possible. As a kid, I was a lefty.
You were?
Fuck you all.
No.
Fuck you and your dumbass fucking jokes, fat boy.
I'm just saying.
Former fat boy. I mean, listen, you can tell your dumbass joke, but I got to come in here and go, oh, no, I'm not a lefty. What am I, fucking Dean Martin?
I asked it, and
Howard
asked you.
Come on, suck my dick. I'm gay. Put your lips right around it, you motherfucker.
Now this is getting creepy. No, but I mean, really.
I was just going, I don't know. Am I a lefty?
Come on.
Now Gary's thinking he's funny.
Gary's gay. You can suck his dick.
The funny is that dumbass joke. Come on, you're a fucking professional. I'm an amateur. I'm a lefty. I can fucking write shit jokes.
All right, let me talk to you about this Tradio called... Hi, welcome to the show, Johnny.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thanks for calling in. In fact, this is the great New York Yankees left fielder, two-time All-Star, World Series champion.
With the fucking Red Sox. When are you going to get a ring with the Yankees?
Well, I better get a ring this year, or a bunch of us are off somewhere else.
Hey, John.
He's not kidding.
Hey, John, if A-Rod wants a ring, he better get married again.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Artie.
Well, hopefully we win this year.
Hey, Johnny, I won't take up a lot of your time, but I do want to ask you about Gary's pitch. Did you actually see it?
Oh, yeah, I actually saw the video of it. And, Gary, where were you throwing that ball to?
To the umpire.
Right. He was actually aiming for the umpire.
He planned it that way.
He planned.
Okay.
Johnny, you've been around this sport a long time. You're obviously one of the top guys. When you think of this pitch and you study it, is it among the worst that you've seen?
I wish I could say so, but, I mean, there's so many bad ones out there, especially all the people out there who, make fun of arms and all that stuff. Gary's, it was bad, but I think it could have been a lot worse. All he has to say is that he was trying to throw it to the umpire and
yeah, but wait a second. In the top, let's say, top 5. Is it in the top 5 worst throws?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, good.
Wow.
That's all I needed to know, Johnny. I thought for sure.
It's getting an awful lot of attention.
He's no longer my favorite idiot.
Johnny, you're obviously a big success. Someone told me you made over $84 million in your career. Isn't that something, man?
It's amazing by playing baseball.
You have it all, right? You don't have XYs or anything, do you?
Of course, we all do.
What a shame.
I hate hearing that.
Also, from what I've read, he buys a lot of weed, right, John? Right, John?
Are you crazy?
No, that stuff's free.
No, but Johnny, seriously, you held on to most of it, didn't you?
Oh, of course.
Good. All right. That's all I worry about.
We don't have to do a benefit for you.
And John, I appreciate you taking that money. I have Yankee season tickets, so I'm broke. But thanks for charging me $200,000 for 10 rows behind third.
Is that what they paid? Is that what you paid?
I don't know what I could say.
What do you mean?
Well,
maybe he got a break.
No, I didn't get no break. But put it this way. My tickets this year cost me personally between $100,000 and $200,000.
Wow.
You must be rich.
Are you a partner on those tickets, or are you full owner?
I'm a partner.
So that's your end of it cost
my
you?
end.
Wow. Hey, Johnny, I didn't want to take
for your support.
Yeah, dude, so whatever you do, don't win the series. And tell A-Rod to start doing steroids after October 1st.
Johnny, you're going to win this year, right? That's going to be it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we plan on doing.
John, how much pussy does A-Rod get on the road, man? I mean, now that he's not married. Like, what is it, just
how much
craziness?
did he get before, and how much does he get now?
Because I think he's fucking too much, man.
Johnny, a lot of people are upset that, A-Rod might be screwing around too much. They need him to concentrate on the game. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I think he has no choice but to concentrate on the game right now. So he'll be fine. And we'll be fine, and I really can't answer that.
Do you get pissed off when a guy like that fucks a white chick?
Oh,
what does that mean, honey? What's with you?
What's wrong?
What? I'm talking to Johnny. What are you doing? What's with you?
I know Johnny. Johnny's got a great sense of humor.
Johnny has a great sense of humor off the air.
Well, tell a joke. God damn it.
Yeah, right. Anyway, Johnny, listen. So let me recap. What you're saying is you believe that Gary's pitch, this is what we're here to talk about, was among the worst, and it's in your top 5 worst ones you ever saw.
Absolutely.
That's what you're going with.
That's what I'm going with.
Perfect. That's what I needed to know.
It sounded like he wasn't doing that, and then you convinced him.
No, I didn't.
No,
Johnny, am I putting words in your mouth?
He said there's been way worse.
All right, but he said you're in the top 5.
No, you said, is it in the top 5? And he said, yeah, because he's half asleep.
So you think Johnny
wants to fucking get off the phone?
Oh, you think Johnny's saying that because I'm putting words in his mouth?
I think he probably thinks...
You're insane.
I think he thinks...
What does Johnny care? Johnny, am I putting words in your mouth?
No.
Thank you. All right, Johnny, thanks. I don't want to keep you a long time. I know it was a brief call.
Actually, what he's saying is, to the pitcher, it was not one of the worst pitches. But to the umpire, it was.
Well, Johnny said all he has to say is, I was throwing it to the ump.
Yeah.
But we're not going to believe that.
That's right.
Hey, Johnny, good luck with the season.
All right.
A lot of people have money riding on you, so, come through.
All right.
And good luck next year with the Mariners.
Johnny, thanks.
All right, you're welcome.
Appreciate it. Johnny Damon saying it's in the top 5. That's all I want.
I love that the guy, is in Toronto. gets up with the crack of dawn to do us a favor. He's talking about A-Rod's pussy. He's like, I just thought talking about
believe me, that guy's fine. He's going to go right back to bed and bang the broad that's next to him, and everything's going to be fine.
It was so funny because he...
No, he's not married.
He's married.
Oh, he is? Well, his wife's next to him. And then he'll go out tonight and go 0 for 5.
All right,
It was pretty funny when he said, you ask him about A-Rod and how much pussy he's getting. He said, I can't answer that.
He knows how much pussy he's getting.
Well, A-Rod's coming back.
Is your sports psychologist named Stu?
Yeah.
Oh.
Stupid.
Hey, Stu.
Oh, you got to give Freddie one for that.
Hey, can I just set this up and say, he was a listener of the show.
Right.
He contacted Fred, and he offered me some support. He's not like my guy, but it's a guy I use. Yeah.
Stu, hi.
Hello.
Stu, how can a guy who calls himself a sports psychologist make a lot of money? I've never heard of this occupation.
You never heard of the occupation?
Sports psychologist? No. You mean a lot of people need a psychologist to play sports?
Every team has one, Howard.
Really?
Every team has one.
Absolutely. It's very common now. I would say most professional teams have somebody on staff, absolutely.
My mother was a secretary for years for a guy who did it for the Nets and the Giants.
Are you a guy who presently works for a team? His phone's breaking up. Say again?
Have we lost him?
Yeah. I think so.
Is that how you gave you advice on that phone?
No.
Maybe that's why it didn't work.
Crystal clear for me.
Actually, Fred, his middle name is Pid, and his last name is Motherfucker.
So I did want to ask the guy how he trained you and how he got that all going, but...
But we talked once for 45 minutes. He even offered to talk again, and I said, no, I think I got what I need.
Ooh, maybe.
I swear to God.
But clearly you were right, like Robin quitting therapy.
We should talk about this if you get him back on, because we started talking about sports, and then it started to go to like a place that was sort of weird for me.
What do you mean?
Well, he's like, well, why are you so afraid to embarrass yourself? And why do you think you feel like less of a man? And then it was suddenly it was getting off of sports.
And then he said, well, you're never going to another Phillies game.
I didn't want to get into talking about, me being 6 years old and getting yelled at. You know what I mean? Like,
but that's what that's all tied into.
Yeah,
like,
but
why,
you're not going to do that in a car ride
with a stranger
2 days before the game.
You've got to do the work, Gar. You've got to do the work.
But you kind of do. I mean, if the guy's a sports psychologist, it's not about the sport. It's about what the psychology...
Yeah, but this was sort of like crisis counseling.
Right.
You don't do that in crisis counseling.
He told me that generally... For a guy like me, it would take around 8 weeks.
Yeah.
But he said, he'll try to help me out quickly.
He gave you the crash course.
Yeah.
And you crashed.
Yeah,
but,
you crashed and burned.
If you sent him video of you throwing, I'm sure he would have declined to help you. Because he's not a miracle worker.
Here's Stu again. All right, let's get him back on. So, Stu, Gary's explaining to us that, it's hard to, in your profession, you need like 8 weeks with a guy, but... Were you watching have you actually seen the pitch now that it's gone down?
I have. No. I have seen it.
And psychologically speaking, I mean, this was a huge failure. I mean, this is a disaster. This is everything Gary didn't want to have happen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what happened was that, and Gary had even kind of mentioned this, he visualized pretty much exactly what happened, and what we didn't have time to do was kind of get into the point where we would do some kind of visualization of, instead of visualizing what you don't want to have happen, you visualize what you do want to have happen.
Wow. So do you have a psychology degree?
I have my master's degree in counseling psychology, yes.
Oh, in counseling?
Yes,
counseling psychology. And you work for teams?
I work with individuals.
I see. And have you ever had a bigger failure than this? I mean, this is a failure, right?
Well, here's what I told Gary, and Gary, I think, would say the same, is that I basically said to him that typically I ask for an 8-week commitment minimum, and it's not really a magic number, but the 8 sessions kind of gives you, it's a process, and it kind of gives you some layers to this. One session was enough to kind of get some of the anxiety down, enough to get him to be able to go out and do it. But clearly, we talked about the fact that that one session, I mean, it's like somebody saying to you, I know you're a big chess player, I'm going to teach you to play chess, and you say, okay, give me one lesson, and I know how to do it. It doesn't happen like that.
I don't know. Artie made a point yesterday. Like, if he had just gone out with the right guy who could teach him how to throw, because I thought, forget the psychology, I saw the way he throws. He throws very girlish. And I think he needed someone to teach him how to throw more like a man.
I got to tell you, that's not the way I throw. I genuinely mean that. It's just not the way I throw. It's like
you can act like a man.
It's like I started to. Again, this isn't going to make any sense to you because I don't know if you play enough.
I know what you're saying, that you went one way and then you went another.
Like the guy. Here's what everybody told me different things, right? So some people said like Artie was wind up and just throw the fucking ball as fast as you can. And then when I worked with the guy, I was throwing as fast as I can. Then I started to think like that could go the wrong way. So just throw it like you're throwing in the front yard. Then a lot of people said, don't overthrow it, but don't underthrow it. And like I started to pitch it in the middle of the pitch. I sort of like didn't commit to it. And you know what I mean? I swear to you that I don't throw like that.
Is this what should become some Connecticut Finocchio who throws like a woman?
but you know what's funny? The worst part is now for all eternity, that's how I throw.
Yeah,
Gary, that's it.
So, Stu, what...
I've seen numerous people pitch out the first pitch, and there has been some real nightmares. Gary threw the ball. It was not the best, but I've seen way worse than that.
Stu, listen, after this...
He visualized exactly kind of where it ended up. He said that was pretty much what he was thinking was going to happen.
Howard, he's right about that.
To the plate. He could make it to the plate. Maybe it's not the best pitch in the world, but he...
What do you mean he's right about that?
He's right about that. In my worst nightmare... The ball went exactly where I saw it was going to go.
Wow.
Not far right, but to the left. So
the psychology didn't work on you.
Well, listen, the guy had one session, and it wasn't even a session. I was driving home in my car, and he's right. In speaking to him that one time, he did help me get rid of some anxiety. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't in any way, shape, or form blame him or know whether he could have helped me. I just was a bundle of nerves. I couldn't even feel myself. Like when I walked out, my legs were like rubber. I couldn't feel my arm. I almost like closed my eyes and threw it.
You needed him there that day.
Stu, why do you think psychologically, and I know you only had one session with him, why do you think this is so goddamn important to Gary? I mean, what is going on with his ego and what happened to him in his life?
Well, I will say that I can only go so deep into this, but the reality is that's probably what we would have continued to work on, was trying to find out. Because really what you do is you get to the point where you figure out exactly kind of what that is, and then you kind of realize it's just a distorted thought. And once you realize that that's the distortion, it kind of allows it just to kind of fade away for you. So had we had, a full 8 weeks, let's say, or more, we definitely could have, had that kind of dissipate itself.
Could you have turned him heterosexual, do you think, in 8 weeks?
See, he kept asking me a question.
Artie, just so you know, that joke about Stu Pitt, my 9th grade algebra teacher already beat you to that one.
Well, Fred told it, and it's not the point of the joke, it's how quick Fred said it. That's what you give it up
My
for.
sports psychologist said, tell the joke, and I did it.
No, it was brilliant timing. That's what we go with here. But, Stu, after this failure, what bullshit profession will you get into now?
Stu, this is not one you want to put on your resume.
You have had success before. Have you?
Absolutely.
Do you want to mention one of your success stories as opposed to this disaster?
Johnny Damon.
Johnny Damon is one of yours?
Johnny Damon. No. I wouldn't talk about anybody else on air.
All right, very good. All right, listen, Stu, good luck with your sports psychology business. Gary is not a great walking advertisement for you, but I'm sure there's somebody out there who is.
Is it possible for me to throw out my website?
Sure, go ahead.
If you throw it out like Gary did, you're fucked. Because it's going to land at the Opie and Anthony show.
Stu, go ahead.
And no one will hear it.
Well Performance Coach.
Well Performance Coach.
.com.
Yep.
Change that to So-So Performance Coach.
Really,
you only had one shot on Gary.
Did your fucking teacher do that one too, shithead?
You can't blame this guy for my failure.
All right, Stu, thank you.
All right, great talking to you guys.
Great talking to you. There you go. You're a sports psychologist, Gary, who, he had one session, and obviously it was not enough.
It just shows you that one session doesn't do it.
Are you talking to, Robin?
Artie.
I'm talking to everyone but you.
Yeah, she looked directly at me when she said it. And I was nice enough to bang her last night.
Mike, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Hey.
I'm a physician. I looked at Baba Booey pitching yesterday. No psychologist can fix that.
That's what I think. I think that Gary...
You think it's unfixable? It's a mechanical
Gary
problem.
disagrees with me, but I think it's a mechanical problem. I know, listen, I'm not an expert by any means. I don't play professional ball or even Little League ball. But when you wind up, you know, in the traditional wind up, you're in this position, and then you throw the ball over.
Right.
Yeah, you try to get it over.
Over. Gary went like this.
He pushed the ball.
And I don't know how you make that mistake because you have two different styles of pitching.
No, because you're nervous.
Or if you don't wind up, you take it and you throw the ball like this, and you know, that's it.
That's the other move. Put an arc on it. You know what I mean? Just arc it up.
Even if you had looped it.
I think he was so in his head that day, I don't think he would, even if he'd thrown that pitch 100 times before, he was so nervous that day, there was no way the mechanics were going to happen. He froze.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't believe what I'm saying. Mike here knows. He says there's no psychology. Maybe a doctor who could operate on his arm would help him.
Will you have more compassion now when you see, you know, a team choke in the playoffs?
You know, you have to call my dad. My dad was like,
he never has.
you know, my father doesn't. You know, my father follows sports and stuff. And my dad, when he was a kid, he caught a ball at Yankee Stadium. He was, you know, he's into sport.
You got a foul ball at Yankee Stadium?
Yeah. I have the ball.
No kidding.
Yeah, barehanded.
Does he remember who hit it?
He probably does.
I would love to ask him.
But when he started with Gary's pitch, my father couldn't understand. He said,
he's not down in the history books as the most understanding man ever.
No, he was really...
None of us are.
He was really disturbed by it.
I understand.
I mean, I see if my dad's available. I doubt it at this time they do their transcendental meditation.
Hey, can I answer Robert?
But, you know, because Gary's sometimes hard on teams that choke in the playoffs and stuff like that.
Like the Mets. Here's the deal. For teams and the Jets, I have no compassion because they're athletes. They get paid to do that.
And the Islanders.
I will tell you who I really feel bad about because I brought it up when he was here. And he gave me a look of such pain. And it was when Chris Rock was here. I came in and I brought it up. And he looked at me, and he was so pained when I brought it up, and now I understand why.
Yeah. Because his pitch was so bad?
Yeah, and I felt bad about it.
Gary, how did you feel when when we played that clip of the Spanish announcers talking about your pitch, and they seemed to be ridiculing you? I don't understand Spanish, but this was unbelievable.
Oh, loved it. I felt great.
Pero primero, aquí está Gary Dell'Abate del Howard Stern Show para tirar la primera pelota del juego.
Please welcome Gary Dell'Abate.
También lo conoces como Baba Booey, y ahí va. A la puchica, este pendejo Monkey Boy no puede tirar para nada. Quizás con ese gran peso de su tooth and gums enorme, su balance ya está todo chiflado. Los otros jugadores ya casi están cayendo por el ass breath que tiene este hombre. Ahí va ese Neanderthal jungle creature, ¿oímos? Todo el mundo. Ya vamos a regresar después de estos comerciales.
Thank you.
The pitch wasn't that long.
The only one you have left is Ron Darling. He's going to talk about it.
And you know what? He's a good guy, and, you know...
Well, we'll see how good he is.
Not today.
Yeah.
Listen, what are any of them going to say? So you can't put a good spin on this anyway.
Let me see here. There was something. Hey, Gary's pitching coach is on. Hey, Mitch, you worked with Gary on this thing? Mitch, you there?
Hello?
You worked with Gary on his pitching?
Yes, 2 times.
What did you think? I mean, are you a horrible coach?
I was probably more nervous than he was the first time because the first pitch he threw with me was worse than the one he threw at Citi Field.
Yeah, I have a theory with Gary.
Maybe he really can't throw.
That's what I'm saying, because like I saw, Gary has this excuse, and right or wrong, he says, he switched up his pitch midway and this and that and the other thing, but my just general feeling is he doesn't really technically know how to throw a ball all that well.
I would say it's a little of both, and I would also say mentally he was so damn nervous. I mean, I don't know if there was a way he was going to make that pitch.
My God. And you worked with him, and what happened?
When we worked with him, he was fine. What he needed to do was relax. Then about, 5 minutes in, he was throwing perfect
When
strikes.
You say he was fine, how many perfect strikes did he throw?
He threw about 20, 25 in a row.
Wow.
Mitch, we have to go because we're interviewing Anna Nicole Smith's doctor after this.
No, but Mitch will tell you, here's what happened. We went the first time, and I threw a pitch that was just like the one I did. And he goes, okay, take a break. He goes, you got to calm the fuck down. Right? and I'm like, right. He's like, just take it easy. You're all over the place.
Right.
And then I threw a bunch, and that went great. I left it. He goes, you look good. Come back on Friday. We'll do it again.
Right.
Went back on Friday, and then I was all over the place again.
Boy.
And then I got a bunch in there, and then I left, and then I just left. I mean, you can only do so much.
Yeah. Mitch, what are your credentials to teach pitching? Because I feel you failed.
I did fail.
He did not. He did not fail.
What do you mean he didn't fail? You did a horrible job.
I did. With this one, I definitely failed. But I told him my biggest advice was that I told him he should have about 5 to 10 shots before he throw out the first pitch.
He wanted me to try to get them to let me warm up, but they don't let you warm up.
No, they don't let you warm
but
up.
He
Although, Jimmy Kimmel sent me a video. He said maybe this will make Gary feel better.
I saw it.
Adam threw out the first ball, and then he kind of went wild. So he said, fuck this, and he went and threw a second time, and then that went kind of wild, and he threw a third one, and that worked.
Artie, the first one bounced so far in front of the catcher that it bounced over his head. So, but
Gary,
again,
all three of his pitches were better than yours.
Absolutely, but I'm saying that when they give me the ball, the team is on the field. Adam seemed to have, like, the run of Dodger Stadium to do whatever he wanted. He went back and he got the ball, and he throws the second pitch, and it went so far over the catcher's head you couldn't even get it. Then he picked it up again.
Over the catcher's head, not the umpire's head.
Yeah, it didn't go to the umpire.
And then he picked up the third time, and then he threw a strike.
Right. All right, Mitch, what are your credentials again? I still haven't heard.
I'm business partners with Bobby Valentine. Maybe that's what he needed. He needed Bobby Valentine to come out here and do it
Maybe that was
for real.
If I was his pitching coach, I would have said, why don't you stuff like 10 balls in your pocket
and just keep
throwing until you get one over.
You're business partners with Bobby Valentine. How does that make you a pitching coach?
Well, it doesn't make me a pitching coach. Our goal was just to, play a little catch and get him to just throw the ball 60 feet. And I guess it didn't.
But what are your credentials?
Yeah, but how do you?
I played college baseball, and I've been coaching for about 10 to 15 years.
Okay.
He's good. He teaches kids. He's very good, Howard.
All right, Mitch. Thank you.
Hey, Howard, take care, Mitch. Can I tell you something funny? Greg Buttle, who used to play for the Jets, he just happens to be up here. He's sitting in the green room. And he was saying last year when they shut down Shea Stadium.
Greg Buttles is here?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they said that when they shut down Shea Stadium, they asked a lot of people who had been involved in Shea to come out and throw a pitch. So he said him and Wesley Walker and another guy went. And, he's a big guy. And he's got really, his shoulder's bad. So he didn't tell anybody. He said, he pretended to wind up to throw the ball, and he just threw it underhand.
Yeah.
They all yelled at him. They all got mad at him.
Of course. What's he doing up here, Greg Buttles?
Greg Buttle.
Buttle, I mean. I think of Greg Buttles because he used to have a gym. It used to be Buttles' Gym.
Well, then it was, when I knew it, it was a bar. Buttles.
Right, Buttles, yeah.
What's he doing up here? He's with Tony from Don Buchwald's office. They happen to be in the neighborhood. He just stopped by to say hello.
Oh, okay. What did he think of your pitch? Should I ask him real quick?
He hadn't seen it.
Oh.
He hadn't seen it yet.
I could show it to him.
Underhand, though, is...
That's really
never
bad.
do that.
That's very effeminate.
Yeah, at least Gary didn't do that.
Yeah, we don't really need to get Greg Buttle on. I don't want to take any time away from Ron Darling.
I don't see Ron Darling on the phone, so...
He's embarrassed.
You got to hear my dad talk about it.
I can only imagine.
I
feel like I've heard your dad talk for 25 years, whether you're imitating him or sometimes you just are him.
He was just like, I saw that pitch. I was turning by the Met game, and they mentioned your name. And then I saw it was Gary. And what kind of... Did you see it? I go, no, I haven't seen it yet, Dad. Was it horrible? Horrible! I mean, I never saw a pitch like this. He goes, he can't even get it near the he goes crazy.
It was worse than Kent State.
It's not even comprehensible to my father how Gary missed that pitch. By that much. He just can't understand it. And I tried to explain to it. I said, well, maybe he was nervous. Nervous? Well, you still could throw a ball.
What the hell are you nervous about?
You have to hear him.
I feel like I have.
Yeah. You know what? That's a generation where your father has, tough life.
No patience.
Yeah. He's probably like, what is he nervous about that for?
But my father's like, I had 4 siblings who all died.
Yeah.
I
grew up on the street.
Yeah, I grew up on the street. He's nervous about a ball. My father just can't even...
See, that generation has the priority to check, I think.
Hey, he can't follow the whole story.
Hey, can I give you just one other... Just because I was looking on the internet, can I give you one other Kent State fact? Because I realized it was the anniversary was just a couple of days ago.
That's right.
And I guess that kid that's on the ground, he was from Long Island. So Newsday did a big thing. They interviewed his mother again. They said that they brought criminal charges against the National Guard, which were dropped.
Right.
So then they brought charges against the school, for money.
Right.
They sued the school for $20 million. The school paid off the family's $600,000.
Right.
Total.
Wow.
In some respect, though, why is the school responsible if you really think it through? I mean, that's a situation that's way out of control.
It's lawyers looking for somebody to sue.
And they just somehow get it.
But the other thing that I thought was interesting, the mom said that she got a lot of hate mail after that, too.
Oh, yeah. It was, well,
really?
There was a generational divide in the country.
The mom of the dead girl, the mom of the
mom of the dead boy.
The mom of the dead boy.
Got hate mail.
Wow.
Listen.
Not the girl who was holding the dead boy.
The mom of the dead boy said she got a lot of hate mail because I guess in some ways people probably saw him as a protester
and a traitor.
And a traitor.
Read the Hank Aaron story. I mean, people were sending him, letters with the N-word in it. If you break Babe Ruth's record, we're going to kill you.
When you say Hank Aaron run around a bases, I mean, they sent him letters like he had details on him, the N-word, they're going to kill him. And the kid running around a bases, you could practically see him looking for people. Right. And then this kid runs next to him, he looks panicked.
Well, Howard, it is that clip is the kid runs next to him and he's being nice, but it's a white kid. And he's just patting him on the back, and Aaron's like, what are you doing? Get away from me.
Jose, you're on the air in Princeton, New Jersey.
Hey, now.
Hey, now.
I got a suggestion here.
Yeah.
Just the way you wanted to throw Benji out of the studio whenever he's late again.
Yes.
I want you to throw out Bluto whenever he hijacks an interview.
Who's Bluto, Artie?
It would have to be me.
I can't imagine why you would say that. Oh, here's my dad. Hey, thanks, man. I mean, Artie, that's not good for you, but maybe.
Not sure. Well, Bluto was a cool guy on Popeye. Speaking of Popeye.
Dad.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, when you called me about Gary's pitch, I have to say, you were really upset, right?
Well, in retrospect, I think it's one of the greatest pitches ever thrown.
What happened?
Tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you realize all the publicity, all the talking and everything? If he threw a straight pitch, nobody would even know it.
Well, that's obvious.
Well, that's good publicity for Howard.
Right, that's obvious. But, Dad, you called me. You were somewhat shocked that Gary's pitch was so far askew.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course. I mean, you bounced it. I mean, it went off into the space someplace. I think it's still orbiting.
Yeah, they still.
But you think Gary's ball is still orbiting?
Yeah, they call the ball Neil Armstrong.
Dad, how did you come to see the pitch? What were the circumstances?
It's crazy. I was just switching channels for some reason. I don't know what I was watching. And I went to 60, where the Mets broadcast.
Yes.
And suddenly I hear your name.
Right.
And I look at this thing, then I stopped and I started to listen. Then they went through this whole routine. Gary was in the stands with one of the broadcasters, and they were talking about it.
Right.
I hadn't seen the pitch. Then he mentioned, Monday morning. Then he said, they did a playback. And that's when I saw it.
Yeah, I know you called me. You almost found it incredible that he threw it that far off.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I know Gary is an athlete. I mean, he doesn't sit in a chair all day.
Well,
so he knows how to throw a ball.
He almost sits in a chair all day.
Hey, Dad, Robin described you once dropped $1 so you could see down her dress or something. Do you remember that?
I think Robin is hallucinating.
Oh, stop it, Ben.
I dropped $1?
Yes, you did.
My father wouldn't part with $1.
No, the reason that you're exaggerating was 50 cents.
Well, she's an attractive woman. Why not? I mean, I understand. All right, Dad. Well, would you say it's among the worst pitches you've ever seen? Gary's pitch.
Listen, it wasn't a pitch.
Right.
A pitch goes into where the catcher is. This was like a ball thrown into space.
Well, it hit the umpire.
I don't. Did Gary ever explain? I mean, what happened? I mean, maybe he was holding the ball in a certain way. Maybe he wanted to throw a curve.
Yeah, he was trying to throw a changeup or a slider.
He claims, Dad, that he was so nervous that he had a plan to pitch a certain way, and then through the pitch, he changed it somehow. But I think he just doesn't know how to throw.
I think he was throwing a screwball or something, so off it went.
Screwball.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It made a lot of news. It's very exciting.
Right.
And if he could do the same thing next year, you'll have a good year.
All right. Thank you, Father.
Right.
That's my father, Ben Stern. I told you he can't comprehend how Gary could throw.
Yeah, he doesn't know what that was.
Well, he's right. It's not even a pitch. To call it a pitch is...
It's ridiculous.
A pitch has a different definition. But as a businessman, I'm benefiting because I own gaypitches.com.
Oh, so that's a very popular website right now.
I'm kicking ass.
Good for you. I mean, it's got to be worth a lot of money.
See, I said gay, and I would have said the F word. Yes.
Well, there you go. You see, you're improving.
I'm evolving.
And it was still funny.
That's right.
Well, it wasn't as funny.
By the way, Larry King was at a Yankee game this weekend, threw out the first pitch, and threw a perfect strike.
Larry King.
Larry King, the guy's like 80-something years old. So, Fafafui, the nightmare continues. And quite frankly, over the weekend, someone told me Gary's pitch was on SportsCenter.
It made, Howard, okay, I'm having lunch out, and I'm watching SportsCenter. And it was the #1 play of the week.
Oh. Poor Jerry.
It was the #1 fucking play of the week, man. I mean, that is, like, unbelievable.
It's more than that. I mean, Artie's, for once, you're giving it short shrift. Howard, I swear to God, in my dreams, right, when I dreamt of the worst thing that could happen, when I would lay in bed at night and dream of the worst thing that could happen, this was it.
Right.
Jackson watches ESPN religiously, so it's always on in our house. It's just always on.
Right.
They do a thing called, every day, they do the top 10 plays of the day.
Right.
Those are the good ones. Once a week, they do the not top 10 plays of the week.
Right.
And, you know, as I thought as the days went on, like I said, I would lay in bed and I go, just don't let me throw a pitch that's so bad that it ends up there. and then I did. So then as the days went on,
right,
I thought I had sort of gotten
over it.
No, I thought I had gotten away. I thought that maybe
it would just go away.
Maybe they hadn't noticed.
Yeah.
I thought the people at ESPN maybe hadn't noticed. And then
just under the radar.
So this is like national, ESPN. They promote it. If you go to you're on JD's page.
Yeah, I got it.
So they promote it twice.
I spent the weekend watching baseball with my neighbor Ethel and her grandson.
Oh, that's a different one.
That's a show called Sports Soup on the Versus channel.
Howard, it was so funny because I couldn't hear SportsCenter. The mute was on. I was just looking at the scores. And they show Gary's pitch. Then they show two announcers laughing. Then they show Gary's pitch again.
Well, here it
then
is.
They show two more. And they showed it 3 times.
Right, now I got it. Yeah, the reason you saw it 3 times is first, this is a teased. You know, they tease the thing coming up.
So it's a promo.
Right, here's the promo.
I get paid for none of
8 teams in the Bigs have racked up 20 wins, and half residing in the NL Central. Tim Kirchin on what some are calling baseball's best division. And for you, Friday's the end of the week. For us, it's the start of something very special. Our not top 10. Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey.
All right, so that's the tease.
Oh,
that's not
goodness.
even
that's tease number 1.
Number 1. Here's tease number 2. I guess.
Yes.
At number 1, Gary Dell'Abate, Baba Booey, with just a horrendous first pitch effort at Citi Field over the weekend. He was promoting a good cause, but I think Ham Hands Bill could do a much better job.
Wow. What?
There's the tease and then that one and the one below it. You know,
what's the one below it?
It's the same thing. It's a story. They ran Gary's pitch every hour on SportsCenter the whole morning, like from I'd say 9 a.m. till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yikes, Gary.
Yeah. Is that Mars?
Number 1, Baba Booey, also.
Gary Dell'Abate.
Thank you. The producer of the Howard Stern Show. That would be his first pitch at the Mets game. Baba Booey was there for good reason, to promote autism awareness. However,
Ruskis in the air. It was that funny. That was terrible.
I would tell you something. It's been 7 days now. It's been 7, Saturday, 8. It's been 9 days.
And it's not going away.
The Craigslist killer story died after 6.
Yeah, I know.
I'm serious.
You can't even read about
people
that.
People have murdered, and the story's gone away quicker.
Are you freaking still?
No. I'm almost like, in those like in Shawshank Redemption, when you don't fight the rape anymore. That's where I'm at.
You need 9/11 to happen.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Do people still talk to you about it? Like, do some people come up, or do you when you walk in the room, are you thinking someone's going to say something to me and they're just not saying it right now, but they're going to say it? And you're still at that phase.
Yeah.
You're like that guy. What were the big story right before 9/11? Wasn't there like a senator?
Gary Condit.
Yeah, Gary Condit was accused of killing somebody. Or
his intern disappeared.
Right, so he needed 9/11.
Meanwhile, it turned out he didn't do it. They caught the guy or something.
Yeah, years later, right?
That's
they found out that he was innocent,
Charge! No. What's Sports Soup?
It's Versus is another one of those cable channels that's new. I think they run mostly...
Like, this is worse than, this is running more than when, Elliot Spitzer fucked a
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's actually lasting longer.
It is.
He resigned and you didn't hear about it.
Because sports, there's a bunch of sports channel. They have a much more limited... stuff to,
No, but it's because what Elliot Spitzer did was at least heterosexual.
Yeah, but he resigned, and it went away. There's nothing Gary can do.
Guys at SportsCenter are fascinated by anything homosexual.
Hope you eat yourself to death.
Are you saying the guys at SportsCenter are homophobic?
Every goddamn one of them.
Oh, please. It's like Artie's got 11,000 brothers.
But wait a minute. There is nothing Gary can do to make this go away.
Yeah, by the way, I hope I eat to death, too. That's my choice of death.
I like the way you brought sarcasm and wit together for a riveting joke.
To make shit.
So you were watching SportsCenter when this went on?
I watch. What do you think I watch? I don't know. Like an American Idol. I watch. I have it on a loop. You know how Michael Jackson had Elizabeth Taylor's movies on a loop? I have Gary's pitch on it.
Do you watch Sports Soup as well?
No, Sports Soup is not. Sports Soup is actually what Tim Sabian's making right now for dinner.
Right.
I don't know. What is it? What's it on?
Versus is a channel that's not very. It's not really that well watched. It's mostly hockey.
I can't believe channels like that survive with SportsCenter.
It's mostly hockey.
Oh, okay.
I spent the weekend watching baseball with my neighbor Ethel and her grandson Rusty. And we caught Howard Stern's longtime producer Gary Dell'Abate, a.k.a. Baba Booey, throwing out the first pitch for his beloved New York Mets. Millions were watching, sadly.
So we'll see if we can take a look at the beauty of this first pitch. And here we go. What are you thinking right now? Wow.
I was really hoping that would not end up on television.
As punishment for the wild pitch, Bowie will be forced to hand feed Artie Lang. I suggest using someone else's hand.
They put up an unflattering photo as well.
Is that right? Of Artie?
Yeah, let's get those motherfuckers.
They're on a channel that nobody... Listen, how many people are watching hockey?
Good luck next year when you're fucking working construction, you piece of shit. Hey, Gary, you said the Yankee thing that you have to tell me. What is that what I think it is?
No.
I'm not throwing out a pitch?
No.
All right, fine.
By the way, Beth said to me over the weekend, why not have all the wives and girlfriends of the show throw out, we'll go to a place and we'll pitch. We'll throw out, 90, whatever it is, 60
feet, 6 inches.
Yeah.
So the girls will see if they can do better than Gary.
Beth says she can throw better than Gary.
I bet she can.
So she says she'll do it.
All right. Now,
That's pretty funny.
What about everyone else? Robin, will you do it?
Robin can do it better.
That's why you should do it.
I bet you, but you have nothing to lose. You're a girl, like no one's holding you. And if you do anything better than him, if you even just make it to the catcher, you could do it.
Oh, that's funny.
And if you don't, it's like, okay, you threw like a girl. Exactly. Larry King throwing out the first pitch. How old is Larry King?
75,000 years old.
Right, okay.
With Alex Rodriguez back in the lineup and an infusion of youthful energy, the Yanks are starting to hit their stride, putting a 4-game winning streak on the line against the Twins on Sunday. Larry King throwing out the first pitch, and a heck of a lot better than Baba Booey. Look, perfect strike from Larry King. Go to the bottom of the fifth, Kevin Slow.
I'm the benchmark.
So now they compare Larry King. You know what? The first pitch now is becoming a thing. I bet you they start televising it more.
Gary, it's even worse. Carol King threw a strike.
Can I tell you the two worst things that people said to me? Both. One was on television and one was on the show.
Right.
The things that stung the most is when Ron Howard said that my pitch, that Tom Hanks' pitch wasn't bad because mine was so girlish.
Yeah.
And when Jimmy Kimmel said that my kids are looking for a new father.
So what did your kids say? I know that your son Jackson watches sports.
He didn't even see it. He didn't even see it. No, because it's from like 9 o'clock in the morning till like 3 in the afternoon.
When did you get word that SportsCenter was airing it?
Somebody who I don't know. There's people that have my cell phone number.
Right.
So I would love to know. Like I'd love to do a sociological study. I love the person that needs to be the first one to give you bad news.
Right.
So I forget. I think I might have been visiting my mother or something, but I saw the text go off on my phone, a number I didn't recognize. And it said, you were just on ESPN's Worst of the Week or something like that.
Yeah.
Then you get, but I love people who have to rush to tell you bad news.
For some reason, I love telling people I know that a famous person died.
It's not going to work, Howard.
Boy, that first pitch thing has such a life. It's now
it's still going?
Yeah, I have one news report that I saw yesterday. I don't know if Gary saw it, but it was like the announcer goes, like he was calling, they would talk about first pitches, and then they just go, that's a Baba Booey.
Oh.
I'm amazed at, like, how,
it's become a thing. It's a Baba Booey.
Wow. Artie sort of pointed it out right the first day, but I'm amazed at how, if you can't throw a pitch, how people think there's a plethora of things in your life that you can't do.
Right. Yeah, like you can't even fuck anymore.
Yeah, right. Like I can't have a thought. I can't.
You're not a man.
How do you produce children? Yeah.
Like I don't think Chris Rock is as funny.
I don't believe that. Funnier than you.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess he is.
If he threw the ball and hit his ass, he's still funnier.
He doesn't have to make gay jokes about you every day. He is funnier than me.
Oh, that's your cross to bear?
JD1 in yellow.
That was a good one, guy.
Hold on, guys. Listen to this. Here's Gary again. Bowie first pitch. This is all new stuff. Yeah. This isn't like...
Coming in every day.
I haven't repeated any of these.
Well, it's Monday night, and that means it's time for... The Plays of the Week. Heads up, everybody, because heads up, everybody, plays will make you...
This is from, like, Norfolk, Virginia. It's like,
is that guy for real?
Yeah, he's like, heads up, everybody.
If he works really hard, he can get to Richmond.
Say strike a pose as we begin with the play of the week near the dugout. Tampa's Carlos Pena goes up and over the rail while chasing down the foul ball. Look at the guy that catches it. Good sportsmanship by the Orioles there. All right, how about the bad first pitch of the week? This is a nightmare for a lot of people. The first toss that goes into the stands. Can you say Baba Booey? There by a man.
Can you say Baba Booey? Mine was better than that.
Baba Booey.
Oh, some chick says hers.
Yeah, all right.
Baba Booey.
Let's see. This is Bowie first pitch from ESPN. Rome is burning.
Oh, Jim Rome.
Yeah.
He got a hold of it?
He's like the guy that looks like he's on steroids. He's like all, fucking beefed up, and he's like the angry guy.
After Denise Richards slammed an ice pick into the eardrums of Cubs fans during her version of Take Me Out to the Ballgame recently, I stood right here on this spot and I advised all celebrities to just throw out the first pitch instead of destroying that song and the mood at the yard. One hopping the plate or throwing it halfway up the backstop or into the dugout is still better than butchering that song. So, when Buffalo Bills quarterback and JRIB favorite Trent Edwards decided to take BP and throw out the first ball during a Blue Jays game, I knew he'd make me look good or do this. Trent, my man, what happened? If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that Joey Porter came free off the edge and slammed into you during your windup. That was a dead duck and a pick six the other way. Baba Booey thought that was a joke. Cincinnati Mayor Mark Bauer
you're in on every bad pitch thing.
Oh, so a guy threw out a bad pitch and he said even you thought it was a joke.
The Buffalo Bills quarterback he actually went as far left as I went right.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and I can't believe
he's a
quarterback.
That's really...
He really did.
My father got a hold of me yesterday again. Now all my dad talks to me about is Gary's pitch.
Wow.
So he gets a hold of me yesterday. It's the only thing he brings up.
I can't believe that meant that much to him.
No, I'll tell you what it is, Howard. It's sport. He's getting a chance to talk to you about sports.
Yeah, well,
maybe I'm bringing you guys closer together.
Yeah, maybe, because my dad goes...
Something good came out of it.
Do you know what Gary did? And I said, what? He goes, and I'm gonna screw this. My father has a theory on how you screwed up the pitch and why. And we ought to get him on the air again today, because you should hear this. He goes, he was trying to throw a pitch. Do you know the difference between a pitch and a throw? He was trying to pitch, but he threw. Yeah. And I said, Dad, what are you talking about?
He's right. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, he goes, you do this, but he did this. And I was like, I don't know what we're talking about here.
He's absolutely right.
What is he saying?
When I started to throw a pitch, and then in the middle decided I was just going to throw, and that's where he's right.
In other words, like a pitch is a very mechanical thing.
Right.
Like if you watch like a Tom Seaver or Clemens, they all come over the top and pitch it. But if you watch, like, Jeter turn a double play, he grabs it and throws it to the side almost. That's a throw. So Gary did something in between.
Yeah.
And fucked it up.
And then my father also seems to think that Gary was trying to put heat on it, like he wanted to throw a real pitch.
But he's right. In the middle of getting ready to throw heat, I decided to lob it.
Oh.
Yeah,
he's right.
I don't want no heat.
No, there's no heat there. But you know what? Can I talk about...
Why is my dad teaching me this at 55 and not 9 years old?
You know what was funny to me when he first started with this? I'm like, he's the guy who got one throw from you and quit.
Yeah. We threw ball one time.
Yeah.
You know, like Artie talks about his dad took him out and they need hours. My dad took me out the backyard with that same hard ball that he caught at Yankee Stadium when he was a boy.
Yeah.
We both had mitts somehow. And he said, all right, throw me the ball. And he was in the catcher's crouching position.
Right.
and I remember he came home from work. I threw him the ball. It hit him directly in the nuts. He made that face that he makes when he's like even overacting, and he just went, oh. And he keeled over, and he goes, I'm never having a catch with you again. The way you throw the ball. Now, I've talked about this.
Sounds like you threw a splitter.
I've talked about this. I did throw it to him. I think he missed the ball.
Yeah. Right.
But in my child's mind, I did something wrong, and I'm like sitting there going, wow, I'm horrible.
But did he think you were going to throw like Roy Campanella or something?
I don't know.
I mean, you got to teach the kid how to throw.
He gave up.
Yeah,
but I'm telling you, I burned it into him. I got it right into his glove. Right. I don't remember being a wild throw. Yeah,
I mean, the fact that you're to hit that target area is pretty good.
Strike. But he should have been able to catch that.
That was the only catch we ever had. It lasted one throw, and it was over.
You see, I think that's why you're a type A personality and I'm not, because it was so important for my father to teach me how to play ball. Like, he assisted me. Like from the beginning, I was getting assisted.
But that's how you learn.
But I talk about this in my book. We would drive to a nice neighborhood and find like a golf course, and we would go on a putting green because it would get good hops with a ground ball, and he would smash ground balls to me. And like ruin the putting green. Right.
And you got to learn to pick up a ground ball.
The whole time he would tell me to watch out for golf fags. But so like and he would keep hitting, and if I missed it, he would just keep. He had like 10 balls, just smash them at me.
That's how you learn.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know which is worse.
Yeah, but you know, that's a guy who walks out into the field with his son, knowing that his son is going to need to practice.
Yeah.
You know, he's got the 10 balls. He's not going to be chasing a ball every second. So he's taken the aggravation factor down, way down.
Yeah.
Your father never did anything to take the aggravation factor out.
My dad pretty much gets aggravated about everything. Yeah.
Are you going to play that other thing that's on the page? Because I want to talk about that.
What other thing?
That song by that band Bowling for Soup.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm so fucking mad at these guys.
Why? I got this in my email, and as a matter of fact, there was a link to a video of this. Right. And you got to sort of see the video. These guys put a lot of work into this.
Okay, they're a shit band who had a fucking hit and a half 5 fucking years ago. They wrote a shit song that nobody cares about called Choke. So now they're going to put fucking images of me to it to try to get some fucking juice. Wow. They're a shit band. Don't ride my fucking back. Like, who the fuck are they?
Why did they write Choke about the Mets in 2000?
They wrote some song called Choke. So now all of a sudden, the song's sitting on the shelf, dying a fucking slow death. Now they put visuals of me.
I thought it was pretty good.
And they sent me a note, and somebody from the band sent me a note. And like, I met the band like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, and my son was a fan of the band when he was 9. And they're like, I heard your son's a fan. I'm like, no, my son's fucking grown up now.
How'd you know I was going to use this today?
Well, because I saw everybody sent it to me. Like 10 different people sent it.
Yeah, because I said to JD when I heard it, I go, boy, these guys are really good. I said, this is a pretty good song about Gary.
But it's like, don't use me to try to get some fucking juice.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because who the fuck are they? Like, I don't know them.
Wow, you're really off the hook with this thing.
No, it just sort of pissed me off. It's a shot from a bunch of guys that I don't really have that much respect for.
What do you want to say, JD?
I understand what Gary's saying. You know.
What do you want to say, JD?
They also changed the lyrics. They originally going to go na 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 to ba 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 booey.
All I know is
JD likes it.
Everyone in the world is goofing on you, but you have a hard on for these guys.
No, I'm mad at everybody else too. But listen, in the world of sports, right? Everybody's gonna do the highlight thing. So I get that. That's part of what you do every day. These guys like sort of had to go out of their way to fuck with me.
Well, they made a song about you. It's terrific.
They didn't make a song about me. They made a song that nobody cared about. And
but now it's good.
And now they're sort of pointing it to me.
Well, sometimes a song needs a little tweaking.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a muse.
I don't know.
Guys,
can I tell you something? I was going to save this for next week. I got to tell you something that happened yesterday because Will and I were laughing our asses off.
Yeah.
So go back to my office and I hear the beep on my phone. I got a text message. So it says, you throw like a fag. Okay. And I don't recognize the number. I don't know. It hit me the wrong way yesterday. So I hit dial on it because I don't recognize the phone number. And I go, hey. And the guy goes, hey. I go, you know who this is? And he goes, no. I go fuck yourself. And then he starts talking to me, and I go, your mother's a fucking cunt. I fucking jizzed all over her. Like, I was really mad.
Who was it?
Yucko.
Oh, was it
but I had no idea.
That's all right.
Someone told me it was Mel Karmazin.
Wait a minute. Gary, real quick. Yucko leaves Howard a signed horn.
No. But it's so funny because I don't even know if Yucko knows that I called him yesterday. I don't even know if he knows that was me.
Oh, wow.
He started cursing back at me.
All right, here's the new song, Choke, which I thought was actually pretty good.
The old song, Choke.
Well, yeah, who knew? I mean, to me, it's a new song.
It's all new now.
You know what? This reminds me, after 9/11, people would dust off their shitty songs.
After 9/11?
No, after
In other words, Elton John did that for Princess Diana.
People would dust off their shitty songs and they would go, I wrote this song about 9/11. I really didn't write it about 9/11. I wrote it in 85, but it really pertains to 9/11.
Yeah, think how you're thinking now.
No.
Like, you're
missing
9/11. No, it's 9/11.
I'm not comparing.
In other words,
my thing to 9/11.
Elton John dusted off a song for Princess Diana.
Well, even that made sense. At least he rewrote it. But somebody will write a song about a personal tragedy, and then all of a sudden 9/11 came along, and they go, oh, this is about it. Let me say that this is about a tragedy, but it's not about 9/11.
All right, so the guy took a song that he had. He reworked
He's up my ass, all right?
He
What can I
reworked the
say?
lyrics just like Elton John did about your choke.
The biggest coincidence is Green Day told me at SNL the other night that they happened to write a song 10 years ago that says Baba Booey throws like a fruit. And they're going to reissue
right, here we go.
Don't blow it. You're probably going to blow it.
This has got you really irritated.
I don't know, it really did rub me the wrong way.
I'll tell you, that's a gay song. I hate that.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, he's getting too bummed out by that.
Well, Howard, listen, you see, again, I understand Gary's pain, man.
Right.
If I fucked up like that, throwing a ball, I'd put a hit out on these motherfuckers. Gary, you talk to me after the show. I don't give a shit. I'll do time for you.
Well, still around?
There you go. Well, anyway, you took a lot of grief on this thing. It'll probably continue.
Probably.
Yeah. But what are you going to do, man?
Nothing.
You did it. You obsessed over it, and you blew it. You choked. Ba, 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 boo.
By the way, if somebody happens to kill this band, I had nothing to do. That was a joke.
Good. We thought it was. By the way, Jesse Ventura is stopping by today. We can't wait for that. Gary, don't worry about it. This thing will blow over at some point. It's got to.
Well, the great thing is he doesn't make his living pitching.
Oh, no, that we know.
Well, he sort of does, but ideas for shows.
Anyway.
And what do we hear for the baseball that went horribly wrong? The actual ball Gary threw or attempted to throw, now up for auction at CharityBuzz.com. So far, bidding is at a mere $650 for the ball and Gary's T-shirt from that day. Proceeds to go to LifeBeat.
Howard, by the way, I thought of the greatest idea ever.
Yeah.
Without, it's some way to keep this from Gary, but I'm going to buy the ball and shirt.
Oh, that's great, because I know Gary never wants to see that ball and shirt.
No, I'm going to buy it, Howard, and I'm going to make a body cast to Gary with his face, and I'm going to put the shirt on Gary, and hopefully we'll put this in the studio, and I'm going to put a big cock in Gary's mouth. And one of the two balls is going to be the ball he threw out.
That's perfect.
So I don't give a fuck what the bidding gets to. Fans, don't bid on it. I want it.
All right. Well, there it is. It'll be the Hall of Shame. What else?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Hôm nay bên em lại về một chiếc xe Hyundai Accent, xe sản xuất 2021, bản đặc biệt 1.4 số tự động, và xe có phiên bản này là phiên bản màu đỏ. Accent là một trong những dòng mà phân khúc hạng B. Giá cả rất phải chăng và đẹp. Bạn có thể nhìn thấy mặt ca năng lưới tản nhiệt rất là đẹp luôn. Biểu tượng Hyundai. Đèn trước thì rất là thể thao và cũng rất là sáng đẹp. Đấy.
Bye.